Chapter 1, Not Afraid of Being Torn to Pieces, Leaving a Clear Name in the World. Be careful, watch out for the car. The passers-by on the street screamed and reminded. A young man who was holding his mobile phone and forgot to look at the road turned his head when he heard the words, and an SUV that was driving fast without braking was already close to his face. The next second, bang! The young man flew out, and the mobile phone in his hand flew out. The SUV did not stop, and ran a red light and left quickly. The crowd on the roadside called the police, and called 120. The young man who was hit was covered in blood, but he held on to the last bit of sobriety, crawled to his mobile phone, and formatted the phone. After doing that, he completely lost consciousness. When he woke up again, Lin Bei felt a strong sense of falling. It was like a dream, but before, when he had this feeling of falling in his dreams, he would wake up, but now. Lin Bei frowned and stood up, and found that he was really in the air and falling. This couldn't be fake. Lin Bei could see the seagulls flying by and the sea below. At this moment, he was like Tomcat who had just woken up. He watched the seagulls and planes fly by, and suddenly realized that he was flying in the sky. Are you kidding me so much? I'm dreaming, but I haven't even finished dreaming yet. Wake up! Ding! Such a familiar voice. Lin Bei, who always lowered his head to read novels on the streets, was very familiar with the appearance of this voice. The situation is urgent now, so don't go through the process. Provide whatever ability you have, and talk about it after you provide it. Otherwise, people will be gone. Lin Bei's heart was about to fly out of his throat as he fell rapidly. As requested, the introduction process has been skipped for you. I wish you a happy use. Ding! Get daily random superpowers. Lunar gravity. Superpowers. Suddenly, Lin Bei suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. He pressed his hand downwards, and his rapid fall stopped. The whole person floated directly in the air. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. There was a ship right below him, and the place where he landed was exactly a flagpole. If he fell on it. Hello, New World, goodbye, New World. Hey, look, is there a person floating there? You must be drunk, how could there be fuck? Captain Alrita, there is a person floating in the sky. A sloppy-looking pirate shouted at an even sloppier-looking fat woman. And the sloppy fat woman seemed to have lost her ears temporarily. What, you said I am the most beautiful woman in the world? Pirate A. Yes. Captain Alrita, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. But there is a man floating above our heads now. Alri Tata frowned and looked up at the sky, his eyes suddenly lit up. Man! What a handsome man! Ha 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 ha, man! Come on, knock him down for me. No, don't hit him in the face. If anyone hits his face, I will hammer him to death. A bunch of pirates quickly moved, one by one began to find ropes, and began to trap Lin Bei like a cowboy. Lin Bei in the sky was panicked when he saw this. He didn't watch anime often, but he still watched One Piece. He knew this fat woman named Alrita, who was the first opponent of Pirate King Luffy. He just came here and was not familiar with anything. It can be said that he was powerless. If he was caught by her, he would be ravaged by Zhu Gangli like a delicate flower and shattered. Thinking of this, Lin Bei quickly started breaststroke in the sky, trying to escape from here. It was not easy to travel through time, at least give him a chance to get familiar with his abilities. At this moment, a pirate's noose flew straight towards him and caught one of his feet. The pirate who was holding Lin Bei was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled. Lin Bei staggered in the sky, turned his head and looked at the noose on his feet. He was quick-witted and held the noose with his hand. A blue force was transmitted to the pirate who was pulling him along the noose. The next second, the pirate who was pulling the rope felt that he was floating. The Earth's gravity had no effect on him. This. Help me. The pirates around him hurriedly grabbed his pants with their hands and successfully pulled him back to the deck. This made Lin Bei's eyes light up. He held the rope with his hands and did not let go, and another blue energy was transmitted. This time, all the pirates who helped also floated up. Lin Bei took the opportunity to pull off the rope on his feet, but did not throw it away, but held it in his hand. When he saw more pirates coming to help hold the floating pirates, one after another, like the gourd dolls sending their grandfather, he once again transmitted the blue power and made all the people who came to help float. This wave made almost all the pirates on the ship float. The pirates seemed to realize why they were floating, and quickly let go and didn't help. But it was too late. They couldn't suppress the feeling of floating, and when they let go, they lost their weight, and the pirates who were holding together exploded like fireworks. Scattered are stars in the sky. They floated up to the sky one by one, which was quite spectacular for a while. Lin Bei also got used to the feeling of floating in the sky at this time, and he was in a playful mood. He found that anyone who was transmitted by his blue power would be controlled by him. At this moment, he only needed to lift his finger slightly, and a group of pirates would go up to the sky completely out of control. This reminded Lin Bei of the ability of the Golden Lion. Perhaps, anything he touched could be like the Golden Lion. Thinking of this, Lin Bei looked at the sea under his feet. Then he continued to control the pirates to float up to the sky. Their goal was the Sea of Stars. While landing on the sea, he touched the sea with his hand to feel whether his superpowers could control the sea. If so, how large an area could he control? After trying, he could indeed control the sea. The range of control could be said to be that as long as he wanted, he could control the entire sea as far as he could see. His ability was too domineering. And the superpower given to him by the system did not seem to consume his physical strength or have any restrictions. Then isn't he invincible? Lin Bei stretched out his right hand, with his palm facing up, and raised it upward. Suddenly, like a god, he controlled the entire sea and became restless. The sea seemed to have life. At this moment, he directly became the god of the sea. Where is that fat woman who coveted my body just now? I didn't know my abilities, so I was timid. I knew my abilities, and I was possessed by my motherland, no, my ancestors. Alrita was still on the boat, but she couldn't hold the mace in her hand anymore. What did she see? That handsome man actually banished all his brothers to the sky. Not only that, he turned into a sea god with a touch of the sea water, turning the originally calm sea into a fierce sea king. Looking at the man floating towards her like a god, Alrita knelt on the ground subconsciously. What kind of man did she provoke? Even the 4 emperors are no more than this. Chapter 2 Joining the protagonist group. The surging sea water turned into a tsunami as high as 100 meters, and it was like a huge sea king opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Alrita's small pirate ship in one gulp. The entire pirate ship was smashed in an instant. Lin Bei was floating in the sky, his eyes were a little dull. Could he really do this? He couldn't believe it himself. With this ability, he dared to fight the 4 emperors directly. So he was invincible, right? Lin Bei was restless and his mind was in a mess. He was just an ordinary person, but he suddenly became a player who could destroy the whole world. Anyone would feel that he was dreaming. To put it in a bad way, there is no such thing as a godlike descent, it's just a fantasy of a dying person. Lin Bei looked at his hand, gritted his teeth, and slapped his face. It hurts. It hurts a lot. It's real. This time, Lin Bei finally couldn't help laughing. He had already anticipated the scene of hugging the Empress on the left, Nami on the right, and then lying on Smoothie's long legs. It's just that Lin Bei is this person. In terms of personality, he is still relatively cautious and stable. Even at this crazy moment, he still thought of the prompt given to him by the system before. Get daily random superpowers. He cares about this sentence very much. It's not that his superpowers can only last for one day each time, and they will automatically become something else on the second day. Now let me introduce it, go through the process. Lin Bei shouted twice, but the so-called system did not respond at all. It's like a standalone program. As long as it's over, it's over. There is no such thing as artificial intelligence that can answer his words. Hey, can I just keep this superpower? I don't want other superpowers, okay. This time the system gave a prompt box. After completing the task of the day, you can lock the superpower of the day. Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he finally replied. Complete the task, it's really the routine of the novel. No problem, with such a strong ability, what task can't be completed? Come on. What task do you need to complete to lock today's superpower? Daily task, slap big pockets. After the task is completed, you can lock the superpowers you get on that day. Attention! Please complete the task before 12 o'clock on the same day. After 12 o'clock, you will randomly get the superpowers of the next day. Lin Bei was silent. This is playing a joke on Lin Bei. Even if he can fly in the sky, how can he cross 2 red soil continents to slap the ant in the face when he is so far away and doesn't know the direction? And not to mention the journey, how can he slap the ant in the face after he goes there? His ability is very strong, but after all, he has just arrived and has no combat experience. It is very difficult to fight against others. Can you change the task? The system is silent. Lin Bei sighed. It seems that his ability can't be locked. Who knows what ability will be given to him randomly the next day? If it is a superpower with no combat ability at all, what should he do? So for now, he has to find an island to land quickly. The initial plan is to transform into an ancestor if he has good abilities, complete the tasks as much as possible, and lock the skills. If you don't have good abilities, no one can find you. Stay hidden. Having made up his mind, Lin Bei prepared to move in any direction. Anyway, even if it is the world of pirates, it is nothing more than a ball. No matter which direction you fly, you can always find a place to land. You just have to find the island to land within one day, otherwise, if you change your superpowers, you may fall into the sea. Just as he used the little rooster to point and randomly point to a direction, an oak barrel suddenly floated on the sea surface under his feet. Lin Bei frowned and looked down. The horrible tsunami just now should have smashed the ship and Alrita together. Why didn't an oak barrel be smashed? This thing is harder than a big ship. Wait, oak barrel, this barrel looks a little familiar. In fact, he was just wondering if he would travel back to the time when Luffy first appeared. But there was neither a pink-haired fat man nor a guy with a straw hat on the ship, so he thought it was not that time yet. Now that the barrel has come out, Lin Bei has a feeling that there might be a protagonist in this barrel. So the question is, should we let this barrel go for a stroll in space? If you can't be the Pirate King, you can be a space pirate. Lin Bei remembers that when he watched the sequel of Enelu, there was a so-called space pirate. But before he made up his mind, the lid of the oak barrel was smashed by a hammer, and a guy wearing a straw hat stood up with his fists raised. I thought I was going to die, but I survived. There was also a pink-haired fat guy who was shaking like a sieve and vomited as soon as he came out. JJ.BR. Looking at his expression, it seems that only the person is alive, but the soul is gone. HSIGE. You can fly in the sky without wings. Hey brother, did you do what you did just now? You are so strong. Luffy shouted at Lin Bei with shining eyes. Lin Bei hesitated whether to respond. After all, he was unfamiliar with the place, and joining the protagonist group was actually a good thing. Except for the storyline of the protagonist group, he is not very clear about other side stories. Now he can't even find a direction. The key is that if he gets a very bad skill, he can only hide. And this world is too dangerous. Even if he hides, there may be accidents. As for the protagonist Luffy, although his brain is often out of line, he has one thing that is very respectable. That is, as long as they are his partners, no matter whether they go through fire and water for their partners, it's okay. At least their lives can be guaranteed. I did it. In order to prevent that ant from tainting my pure body, I had to explode. Lin Bei floated in front of the two people, and Luffy's eyes were shining. He has always maintained a high curiosity about some interesting things, such as robots, transformation, etc. Brother, you are also very interesting when you talk, I like it. Let me introduce myself, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. You are very much my type, do you want to be my partner? Kobe, who was retching, said quickly. Mr. Luffy, I told you not to say such things casually. How could someone who made such a noise just now follow you? Okay. Kobe. It seems that he met two people with abnormal brains today, and these two people are quite compatible in terms of brains. Chapter 3 The world where only Kobe is injured is achieved. But I have a condition. Lin Bei said. Kobe, the little fat man, actually felt relieved at this moment, and actually felt that it was good to have the conditions. I was afraid that it was two mentally ill people gathered together. Luffy held his straw hat to prevent it from being blown away by the wind, and replied casually. What conditions? Protect me. Hey! Both Kobe and Luffy shouted in surprise. But, aren't you already very strong? Yes, I have never seen anyone as strong as you, who can actually control the sea. Lin Bei thought that Luffy, this guy, should not care about the strength of the crew, so he simply told him. You can think of me as an undefinable person. I change every day. Today I may be extremely strong, but tomorrow I may not be. In short, today I can control the sea, but tomorrow I may only be able to control a sardine. Are you willing to let me be your partner like this? At this time, if someone else said it, they might think, it turns out to be a low-profile uncertain version of SSR. JJ.BR. Or, forget it, there may be no help in the future, and I still need to protect him. But Luffy is very straightforward. Not only does he not have any other thoughts, but the light in his eyes is even brighter. Sucks. Can you control sardines? Can you show me? Lin Bei, is your focus a little strange? Luffy laughed, holding his straw hat and grinning like a little son. You have already agreed to be my partner, I, monkeyed Luffy, will never give up any partner. If someone else said this, Lin Bei would really have to think about it. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable. But Luffy's words can be believed without a doubt. This guy is really such a person. Hello, Captain. Just call me Lin Bei. Lin Bei stretched out his fist and bumped it with Luffy, which was considered to be officially joining Luffy's pirate group. Kobe was in a daze the whole time. How could he join? He said. You really believed it? You two don't have a single mind together, right? Lin Bei put his hands on Luffy and Kobe's shoulders. Since you have joined, let's help the captain share some of his worries. I think you should have some places you want to go, but you can't go there with just this little wooden barrel. As soon as the voice fell, Luffy and Kobe floated up with their hands and feet dancing. This is a truly new experience. It was the first time for both of them to feel the magical feeling of flying. SHH. Ha ha ha, I knew you were interesting. Luffy was really happy. He swam in the air for more than 10 minutes and had a lot of fun. After all, he wanted to be a pirate since he was a child. At that time, he didn't think about eating devil fruits, so he practiced swimming hard. Until he accidentally ate the devil fruit, he never felt the feeling of swimming again. To be honest, swimming in the air feels a lot like swimming in the water, but there is less resistance, but it is also faster. Kobe is also a child. Although what he experienced just now was enough to shatter his previous worldview into pieces. But once he floated up, he quickly got into the state and had a lot of fun. Lin Bei felt like he had adopted two naughty kids, who wouldn't listen to him, and one of them had to drag him to play with them. Just kidding, he's an adult, okay? Not a child, who would play such a boring game with them. Little trash, have you ever experienced skydiving? Big kids need big kids games. Lin Bei controlled Luffy and Kobe's bodies and flew to a full 1,500 meters in the air, and then temporarily released the gravity on the three of them. The weightless fall began. Lin Bei and Luffy shouted and laughed loudly. Kobe also shouted and cried loudly. Mom! At a place 10 meters from the sea surface, Lin Bei snapped his fingers, and the three of them slowly stopped. Luffy immediately turned over and raised his arms and shouted. It's fun, do it again. Kobe, my tears have already poured into the sea. Please, just play with the two of you. Kobe's personality is very timid, and this experience directly caused his fear of heights. Lin Bei and Luffy enjoyed it so much that they even performed a difficult move of turning 720 degrees in the air, then doing a Thomas full spin and a backflip. Lin Bei didn't expect that such a cold person like him could quickly warm up to Luffy. The two started playing at noon and played until the evening, only stopping when they were hungry. God has mercy on him, his initial idea was just to ask Luffy where he was going, and then take the two of them to fly together. Who would have thought that we would have played for a whole afternoon? It's almost time, Captain. If we continue playing, we will miss the meal. Give me some directions. We can't just keep floating on the sea. Luffy scratched his head. I don't know where to go either. However, I just heard an interesting name from Kobe and the pirates, the pirate hunter, Zoro. I plan to go and see. If he's not bad, I'll let him be my partner. Sure enough, the first island is the one where Zoro is. Kobe, do you know the direction? The pink fat man nodded repeatedly, looked at the setting sun, and pointed in a direction. Lin Bei immediately took Luffy, the pink fat man, and the barrel to fly. He just hoped it wasn't too far. If he had to fly for 7 or 8 hours, he didn't know what the second random superpower was. At that time, he could only hope that the barrel could hold 3 people. Fortunately, the road was not too far. It took less than an hour to fly and saw an island. This is Shield's town, where the demon Zoro is imprisoned. Kobe explained. He came from this island, originally thinking of becoming a navy, but ended up sleeping with Alrita. It was completely dark at this time, and when we walked to the port, we could hardly see anyone. Only after walking inside for a while could we see the shops with lights on. We had originally thought of inviting Zoro to the ship in one go, but when we passed a restaurant, Lin Bei and Luffy couldn't help but stop. Only Kobe continued to move forward, and kept nagging about being cautious when we arrived at the Navy base. He didn't notice that Lin Bei and Luffy didn't keep up with him. At the door of the restaurant, Lin Bei was like the fifth uncle in a famous food TV series by Sakura, with his mouth open and a dull expression. Uncle, I'm hungry. Chapter 4 Landing in Shield's Town. In the afternoon, although he had a lot of fun, he didn't consume his physical strength by abusing his superpowers. But a normal person would be hungry at this time. Smelling the aroma of food coming from the restaurant, Lin Bei clearly distinguished the taste of beef, fish, and noodles. Especially noodles, he really wanted to take in some carbohydrates. As the saying goes, carbohydrates make people happy. In this world, you don't even have to worry about getting fat. As long as you have Luffy's physique, even if you eat like a ball, you can return to your original appearance in 3 seconds. Lin Bei looked at Luffy. Captain, do we have to find a new partner today? Luffy's saliva has reached the corner of his mouth. There's no need to be so anxious. Meat? When he saw a plate of new meat being brought out through the window glass, Lin Bei was sure that Luffy's body was no longer controlled by his brain and acted on his own. Lin Bei followed him in, ordered directly, and had a big meal. And Kobe also found that he had been talking for a long time, but no one behind him responded. When he turned around, he found that the person was gone. He turned back to look for them, and found that the two people who were talking about going to the naval base just now were now feasting in a restaurant. Kobe didn't know what to say. What a fickle man. And the key is, why didn't you call me when you were eating? Lin Bei raised his head. Do you have money? This question hit the point. It's good that the little pink fat guy was not ravaged by Alrita. How could he have a penny on him? Yes, it was also Alrita's money. No. No, do you have money? Kobe suddenly came to his senses. He saw one of these two guys crawling out of the bucket with his own eyes. The other fell from the sky, and he didn't see them carrying a bag. The pockets didn't look bulging, at most they could hold 2 steel guns. Can they have money? Lin Bei said calmly. No, but I am a crew member. The captain should pay the bill, right, Captain? Lin Bei turned his head and saw Luffy sleeping with his eyes closed while eating. Lin Bei took the fork in front of Kobe and stabbed the snot bubble on Luffy's nose. Captain, remember to pay the bill. Luffy was also single after waking up. No money. At this moment, the restaurant's proprietress happened to pass by with a plate. When she heard the conversation at this table, her face suddenly had several black lines. Eating a free meal here openly. Lin Bei saw that it was the boss lady and realized that he shouldn't have been so loud just now, but since he had said it, he would explain the payment method clearly. Boss lady, we don't have money. I'll use the captain to wash the dishes to pay the bill. Give this little pink fat guy a plate of pasta. Kobe roared. Don't give people nicknames casually. Lin Bei glanced at him indifferently. Do you want to eat? Eat? Lin Bei turned and smiled at the boss lady. This little pink fat guy will help you clean up the restaurant later. Please give me a bottle of red wine. Kobe. He wanted to object, but when he remembered Lin Bei's strength during the day, he immediately sank silently. Anyway, he was doing odd jobs and cleaning the deck on Alrita's ship. He didn't have money in his hands. If he wanted to eat, he had to work. He was not afraid of Lin Bei. The boss lady looked at Luffy, then looked at Kobe, and seeing that the two of them didn't object, she turned around and went to the kitchen to get a plate of pasta and a bottle of red wine and put them on Lin Bei's table. With Luffy around, the three of them directly consumed all the stock in the restaurant. Lin Bei himself also discovered one thing: he seemed to eat a little more than expected, only a few plates of meat less than Luffy. There is something wrong with his body. Could it be that he automatically transformed into the glutton physique of the pirate world? In that case, if he wants to exercise and become stronger, he should be able to reach the per capita level of this world. After eating, I looked at the time. There are still 5 or 6 hours until 12 o'clock. I quickly called the proprietress to come over. Hurry, my captain, and this little pink fat man will help you wash the dishes and sweep the floor. See how much you have to do to make up for this meal. Please finish before 12 o'clock, leave me half an hour, we have something else to do. Half an hour should be enough for him to get rid of the navy and axe King Monka in the naval base and rescue Zoro. The proprietress looked at Luffy, then at Kobe, the little pink fat man, and sighed. Forget it, we are all kids, just treat me to this meal, no need to clean up. Luffy laughed, he had no psychological pressure to eat a free meal. But when the boss lady said it was free, he was actually I feel a little embarrassed. Boss lady, you are such a good person. Lin Bei rubbed his chin. This was the first time in his life that he had eaten a free meal. He felt uneasy eating without letting the captain and the little pink fat man work to pay off his debt. Kobe, listen to me and thank you. Boss lady, although we are pirates, we can't eat your food for free. We are also very principled. As soon as the word pirate came out, the restaurant was quiet. The boss lady also trembled. These 3 children are actually pirates. After all, this is a world where monsters are rampant. Charlotte Linlin could overthrow the giant country when she was a child, so no one doubted that the three children said they were pirates. In fact, no one would doubt the strength of Lin Bei and the other two. Lin Bei slapped the table. How about this? Boss lady, I can help you do one thing. How about killing Colonel Monka in the island base? While eating, many people in the restaurant complained about Monka in a low voice, saying things like it would be better if Monka was transferred away from their island. That's perfect. We have to save Zoro anyway, so we can just use Monka as meal money. However, after the word pirate scared the whole audience, Lin Bei once again said that he would kill Monka, which made all the diners put their money on the table, and even ran away without eating. People on this island are afraid of two things, one is pirates, and the other is Monka. This time, Lin Bei has set off 2 bombs. The boss lady was convinced. Please, you really don't have to pay for the meal. You should leave quickly. If the colonel at the base knows what you said, he will definitely kill you. The boss lady is very kind. Although these children say they are pirates, they can't just watch these principled children being eliminated by Monka. Luffy put on a straw hat and showed that familiar smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm very strong. I'm the man who wants to be the pirate king." The boss lady's legs began to shake. "Please, don't say it anymore. Monka, I'll help you get rid of him right now." The boss lady. "I'm tired, destroy it, whatever you want." The boss lady sat down on the chair, and looked at the 3 boys in front of her with a dull look in her eyes as they stood up and walked out of the store. It seemed that they really wanted to kill Monka, who ruled the island like a tyrant. Good words can't persuade the damn ghost. Chapter 5 My Father Monka. Just when the man named Lin Bei walked to the door of the store, the boss lady suddenly saw him stop and turned back. "Is this a change of heart? Boss lady? Well, have you figured it out? If you have figured it out, run quickly." "No, although I'm a little embarrassed, can you please see if there is anything else you can do, make me a plate, and help me get a bottle of wine, so I can take it away." The boss lady was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but think that these 3 children were not deliberately bragging and cheating for food, right? "There's no need," she said she would give it a free bill. Can such words comfort her? But if you say it's not true, you still need to take some things with you before leaving, as if you are going to eat on the road. Forget it, it's better this way. The farther you run, the better, so as not to be caught by Monka. JJ.BR. The proprietress turned around to make arrangements, but the meat and vegetables were all eaten by the child in the straw hat, and now there is only some flour left in the kitchen. She asked the chef to bake a lot of cakes with flour, which can be used as dry food. Took a few bottles of wine and a bucket of water. After all, how can wine quench thirst if you run? You still need to drink water on the road. Handing the dry food and water to Lin Bei, the proprietress said with a complicated expression. "Let's go to the sea tonight, don't hesitate." Lin Bei didn't explain, and left the restaurant with the cakes and wine. Led by Kobe, they went to the naval base. On the way, Kobe was puzzled. "Why do you need to bring so many cakes on the road?" Lin Bei said. "Didn't you say that Zoro was imprisoned for a long time? He probably didn't eat anything. After all, my captain wants to recruit him, so I have to win his heart." Luffy turned his head and smiled happily. "It's you, Lin Bei, so careful." Luffy felt that it was a good idea to recruit Lin Bei. He was usually careless, so how could he pay attention to these things? Lin Bei and his personality complement each other to a certain extent. Soon, the naval base arrived. The wall of the base was quite high, but it didn't bother Luffy. He threw his hands up and grabbed the wall, and he climbed up easily. Lin Bei was also simple, he tapped the ground lightly and floated up. Only the fat boy Kobe, this kid can be said to have changed his style. But now, he is still like a big piece of soft candy, very short and very elastic. Can't climb up at all. Lin Bei kicked him on the butt so that he could also float up. That's the man called Zoro. Luffy's voice sounded. Lin Bei looked at the base, which should be the Navy's playground. There was a cross with a person tied to it. Green headscarf, looking very fierce. Lin Bei pretended not to know why Zoro was caught, and said, "He can be caught and tortured by the Navy of this small branch, so he should not be a very powerful character. He looks fierce, do you really want to save him?" Luffy also hesitated for a moment, and at this time, a little girl said angrily, "That's not the case." The three turned around and saw that it was the daughter of the restaurant owner. "That big brother is so powerful, he can easily defeat the Navy in the town. He was tied up here voluntarily for my mother and me. Colonel Monka's son used my mother and me as hostages and said that as long as he was voluntarily captured for a month, he would let me and my mother go. The elder brother didn't want us to get hurt, so..." Luffy laughed at this time. "What, it turns out that he is a good guy?" Lin Bei also nodded. "Although it is a little stupid, it is also cute." The little girl shouted angrily. "You are not allowed to say that about him." Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. "This should be the first batch of people who want to be Mrs. Zoro. The little girl always has a heroic dream. However, in his opinion, since you can easily defeat the Navy in the town, why don't you just get rid of the Navy in the town after you are safe? For loyalty. It is foolish to say this to a group of people who don't keep their loyalty. At that time, not only will you get hurt or even die, but also the people around you will be hurt." As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, the tied Zoro raised his head and looked at him with a ferocious look. "What do you mean? What else can it mean? You look like you haven't eaten or drunk water for a long time. A month without food or water is enough to turn a strong man into a weakling who can be trampled at will. When the time comes, if we kill you, won't the people in the town still be trampled?" Zoro frowned. What he meant was that Bear Meber had deceived him. "Papa papa." The sound of clapping rang out, and an arrogant butt-chin came out with a group of Navy soldiers with numb eyes. "Just now I got the news that someone was talking nonsense in the restaurant, saying that he wanted to kill my father. I think it was you. The purpose is to save this man, and then unite to attack my father together. Very smart. Lin Bei. Who are you?" He hasn't watched One Piece for a long time. He has an impression of this person, but he can't call out his name. Bellamy Bear was furious and shouted. "Don't you want to deal with my father? Don't you do any investigation? I am the son of Colonel Monka. So, I still didn't say my name." Zoro slowly said. "Is what they said true? You never planned to let me go from the beginning?" Bellamy Bear simply took out a pistol and pointed it at Zoro. "You just understand, idiot. No matter how strong you are, how much strength can you have after not eating or drinking for so many days? This is called wisdom. Why do you think I can be so popular in Shield's town for so long?" The little girl replied very straightforwardly. "Isn't it because your father is Monka?" "Yes, it's because my father is." "Who told you to interrupt?" Bellamy Bear shouted distortedly. "This is also a person who lacked fatherly love since childhood and was eager to get his father's recognition. In Japanese comics, there are really many such talents." Bellamy Bear shouted. "You. Don't you want to save him? If you don't want me to shoot him to death, tie yourself up." To score twice, Barumbo used the same trick as before. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. "Do you think he is stupid? Should we be as stupid as him?" Barumbo pointed at the people around Lin Bei and said. "Yes, isn't that right? You are all a bunch of idiots." Lin Bei also turned around and saw that Luffy was tying himself up. "Where did you get the rope?" Luffy said with an innocent expression. "Ah, I just picked it up on the ground. Do you want me to help you tie it up?" Lin Bei. "Captain, you will look stupid if you do this." Chapter 6: A Sensible Navy. Luffy shouted very straightforwardly. I want him to be my partner, so if this can save him, then I will do it. Lin Bei wore a mask of pain on his face. From this point of view, Luffy, you are really the same kind of person as Zoro. It makes a normal person like him look out of place. The most terrifying thing is that this trick is very useful. Zoro, who originally had a ferocious and indifferent expression on his face, now has a very moving expression on his face. Who needs you to do this for me? Luffy smiled foolishly. As long as it is for the partner I recognize, I can do anything. After the matter was done, he looked at Lin Bei. Come on, tie them together. Lin Bei. Hey! He should have known that the consequence of being with Luffy was this, all of them were brainless. Lin Bei took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Tie it up, tie it up. He lay flat, do whatever you want. Looking at Lin Bei and Luffy who tied him up, Barumbo laughed and excitedly raised his gun to the sky and shot it. Idiot! A bunch of idiots! You can be so stupid together. Ha ha ha, come on, find a few more crosses and put them up too. The numb-eyed Navy soldier immediately turned around to execute the order. Baramelba walked in front of Luffy with an arrogant step and patted Luffy's face with his palm. Are you good at fighting? Is it useful to be able to fight? The most important thing for a gang is to have power and background. What do you do? Luffy said his classic lines. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. Baramelba laughed so hard that he bent over, and when he stood up straight, he smiled contemptuously. So it's Xiao. Before he finished speaking, Lin Bei, who had his hands tied, stomped his feet, and the ground under Belliber's feet suddenly took off. Take Belliber to the sky. The land in front of Lin Bei suddenly protruded and turned into a sharp earth thorn, cutting off the rope on his hand. Lin Bei looked at Belliber in the sky. I gave you face, little jerk. He untied Luffy's rope, and Luffy looked up at Barumbo flying higher and higher. Hey, does he want to try high-altitude landing too? Lin Bei looked up and took a look. Maybe, but he doesn't have a parachute. Luffy looked at Lin Bei. Won't he stop in midair? Lin Bei spread his hands and said. Unfortunately, at this moment, my ability has failed. As soon as the voice fell, everyone heard screams from the sky. The girl in the restaurant opened her mouth wide at this moment, and it seemed that her worldview was a little broken. Why can people fly instantly? And fly so high? Is it that handsome big brother who did it? It's so magical. If you need an expression to describe this little girl at this moment, it should be Waka Waka. Please post the picture in the comment area. The little pink fat man's face turned pale, as if he thought of the time when he played before. Zoro raised his eyebrows. Those who dared to recruit him were indeed not weak. As a piece of meat turned into a pool of meat sauce, all the Navy soldiers who had originally numb eyes immediately raised their guns and their eyes became smart. Damn it, what did you do to Master Barumbo? Lin Bei looked at the group of Marines. He clearly saw that the hands of the Marines holding guns were holding a thumbs up. Surrender quickly, or we will shoot. Unless, you throw us out, and throw us far away. He is here, and he needs to cooperate. Humph, the running dogs of the Navy, get out of here. When Lin Bei waved his hand, a large group of Marines did not even resist, and were carried away by the land under their feet. The scene suddenly became much quieter. It was just that Lin Bei felt it was a pity that such a good ability was about to disappear, but there was no one who could make him use it with all his strength. Lin Bei walked towards Zoro with cakes and wine, first untied him, and then handed him the things. Zoro was still very cold. What are you doing? Don't you understand I'm bribing you? The captain likes you very much. If you don't get on board, it will be difficult for me. Zoro was stunned for a moment. This person, is the bribe so open and aboveboard? Ha, interesting. But I said in advance that my goal is to become the world's #1 swordsman. Anyone who stands in my way, I will kill him immediately. After Zoro finished speaking, he stared at Luffy and Lin Bei, waiting for their reaction. If these two people start to laugh at his unrealistic ambition, then it's better not to get on this ship. It's nothing more than owing them a favor, and repaying them later. But Zoro obviously thought too much. His ambition is to be the #1 swordsman, which sounds a bit funny to ordinary people. But he is not the only one who can make ordinary people laugh. Luffy directly reached out and grabbed a piece of cake in front of Zoro and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing while saying, "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King." This sentence made Zoro stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. It turned out that they were like-minded people. With Luffy's words, he felt relieved. "Then please give me more advice in the future, Captain." Speaking of this, Zoro picked up the wine pot and performed a toast. "Damn, do whatever you want. This guy hasn't eaten for half a month, but between bread and wine, he still chose wine. It's really the same as in the anime." Lin Bei hugged his shoulders and said to Zoro, "I came in a hurry and didn't bring any good dishes. Just eat these to fill your stomach first. After the end, we will have a party to celebrate your joining." End banquet. The two voices, one from Zoro and the other from Luffy. It's unnecessary to say who the voice belongs to. Well, hasn't the Colonel Monka they are talking about appeared yet? I don't know if Lin Bei's mouth was blessed. As soon as he finished speaking, an irritable and suppressed voice sounded. "You guys, really made a big fuss. Where is my useless son?" Everyone turned around and saw a man with a big axe on his right arm walking out. The huge body gave people a sense of oppression. The girl in the restaurant hid behind the handsome big brother Lin Bei and pointed at Monka and said, "He is Monka, the tyrant of Shelt's town." Monka was furious. "Who are you talking about as the tyrant? I just want you to follow my rules and listen to me. Is it that difficult? Am I not the highest commander of this base? Those who disobey should be punished." Lin Bei looked at the huge, roaring Monka, and couldn't help but think in his heart. This is the legendary Axe King. This guy might be really strong to be able to injure Garp with an axe in this late stage and escape successfully. Lin Bei rubbed his hands. He just thought of a very interesting move. It's called, Lion Power Gos Hoji Scroll. Yes, learned from the Golden Lion. Chapter 7 Accepting Nami as a Disciple. Just as he was about to take action, Zoro stood up. "Leave this to me, even without a sword, I can beat him. If I join you, I will always have to pay a token of loyalty. Use him as my token of loyalty." Zoro is a man of great taste, so Lin Bei cannot take away his chance to show off. It just so happens that he is already familiar with the superpower of the moon's gravity. After covering the entire naval base with gravity, it was easy to find the 3 swords worn by Zoro. Before Zoro was about to fight Monka with his bare hands, he used gravity to pull the 3 swords to Zoro's side. Zoro glanced at Lin Bei, and his liking for him became even stronger. After saying thank you, he reached out and took the 3 swords and got ready. First of all, he had to do it beautifully, otherwise it would seem that his previous words about becoming the world's #1 swordsman were very pretentious. 3 swords style demon slash. The battle between Zoro and Monka was really without any suspense. The so-called Axe King Monka was nothing more than a joke made by a group of people. With one slash, Monka's chest burst into 3 blood flowers and he fell to the ground. Luffy looked at him and laughed, which seemed to mean that he knew that he had chosen the right person. He might also be thinking that he could have a banquet later. Lin Bei glanced at him and felt that the latter possibility was more likely. Zoro handsomely put away his sword, turned around, took off the green headscarf on his head, and tied it on his arm. "It's over, do you have any good wine?" "Of course. But before that..." Lin Bei waved his hand towards the building of the naval base, and one of the floors of the building suddenly exploded, and a large iron box flew out with a panicked girl. Hey 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 hey! Bang! The large iron box fell in front of Lin Bei, and the girl also fell to the ground. Even so, the girl's hand did not let go of the large iron box. What is this? The safe in this naval base should contain a lot of military funds. You can't always eat other people's free meals. Luffy nodded and looked at the girl again. Then she appeared here. A thief. Nami stood up with a wry smile. No, I'm just cleaning. Luffy nodded. Sweep it. Then you go, Lin Bei, the party is about to start. Luffy didn't throw an olive branch to Nami right away. In fact, Luffy didn't invite everyone to the ship. The first factor for Luffy to invite people is that the person must be to his taste. The second is to find a professional counterpart. In the original plot, Luffy threw an olive branch and invited Nami to the ship after she showed her sailing skills. Zoro was stunned when he saw Luffy like this, and whispered to Lin Bei. Captain, do you trust others easily? Lin Bei was still staring at Nami. Hearing this, he turned back and whispered to Zoro. Although there is this reason, I think the captain should just want to go to the banquet. Although we just had dinner half an hour ago. Zoro smacked his lips. What kind of captain did he meet? Waving his hand to push Nami away, Lin Bei gently tapped the safe, and the iron door of the safe opened by itself. This scene made Nami's eyes light up directly. How did you do it? Lin Bei glanced at Nami, waved his hand gently, and all the things in the Monka safe flew out by themselves and floated behind Lin Bei. Want to learn? Nami nodded repeatedly. If she could learn this, wouldn't all the safes in the world be the same as her own, and she could go and take it at any time? Become your disciple, and I will tell you how to do it if you become your disciple. Hearing this, Nami did not hesitate. Please accept me as your apprentice. It's just a matter of becoming my apprentice. After learning the skills, she will run away. A cunning flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. If you want to be my apprentice, the first thing is not to betray me. There is no such thing as leaving the master after joining. Leaving means betrayal and will be punished. Also, you have to go to sea with me later, are you sure? Nami still did not hesitate. She has been betraying people since she was a child, and no one has ever caught her. As for sailing, she is a genius navigator, specially recruited by Eren. She has been sailing on the sea every day since she was a child. I'm sure. Very good, then I will accept you as my apprentice. Nami was delighted. Then master, please teach me that move you just made. Lin Bei waved his hand. How can it be that easy? Have you ever seen anyone learn the master's unique move on the first day of apprenticeship? You have to serve the master and wait on the master. Only when the master is comfortable can he teach you this unique skill. After saying this, Zoro and Luffy's eyes widened. Can this be learned? Lin Bei nodded without blushing or panting. Of course no. Nami gritted her teeth over there. If she could learn such a powerful skill, wouldn't she be able to collect 100 million Baileys quickly? JJ.BR. It's nothing more than serving the master. She has been doing such menial work since she was a child. Compared to being menial to the fishmen and working for humans before, she has no burden in her heart. Okay, I'll do whatever you tell me to do, master. Very good, very spirited. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. The little thief will be fooled by someone one day. I really don't know what will happen when she finds out the truth. But no matter what, let's trick a genius navigator onto the ship first. We've already seen Nami, it's impossible to let her go. After picking up the Navy Captain Monka, Lin Bei and others followed the girl in the restaurant back to the restaurant. When the proprietress saw Lin Bei, she was shocked. Didn't you leave? Why do you want to come back? Listen to my advice, Monka will never let you go. After she finished speaking, she saw Zoro. She immediately widened her eyes and had a bold guess in her heart. Are you really? Monka's power was still there, and the proprietress still didn't dare to say Monka's name. However, the little girl was innocent and straightforward, and directly told what Lin Bei and Luffy had done. The proprietress was stunned at first, and then she covered her mouth with red eyes. Suddenly, I felt like I saw someone being shot down by a shotgun. Everyone celebrated and good luck came. Then Lin Bei proposed to hold a banquet, and the proprietress started preparing without saying a word. All the food at home was eaten by Luffy before. No problem. She will go out and buy some now. All the shops are closed. She knocked the door open. She also told them that Monka had been knocked down. Soon, the whole town became lively. A group of people gathered in the restaurant, wanting to see what the person who defeated Monka looked like. Then they saw a big boy wearing a straw hat, with his hands stretched out to grab food. A green-haired swordsman drinking. A handsome guy enjoying being fed by Nami. And a silent little pink fat boy. Did these kids defeat Monka? It's incredible. Chapter 8: The Second Superpower. The banquet lasted until the second half of the night, and everyone was drunk. Because it was late, the navy did not come to drive people away, but let the hero who defeated Monka enjoy the night. Lin Bei clinked glasses with Zoro, and they were also drunk. I had thought that I must see my new ability after midnight, but after drinking too much, I fell asleep. No notification sound at all. Midnight has arrived, daily random superpowers are being acquired. Acquired successfully. Lin Bei didn't even notice that night, after he fell asleep after drinking too much, a little thief came to his side on tiptoe, ready to start groping for something on him. Obviously, this was to see if he had any magical secrets or something like that. If there was, she could just take it and run away. During this process, Lin Bei didn't notice it, and Luffy didn't notice it, but Zoro, who should have been drunk as well, opened his eyes holding the knife. As Nami got closer and closer to Lin Bei, his thumb gradually began to push open the handle of the knife, ready to launch a fatal attack on Nami at any time when she made a move. But what he didn't expect was that just after Nami entered the 1-meter range of Lin Bei, before she could make a move, Lin Bei turned over, and Nami twitched all over and sat on the ground like a duck. Zoro tilted his head, a little confused. Did this little thief come here just to kneel down to Lin Bei? She doesn't look like someone who respects teachers. Only Nami knows what respect for teachers. Nami's eyes widened and her face turned red. What a damn feeling! Nami took a few deep breaths and supported herself on the ground with both hands, trying to stand up. It was indeed a sudden strange feeling just now that made her whole body numb and her legs as soft as cotton. This feeling couldn't appear for no reason, it must be artificial. Nami stared at Lin Bei with a pair of eyes that were about to burst into tears. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be this guy's doing. But, he slept too realistically, even acting was not so realistic. Looking at Lin Bei sleeping motionless on the bed, Nami finally had the strength to prop herself up from the ground. At this moment, Sota, with one eye half open, stared at the moonlit floor, which seemed to be a little wet. Zoro temporarily gave up attacking Nami directly, his mind was a little confused. This little thief, I'm afraid he's a nympho or a pervert. Just standing next to a man, he became like this. Such a person should not do anything to Lin Bei. Well, it's hard to say, but even if he did something, it wouldn't be Lin Bei who suffered. Zoro closed his eyes. Nami stared at Lin Bei for a long time, and finally gritted her teeth and decided to test it. She didn't believe that Lin Bei was really asleep, because if he was really asleep, wouldn't it mean that she was a very wide woman? Just walking to his side, her body couldn't help. Nami gritted her teeth and reached out to touch Lin Bei. She firmly believed that she was not that kind of person. And the facts also proved that she was indeed not that kind of person. After she touched Lin Bei's body, she didn't feel anything. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it might just be because of the wine she drank just now, or some strange disease in her body. Let's see after redeeming the village. Now, Nami's eyes flickered. I'm sorry, Master. Nami reached out to Lin Bei's arms. Zoro, who was sleeping with a knife in his arms, had his eyelids twitching very fast. It can be seen that this was a stubborn confrontation between instinct and will. Zoro told himself that he couldn't watch this kind of scene, he couldn't let down his dead best friend. If he hadn't read Buddhist scriptures, Zoro at this moment would really want to read a passage to calm down. And at this moment, a sound suddenly rang out. Home! Zoro couldn't help it, an instinct made him open his eyes. Then he saw Nami sitting on the ground again, with one hand still on the bed, lowering her head, and her whole body was trembling. And Lin Bei just turned over at this time. Zoro took a few deep breaths as quietly as possible, then closed his eyes tightly and began to recall the moments with his best friend. At this moment, the door of the room was gently closed. Zoro opened his eyes again. Nami left, but left a puddle of water on the floor in front of the bed. The next day at noon, Lin Bei stretched and woke up. His mind was not groggy at all. He didn't know whether it was because his body in the other world was good or the wine in the other world was good. In short, he felt good. However, at the moment when he stretched and got up, Lin Bei suddenly heard a very strange sound. He turned around and saw that it was Zoro. Zoro's face was flushed at this time, and he was staring at him intently. The burning degree of that gaze made Lin Bei numb all over. What do you want to do, JJ.Br? Zoro had just woken up and was awakened by an inexplicable feeling. Too much. He suddenly figured out why Nami was like that last night, it was all related to Lin Bei in front of him. Lin Bei took a step back, and Zoro's toes were gripping the ground. Stop! Don't move! No matter what ability you have, please stop releasing it. Lin Bei was stunned. Ability? That's right. I forgot to look at the next day's ability last night. Lin Bei glanced at Zoro, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. It wouldn't be a very strange ability today. He quickly took a look and found that the name of the ability was Divine Muscle. What a strange name. After feeling this superpower for a while, Lin Bei suddenly understood. No wonder Zoro is like this now. Divine Muscle. This ability is a bit strange. As long as his muscles move, he can drive people's emotions. The harder he tries, the stronger his emotions are, and the wider the range is. When he is sleeping, he is in an unconscious state, and the range of this ability will be shortened to the minimum, only 1 meter. When he woke up, it was like he had just woken up, subconsciously, with a range of about 5 meters, basically covering this room and the room below. After figuring it out, Lin Bei quickly put away his ability. Sorry, I'm not familiar with this new ability. Are you okay? Zoro relied on his strong willpower to stand up with his toes on the ground. His face was not red and his heart was not beating. It's okay. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Bei apologized and turned around. This small move made Zoro's pupils shrink and he shouted. Stop! Lin Bei was startled by being called, and hurriedly stopped, then turned back to look at him. He instantly understood why Zoro was excited, and said to Zoro. Don't worry, when I'm awake, I can control my new ability. Let's go downstairs to eat, and I'll leave later. Seeing Lin Bei open the door and leave, Zoro was relieved. Then he couldn't help but frown again. This guy who looks like the only normal person in the team turned out to be the most abnormal one. Chapter 9. This life is unbearable. After going downstairs, Lin Bei's mind was still full of the scene of Zoro blushing and tense all over. It was really terrible. My ability was really a problem. He could not control it and appear in this situation. However, it seemed to be better this way. After all, he was just a rookie. If someone attacked him while he was sleeping, he would be finished. With this self-defense mechanism, at least there was an extra guarantee. Noon, good, we can eat. The one who greeted Lin Bei was the restaurant's proprietress. She looked a little strange, her face was a little moist, her eyes were watery, and her walking posture was a little awkward. For more novels, 33572, join, https://discord.gg/xxtcastch. Wait. Good afternoon, where were you just now, boss lady? The boss lady pointed to the lower floor of Lin Bei's room, and Lin Bei suddenly felt a little suffocated. I'm sorry, boss lady. I didn't mean to arouse your sexual interest. Lin Bei didn't dare to say more to the boss lady, and rushed to the dining table and started eating. After a while, Luffy smelled the smell, sleepwalked down, and started eating with his eyes closed. Second, Zoro looked at Lin Bei several times during the meal. Last was Nami. She changed her clothes, looked at Lin Bei with a vigilant face, and slowly approached the dining table. It seemed that she was deliberately keeping a distance from Lin Bei. Seeing this, Lin Bei understood that there was another victim. He had to explain, otherwise it would be okay for Zoro and Nami to keep looking at him with such vigilant eyes. If you don't know, you might think that these two people were captured by him as slaves. Ahem, that, I guess you all felt my ability. First of all, I have to say sorry, this thing will automatically take effect when I am not conscious. When I am conscious, I will not put it randomly. Zoro and Nami breathed a sigh of relief, and Zoro asked. Are you also a devil fruit user like the captain? You can think so, but I am a little special. My ability is to gain a new ability every day, just like today, it will automatically update before midnight. I call myself a man who cannot be defined. Zoro nodded thoughtfully. Some things are scary if you don't understand them, but you won't be afraid after understanding them. Nami is also very smart, and her eyes widened instantly. Yesterday's thing is also a superpower. Of course. You lied to me. Nami stood up angrily. Thinking of how she went to become a disciple like a fool last night and served Lin Bei. After the incident, she was still made wet by Lin Bei's ability. Thinking about it, she felt a little ashamed and angry, and turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Bei looked at her calmly. I said before that whoever dares to betray the master will be punished. Are you sure you want to betray? Humph. Who cares about you, humph? Lin Bei moved his biceps and tightened them. Nami's legs immediately softened and she sat on the ground. What Lin Bei didn't expect was that this was a range attack. You can't choose a single target. So, Luffy, Zoro, and the boss lady couldn't stand up and could only hold the table with red faces. Lin Bei. Why didn't the commentary mention range attack? Chow, I believe many fans must be curious about what Luffy looks like when he gets angry. Lin Bei had thought about it before, but after seeing it once, he never wanted to see it again. This rubber man is soft. Like a slime, he collapsed on the ground. There is still a pink breath. Zoro's fist hardened, and he stared at Lin Bei. You are not allowed to move today. If you have anything, I will help you. Lin Bei hurriedly nodded. Zoro raised his finger and pointed at him. It's better not to even nod. Lin Bei was helpless, he didn't want to, it was all because of this damn ability. After a while, because his ability was not used continuously, everyone recovered. But it can be clearly seen that the difference between a slut like the boss lady and a girl like Nami is too obvious. Nami was held on the neck by Zoro with a knife, and she sat back in her original position somewhat weakly. Today, without Lin Bei's nod, you can't go anywhere. Also, don't make him angry, otherwise I will cut you with a knife. Nami wiped the sweat from her forehead, bit her lip and said to herself, even if you let me run, I won't run. This man's ability is too cruel. It took a long time to recover from it. Over there, the meal was obviously coming to an end, and Lin Bei didn't add any other dishes, but the proprietress still added 2 more dishes for him with a ruddy face. After finishing, she rubbed him with her shoulder. Lin Bei's mouth corners rose, this broken life, it's unbearable. After lunch, several people were originally planning to leave. The proprietress, together with the people in the town, had prepared a small boat that could enter the sea for them, and loaded it with supplies. It can be seen that the proprietress is quite reluctant to leave Lin Bei. But at this time, the navy in the town came and said that they and the pirates were irreconcilable. The little pink fat man joined their camp without any surprise and became a glorious navy. At the port, the little pink fat man shouted to Lin Bei and his group with tears in his eyes. As a navy, we will definitely catch you. Don't run too fast, don't think about taking a boat from Shields Town to Orange Town, and then from Orange Town to West Rob Village, Verity, Kakosia Village, and finally to Rogue Town. Don't let us catch you, let us catch you, we will never let you go. Luffy immediately showed a standard sunny smile, waved to the little pink fat man, and said goodbye. The Straw Hat Pirates finally started their official voyage. Not far away from the ship, Zoro suddenly asked. Where should we go JJ.BR? Luffy pinched his nose. It depends on fate. Zoro. Nami. As someone who knew about this earlier, Lin Bei thought that it was a good thing that Nami had brought him along halfway, otherwise he would have been like Zoro and Nami, with a face full of questions. Lin Bei touched Luffy and said. Nami is a navigator. Luffy's eyes lit up immediately. Really, did you ask her to join because of this? Lin Bei, you are so reliable. By the way, why didn't I know? Zoro raised his head faintly. Captain, you were so focused on the banquet last night, how could you care about anything else? Luffy scratched his head after hearing this. Ha ha ha, really, no wonder. So, Nami, do you want to join my pirate group? Chapter 10. We are doing this for justice. I don't want to join any pirate group. Not surprisingly, Nami chose to refuse. Before, her perception of pirates was that pirates were a group of cold-blooded and brutal people, especially fishermen pirates. And after last night, Nami's perception of pirates has added 2 more words, wretched and dirty. She would never join a cold-blooded, brutal, mean, and dirty pirate group. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows immediately. Are you sure? Nami's face changed, and Zoro's face changed too. Zoro hurriedly said. Lin Bei, don't be impulsive. Leave everything to me. Zoro turned his head and pointed at Nami. Hey, woman, if you don't join, you can only get off the boat now. Do you want to swim back to Shields Town from here? Nami looked at the weather, and after finding a rain cloud, she smiled and said. Sorry, I have always admired your pirate group and have always wanted to join. Luffy crooked, he tilted his head. He was just innocent, not stupid. But you just said you hated the pirate group. Lin Bei smiled and put his arm around the captain's shoulders. Don't expose others at this time, Captain. Besides, we need a navigator. If we want to go to the Grand Line, we can't just rely on fate to drift there. Luffy nodded and slammed his fist on his palm. Suga. Welcome to join us. Alas, what a pity, the ship is too small, otherwise we should welcome the newcomers to have a party. Lin Bei smacked his lips. He didn't know who passed on this habit of holding a party when something good happened to Luffy. He took it very seriously. If he couldn't hold a party, he would look a little depressed. It's okay, Captain. We have a navigator. Why don't we let her take us to the nearest island for a party? Be patient. Luffy cheered up again and shouted at Nami to drive the boat. Nami's expression was a little subtle. The people on this ship were all idiots. But it doesn't matter. She's used to pretending to join in anyway. She'll just run away when she gets to the next island. It's a pity that she can't learn the skill of opening a safe at will. What direction are you going to go? You have to give me a goal. Nami said. Lin Bei replied without hesitation. To Baki. Hey. Not only Nami, but Zoro also had a question mark. They asked. The reason is that they know who Buggy is, a big pirate in the East China Sea. Which buggy is it? Only Luffy was confused. Why do you want to find buggy? Zoro asked. Lin Bei wanted to roll his eyes at himself, but unfortunately he couldn't do it. He had a common problem among time travelers. After watching One Piece, who would remember the name of the island occupied by Buggy? They would only remember that there was a Buggy there. According to the plot, their next stop should be to find Buggy. JJ.BR. If they mentioned Orange Town, they would not be questioned. Fortunately, Lin Bei could still make it up. He flipped through the things he found in Monka's safe last night, a letter from Buggy the Clown. This was found in Monka's safe. It said that Monka had a map of the Grand Line stolen by him. Luffy, don't you want to go to the Grand Line? This is a clue. Luffy nodded, it made sense. This statement also dispelled the doubts of Nami and Zoro, and Nami's eyes even flickered. She came to the Monka base this time for the sea chart and his treasure. She thought it was impossible to get the sea chart, but now it seems to be just right. Everything is fate. Nami is a very smart girl. She instantly thought of how to get rid of this pirate group and get the sea chart in Buggy's hand. She took them there, and then let them fight with Buggy, and she would reap the benefits. Absolutely. Nami smiled very cunningly, and changed her attitude of unwillingness to help just now, and began to guide the course very actively. With Nami's willing help, the boat reached the destination in about 5 hours. On the way, they met 3 members of Buggy's pirate group, which wasted some time. Those 3 scums, Lin Bei wanted to take action, but Zoro didn't allow him to do it. In order to prevent Lin Bei from taking action, he didn't even use any low-end skills, and came up with a demon slash, which instantly killed the 3 people. The mount of the Straw Hat Pirates was successfully upgraded from a fishing boat to a boat with a room, and 4 people could obviously sit on it. No need to squeeze 3 men together like at the beginning, with Nami sitting at the stern. It was also from this that Luffy sighed. I must have a big ship of my own. After that, Nami ruthlessly added a knife. You have no money. Indeed, Monka was a poor guy. The money he extorted from Monka was only enough for Luffy to hold a party, and now he has no money. But fortunately, they arrived in Orange Town. If you ask what makes money the fastest, Lin Bei will definitely answer, robbing. He found that although his ability is indeed not as effective as the superpower on the first day, but this superpower is so cool. As long as he wants, he can make everyone on the island superb instantly. If it doesn't hurt to do it once, then do it twice, until everyone is shocked to death. Luffy, the big ship and sea chart you want are all based on the harvest on this island. Really, Luffy is very naive. He obviously wants to be a pirate, and Shanks also deliberately guided him in this regard. But Shanks didn't teach him anything except a fruit and loyalty to his friends. Especially about the cruelty of pirates, Shanks probably didn't want to disappoint Luffy. In this case, let him teach Luffy about this part. Luffy can't be too naive, like when he was fed and drunk at Whiskey Mountain, he thought the other party was a good person, and then he attacked Zoro who was protecting him. When watching that part, Lin Bei's head was about to explode, and he almost gave up. How can a pirate be so naive? Of course, we are pirates, and the nature of pirates is plunder. But we are pirates with conscience, we don't plunder civilians. We only target pirates. Anyway, none of these pirates are good people, and what they have in their hands is also the fat of the people, so we can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. After listening to it, Luffy thought you were right, but I didn't quite understand it. Zoro and Nami were very clear-eyed and gave Luffy a summary. Black eating black. Lin Bei was furious on the spot. This is called justice. Chapter 11. We are ambitious young people who let their ideals fly. Nami rolled her eyes, right, for justice. But it's okay, since they took the initiative to fight, she can take the opportunity to slip away. Anyway, she joined as a navigator, and which pirate group's navigator is still a combat unit. Lin Bei is right. Captain, the charts and the ship are all up to you. Luffy looked a little dazed and shook his body, as if he was still considering. Indeed, Luffy is not the kind of person who will definitely fight when he meets someone. This is learned from Red Hair Shanks. When he was a child, Red Hair would not fight if someone poured beer on him, but as long as the enemy attacked his friends, he would definitely fight back. This, Luffy learned thoroughly. So Lin Bei thought about it and realized that he really couldn't force Luffy to change, and he had to be softer. Captain, aren't we going to have a welcome party for the new members regardless of the buggy pirates? Let's have a welcome party after we go up. Luffy got excited after hearing this. Hold a party, hold a party, hold a party. Several people officially landed in Orange Town, but after landing, they found that the whole town was like a dead city, and there was no one on the street. Zoro searched several rooms vigilantly, but found no one. In this situation, let alone holding a party, holding a wedding would make people think it was a funeral. Nami seemed to be very familiar with such scenes, and said with disdain and resentment towards pirates on her face. This is what pirates look like wherever they go. It was also the first time Luffy saw what real pirates looked like wherever they went. You know, when Shanks came to him before at that time, the whole town welcomed him, with huge crowds of people, red flags flying, and everyone was having a great time. But the pirates outside? It seems that not all of them are Shanks. Is this why you hate pirates? Luffy asked. Nami didn't answer, but her cold snort made people understand that it was so. Luffy didn't continue to talk, and he didn't even mention the banquet. He was observing and perfecting his 3 views. In fact, the East China Sea, also known as the Novice Village, is nothing more than a foreshadowing for how Luffy will deal with the things he encounters in the future. LV Zillan also observed Luffy for a while and then stopped looking at him. He and Luffy are actually no different. Luffy just debuted, and he just came to this world. For a modern person, everything in the other world seems very interesting. Interesting house architecture, interesting indoor facilities, interesting xig. Lin Bei blinked, and when he passed a street, he seemed to be on this side of the alley and saw a purple-haired xig passing by on the other side. It was about 3 or 4 meters tall, a giant beast. Although he couldn't remember the name of the lion, if nothing unexpected happened, it should be a cotter of the buggy pirates. It was ferocious in the early stage, and meowed in the later stage. It just seemed that the other party didn't notice this side, and here, only Zoro looked in that direction like him. You saw it too. Zoro had already grasped the knife. Lin Bei nodded. It should be a cotter of the buggy pirates, and it seems that he didn't notice us. Hey, are you looking down on our leaky with this? As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, a somewhat arrogant voice sounded. JJ.BR. Accompanied by heavy footsteps. Logically speaking, cats have light footsteps, and the function of the meat pads is to prevent cats from making noise when hunting. But the weight of the lion Leaky obviously exceeded the function of the meat pads. Leaky was as big as a house. Just a lion head poking out from the alley entrance was enough to scare Nami back several steps. An old white-haired man sitting on Leaky's head laughed arrogantly. Since you came ashore, Leaky has smelled your scent. Why do you think I am here, little devils? Tell me, what do you want to do here? If you don't explain clearly, you will become Leaky's lunch. The old white-haired man used words to scare children to speak to several people, which made Lin Bei and Zoro very unhappy. Who is this guy treating as a child? Luffy, on the other hand, their captain was very honest and directly stated their purpose. I want a chart of the Grand Line that you stole. If possible, please help me prepare another banquet. Old Whitehair exploded instantly. Do you think I'm a waiter? I still accept your order. Watch your attitude, kid, do you want to be eaten by Leaky? Zoro also turned into a sharp-toothed mouth and roared. This is obviously an enemy. Do you want him to help you get a beer? Luffy was stunned. Hey, can I? At this moment, Old Whitehair and Zoro were both speechless. Lin Bei didn't care about Luffy, he was eager to try. Is it possible to negotiate? If not, can I go? What is the most fun thing for Lin Bei in the pirate world? It must be the superpowers that refresh every day. And the reason why he joined the Straw Hat Pirates is to have a relatively safe output environment. As long as someone protects him, he can use his superpowers with peace of mind. Even if you get a useless superpower, you don't have to worry about being killed. But, unfortunately, this superpower today has cast a deep shadow on Zoro. If he can control it against a single target, he will never stop Lin Bei from releasing his superpower. But if he treats Lin Bei indiscriminately, does it mean that every time Lin Bei releases a target, he, Luffy and Nami have to run away in advance? Just as he promised on the ship today. No, leave it to me and Luffy. Please don't use your ability unless it is absolutely necessary. Lin Bei sighed, quite disappointed. I was thinking about using this ability to release it on the enemy to see what would happen, but it was a pity that it would cause range damage. In fact, when sailing on the sea, he suddenly discovered that his superpower not only makes people superb, but also has other uses. Although he has not tried it against the enemy, if he is not wrong, he can affect at least 7 or 8 different emotions by moving different muscles throughout the body. Unfortunately, Zoro did not let him do it. While the lion Nikki and the tamer Old Whitehair were completely confused, Zoro turned into a beast that was even more Nikki than Nikki, and with a move of 3 swords, he directly chopped the lion and the tamer to the ground. Their arrogance and threats just now were instantly meowed. Zoro stepped on the tamer and pointed the knife at his throat coldly. Although our captain is a little off the track, what do we do here? Do we need to report to you rubbish? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. Zoro was too reliable. This kind of feeling of winning by doing nothing actually dispelled a lot of depression. He squatted in front of Old Whitehair with a smile. In fact, we are not devils. We are just young people with aspirations who want to go to the Grand Line to release their ideals. Now, can you help us prepare a welcome banquet? Our captain hasn't eaten meat for 5 hours. Chapter 12 is Fearlessness a Noble Quality, or a Fool? The tamer was sweating all over. At this time, he dared to say no. Yes, but I can't organize a banquet for you by myself. Why don't I take you to find my captain? Captain Buggy loves making friends the most. This is not wrong. In the comics, Buggy did meet Luffy's brother, Ace, whom he didn't know. It stands to reason that the two should be enemies because of Luffy, but they drank a lot and got along very well. It can only be said that the people in this world are more or less fairy tale-like, which is also the interesting part of this world. For example, Zoro and Lin Bei saw what the old white-haired man wanted to do at the first time, which was nothing more than wanting to lead them to the front of the large force of Buggy's pirate group and then kill them. But Luffy smiled and said, "That's great, please lead the way." With one sentence, Zoro, who was still coldly holding a knife on someone's neck, was instantly defeated. No matter how innocent he was, he should have seen the problem at this time, idiot captain. But looking at Luffy's expression, he was really serious. The look on his face was like someone was going to help us hold a banquet, so we had to go quickly and thank them. Lin Bei also felt that it was outrageous, but when he thought about it carefully, Luffy in the early stage could really do such a thing. He had too little experience, was easy to trust people, and had never been beaten by society. Lin Bei saw that Zoro seemed to want to stab Luffy, and hurriedly said, "It's okay, you and I can still kill this kind of little idiot. It's better to let Luffy suffer a beating from society now than to be beaten later. After all, we can still beat the enemies we meet now." Hearing this, Zoro sighed at his carelessness, and felt that there was a normal person on the ship. Now we can only pray that Luffy is simple, not stupid. After he has experience, he will not make similar mistakes again. Zoro kicked the old white-haired man, who nodded and bowed, like a Japanese translator, leading the way. The most interesting thing is that the fierce lion Li Ji, who was as tall as a small villa, also laughed, stood up with 2 feet on the ground, and imitated old white-hair to lead the way. Lin Bei thought it was interesting, so he asked him to learn to meow. Old white-hair looked at Lin Bei darkly, thinking that his Li Ji was the most ferocious beast. How could he meow like a house cat? Wait until I bring you idiots to Captain Bucky, and Captain Bucky will tear you apart. Meow. Old Whitehair staggered, and learned. His beast actually learned to meow. At this moment, the image of Li Ji in his heart was shattered. Old Whitehair could only rely on Captain Bucky to get rid of all these stupid bastards. He wanted to whip the person who asked Li Ji to meow, and let Li Ji beat him to death to relieve his hatred. Humph! Thinking sinisterly in his heart, the old white-haired man smiled brightly on the surface. Come, please come this way, be careful of the steps. Yes, our buggy pirates are currently stationed on the roof, the view is good. Yes, please come this way. Lin Bei was looking at the old white-haired man strangely from behind. This guy is absolutely suitable to be a slave, and he doesn't even need special training. However, when we get there, I guess he will show his true colors. Sure enough, when the old white-haired man arrived at the rooftop and saw the buggy pirates, his smiling face changed instantly. He ran and shouted with a distorted face. Captain Buggy! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! These people want to steal your Grand Line chart, and they also threaten to make us waiters and serve them at their banquet. There is a tent on the rooftop, and sitting in the tent is the clown Buggy. Upon hearing this, Buggy the clown stood up, walked out of the tent, and kicked the old white-haired guy. Asshole, are you laughing at my nose? There are always some psychopaths in this world who are particularly concerned about a certain part of themselves, and even misunderstand what others say. Interestingly, these psychopaths are often the strongest group of people in this world. And normal people are often very ordinary. No, Captain Buggy. The old white-haired guy hugged Buggy's kick, obviously used to it. He turned around and pointed at Lin Bei and his group and said, They are the ones who laugh at your red nose, and they even want to steal your sea chart. Beiki turned his head with a ferocious expression. Oh, are you the outsiders that Li Ji smelled? I thought it would be the Navy or the pirate hunter to take my head. I didn't expect it to be just a bunch of little ghosts. Luffy tilted his head. Aren't you going to have a party? Beiki grinned, but this smile, coupled with his clown makeup, was scary to look at. Of course we have to have a banquet, but it's a celebration banquet after we kill you. Little guys, point your guns at them, use my buggy bullets, and see how powerful they are. Suddenly, a circus-like minion pushed a cannon and aimed it at Lin Bei and others. Lin Bei was not panicked at all, patted Luffy on the shoulder and said, See, not everyone who invites you to a banquet is a good person. Luffy's expression was serious at this moment. Perhaps he felt that someone had tarnished the banquet in his heart. He had just gone to sea, and his understanding of banquets was still at the banquet with Shanks. And at this time, someone used the name of the banquet to plot a conspiracy, which made him unacceptable. People have to grow up slowly. And so, Luffy learned an important lesson. The pirates he once dreamed of were not the same as those he encountered in reality. But he did not this overturned his obsession with One Piece. On the contrary, he had a clearer idea of his future path. His pirate path was totally different from meeting these real pirates. Since you are the enemy, I will defeat you first and then have a party. Luffy raised his fist. What he said made Buggy laugh. Just you little kid who just went out to sea, let me help you face the reality. Being a pirate is not a game of playing house. Being a pirate is a game of risking your life. Fire! Lin Bei glanced at Zoro. His shells are quite powerful. You should have seen those shattered houses on the road. Are you sure you can stop them? Buggy's shells are indeed a bug. Normal shells in the pirate world can only penetrate 1 or 2 houses at most, and most of them are lead bullets and will not explode. Buggy's shells can penetrate the town directly. And there will be a terrible explosion. Zoro did not dare to be arrogant. He knew that only Lin Bei had the ability to stop the other party from firing instantly. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and said, "Do it, just this once." Hearing him speak, Nami's eyes widened, and she quickly found a place to sit down, so that her legs would not go weak and there would be another puddle of water on the ground. Perhaps, only Luffy would simply think it was fun. Chapter 13. Everyone says Luffy is stupid, but he is not stupid at all. However, what Lin Bei did not expect was that after hearing what he said, Luffy said directly, "Well, I am not good at these things. Otherwise, I will leave it to you in the future. You can be my vice captain, Lin Bei." Hey, Lin Bei widened his eyes. Who dares to say that Luffy is not smart? Everyone says he is stupid, but Lin Bei thinks this guy is not stupid at all. This is him. I know I was wrong, but I will dare to do it next time. But, what should I do with my partner? Oh, then find a reliable person to take care of it. In this way, I can continue to rush, and my partner will not have any problems. As for the candidate, Luffy looked at the existing candidates and still felt that Lin Bei was the most suitable. Careful, smart, and a little mysterious. Just now, how could they know that the buggy pirates had such a powerful cannon? At best, they thought that the old white-haired man would ask people to come back to find a place, but they didn't expect that they would be wiped out without meeting each other. As for Lin Bei, it seems that he knew it early. They don't understand why Lin Bei knew it, but knowing that he is a partner is enough. Who doesn't have secrets? For example, Luffy himself is actually a third-generation official and second-generation revolutionary, but he didn't say it at the first time. Anyway, Luffy thinks Lin Bei is good and suits his taste. As for the other two, Zoro doesn't care, he is a fighter. He is devoted to the sword and has no idea of fighting for power. Nami doesn't want to join yet. She thinks she is just pretending to be nice, and she won't participate in it. In this way, Lin Bei was passed unanimously and became the vice captain of the pirate group. Lin Bei scratched his head. I am not good at fighting. Being a management-type vice captain is not bad. At least he knows a lot of ways to make the Straw Hat Pirates stronger in advance. For example, Luffy's devil fruit, if he didn't tell him, who would know that Luffy's is actually a Nika fruit? And there is also the thing called Haki. If he didn't tell Luffy and Zoro in advance, it would be difficult to beat a useless white smoke man, and he would have to fight with wits and courage. In this case, then okay, I'll be a management-type vice captain. You guys charge into battle, and I'll protect the weak. Lin Bei said, and glanced at Nami. Nami's blood pressure rose immediately. Who is weak? But she didn't dare to say this. After all, compared with the 3 people in front of her, she was just a pure weakling. Maybe even worse than the Zyugu named Zyuxiu in this orange town. Zyuxiu not only resisted Li Ji's attack, but also scratched the old white-haired one. Yoshi, I feel relieved with you here. Now, we should go and beat up those bastards who deceived me. Zoro's eyes were stern, and he said with a knife on his shoulder. That's what I meant. The two walked out of the alley and headed straight for Buggy's base. They didn't have to find a base specifically, they just had to follow this plowed land and find the end. After finding that it was a straight line, Luffy was disgusted with running too slowly, so he threw his hands out, grabbed 2 buildings, and then ran back by himself, like a big slingshot. Zoro said. What if you go alone and get besieged, idiot captain? When we get there, you'll be dead. You don't have any sense of unity and cooperation at all. Before Zoro finished speaking, he felt something wrapped around his waist. He looked down and saw that it was Luffy's legs, which had already wrapped around him in a circle. And Lin Bei and Nami over there were also mixed up. Linbei, Zoro, and Nami's faces suddenly changed. They had never eaten pork, but they had seen pigs run. Who hasn't played with a slingshot? Luffy, this bastard, pulled it so far back. They were afraid that they would fly higher. To be honest, Luffy, this human slingshot is very accurate in aiming. Directly take Linbei and the other two to Buggy's base. The people of Buggy's pirate group were celebrating that Lord Buggy had killed the enemy with the Buggy cannon again. It can be said that they were eating hot pot, singing, drinking beer, and dancing, but suddenly they were knocked over by 4 people. Fortunately, there was a group of pirates cushioning them, otherwise Linbei felt that he would definitely fall to the street. He didn't have a physique as strong as Superman now. He had been here for too short a time and had not started training yet. He was just an ordinary person, but he had an ordinary superpower. Pressing the cushion on himself below, the pirate who was already breathing more than exhaling, Linbei stood up and thanked the pirate under him. This can be regarded as a lifesaver, thank you is not too much. Zoro and Nami on the side were much more irritable, directly showing their shark teeth and yelling at Luffy. Next time you do this kind of thing, discuss it with us. Luffy pinched his nose and said perfunctorily without any heart. Okay, okay. Linbei didn't watch the farce of Luffy and Zoro, but looked at the pirates around him, at least 40 or 50 people. In a tent, a red nose flashed red in the shadows. Too smooth. Is this a nose? It feels like a red table tennis ball is embedded on it. Interestingly, Linbei's eyes were also discovered. Logically speaking, in the event of such an air raid, Buggy the Clown should be the first to call people to besiege and attack the gang. But the first thing Buggy the Clown said when he stood up was, "Hey, are you looking at my red nose? You are thinking about something very rude in your mind." Linbei's eyes widened immediately. Is this the observation haki? Didn't Buggy say that he couldn't do it? Could it be that Buggy was really forbearing? Was the world torn apart only after Red Hair died? Linbei was about to say something when he saw Luffy, who was sitting cross-legged on a pirate minion, turned to Buggy with his nose held up and said, "Red nose." At this moment, the pirate minions surrounding him took a step back, with cold sweat on their faces. He actually dared to say these 3 words. Doesn't he know that these 3 words are taboos for Buggy-sama? Linbei once again discovered the magic of this world. These passers-by watching were really good at talking nonsense. Linbei shouted at them. "This is the first time we meet Buggy, we don't know anything." A bunch of pirate passers-by were shocked, this was the first time the protagonist actually talked to passers-by. To them, it was amazing. If they were not in different camps, they would really like to have a chat. But Buggy over there was completely furious. "Great job, you keep mocking my red nose. What are you still doing, watching the show? Give it to me." Buggy cannon is aimed at them, fire. Chapter 14 Emotional Affection Sadness. This bunch of passers-by pirates are all on the periphery, and Buggy cannon is also on the periphery, so their actions can quickly complete Buggy's instructions. And quickly hide behind the Buggy cannon to avoid being accidentally injured. In the animation, the fuse of the Buggy cannon is very long. But in fact, the fuse can be adjusted at any time. If you want to shoot quickly, just make the fuse shorter. Like now, the pirate minions only need to insert a thumb-long fuse into the cannon, and then ignite it, and it will fire in a few seconds. At this time, Linbei and others can't hide. Because the range of this cannon is too large, just now a row of small villas were all blown to pieces, which shows how large the range is. So when this happened, several people in the Straw Hat Pirates panicked. Zoro's speed is very fast, but he is not sure that he can kill the gunner and extinguish the fuse before the gunner fires the cannon, because the fuse is too short. And Luffy, if he has learned the second gear now, he may succeed. For now, Nami thought of run. Even if he runs, he may die, but if he doesn't run, he will definitely die. But at this time, Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. He didn't let him do it just now. At this critical moment, doesn't he have to show his skills? No need. Just leave it to me. Zoro and Nami's faces suddenly changed, but in this situation, it seems that only Lin Bei's weird ability can break the situation. Nami bit her lip and sat directly on the ground. You start. Rather than kneeling down involuntarily due to weak legs, she would rather sit down first. Zoro obviously thought the same thing. Only this time. You just need to create an opportunity for me, and I can go and chop them. Lin Bei looked at Zoro and raised his eyebrows. Can he really chop people with a gun when he was straight? It seems to be a pity. If you use that at this time, the effect will not be too good. He has a stronger move. Lin Bei made a discus throwing action in the inexplicable eyes of the buggy pirates. Then an invisible stance spread instantly from Lin Bei. The gunner didn't even have time to fire the gun, and he knelt on the ground directly. I am a scum, I don't deserve to be a human being. The gunner's face was sad, and the whole person seemed to be immersed in negative emotions. Except for him, everyone else was like this. Zoro and Nami were both wrong in their defense. Lin Bei used the new direction of this superpower he had explored. Emotional affected sad. Zoro supported himself on the ground with his hands, tears streaming down his face. I can't be the world's greatest swordsman. I can't even save Kuina. What kind of man am I? What kind of man am I? The fierce and arrogant Buggy-sama in the last second was now kneeling on the ground, saying with despair. I shouldn't have been born. People see my red nose. I want to die so much. Nami was originally sitting, but now she was curled up in a corner and drawing circles. I should have died with Belle-Mère. I'm so tired of these 100 million Baileys. It would be great if I could die with Belle-Mère. I'd have nothing to worry about after I die. Luffy was the most interesting, kneeling on the ground and muttering that he should become a slug. That's right, this is the new direction of the superpower divine muscle. This ability is not just about making people superb. In fact, different muscles can affect different emotions of people around them. This time, the emotion affected is pessimism. If Lin Bei is a little more powerful, let this group of people be so pessimistic that they want to die directly. Unfortunately, he can't do this. Indiscriminate attacks on a wide range will make Luffy and others die with him. So, after making sure that there was no fire over there, he lifted his ability. But it was impossible for everyone to recover from pessimism so quickly, so a very interesting scene appeared. For example, Zoro was still shouting that he should go to another world with Kuina in the last second, and then he fell into deep thought in the next second, with a particularly cute expression, thinking back to why he had this idea. Finally, he completely recovered and directly pulled out a knife and put it on Lin Bei's neck and shouted. Go to hell, bastard! The same thing happened to Nami. It only took a few minutes from doubting her life to wanting to kill Lin Bei with a stick. Asshole, isn't your ability that? Why did you change it again? Lin Bei raised his hands and looked at the sky innocently. I never said that my ability can only affect this kind of emotion. However, Zoro, if you don't solve that problem, I can only use my ability once more. Following the direction Lin Bei reminded, Zoro saw that the little minion who set the fire was really loyal. After receiving the order, he was confused for such a long time, but he still remembered to set the fire. Zoro immediately put down the knife on Lin Bei's neck and rushed up. Zoro suddenly realized one thing. As long as he killed these street slayers fast enough, he would not die. Two kinds of death in the physiological sense and the sociological sense. JJ.BR. So at this moment, Zoro's speed actually broke through. However, he did not notice this in the battle. Three-sword style tornado. This is Zoro's strongest move to clear soldiers in the early stage. Compared with the strongest skill of single attack in the early stage, Ghost Slash, Tornado is pure AoE, range, damage. With one move, half of the soldiers of Buggy's pirate group were cleared. Buggy should be extremely furious at this time, and he wanted to split and kill Zoro immediately. However, he did not move, and there was a deep fear in his eyes when he looked at Lin Bei. That kid is definitely a devil fruit ability user. Even, it is a Bug level devil fruit. What is a Bug level devil fruit? Like the childlike fruit, it is a Bug level devil fruit. Because this kind of fruit, no matter how strong you are, as long as it acts on you, it will definitely take effect. In Buggy's mind, Lin Bei's devil fruit ability belongs to this kind. No matter how strong he is, as long as he is affected, he will kneel on the ground and cry. As long as it happens again, he will kneel, and the little ghosts in front of him can easily kill him. So what Buggy thought was that he must kill Lin Bei first, and then the others will be easy to say. Especially the swordsman. For Buggy, the swordsman is the most rubbish profession. Buggy thought about it and decided to launch a sneak attack. After his hand and body were separated, he could fly out silently. His base was on the rooftop, and he could control his hand to fly below, circle around to Lin Bei's back, and do a sinister backstab. All this just needed someone to help him block the swordsman and the rubber boy. Kabeji. You go block that straw hat kid. I'm not happy with his straw hat. Kill him. I'll deal with this swordsman. Chapter 15. When you come to a different world and face guns and cannons, will you be afraid? In fact, this is what people with brains do, using their own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses. Buggy is immune to all swordsman attacks, so he will definitely win against Zoro. Although he may not be able to win Hedon, but, even if Buggy is rubbish, he is still a member of the Pirate King's ship. Apart from anything else, his physical strength will never be bad. Even if he is not strong enough, it is just a matter of time to wear Zoro to death. What's more, when Buggy hasn't shown his ability yet, he can still catch Zoro by surprise, and it may be possible to win in a short time. In addition to the sneak attack on Lin Bei, Buggy can kill 2 enemies in an instant. And even if Kabeji can't beat Luffy, who has the ability of the devil fruit, it's always okay to delay for a while. When he, the captain, has dealt with the enemy, he can go to help. Buggy thought very well, and there is nothing wrong with this battle plan normally. It's a pity that Lin Bei has seen One Piece. Zoro, Buggy the Clown is the ability of the split fruit, he is not afraid of sword attacks. Let me fight Buggy, you go to deal with the sword, the captain will start to clear the soldiers. Zoro frowned when he heard this. Not afraid of sword attacks, is there really such a person in the world? Zoro believes that Lin Bei will not lie, but he just has the idea of trying it. This is actually understandable. After all, he has bet his entire life on swordsmanship. Now tell him that there is someone who is not afraid of swordsmanship at all and is their natural nemesis. Who can withstand it? Everyone has to try it out by cutting it twice. Zoro tried it and cut Buggy the Clown into several pieces with a few cuts, then quickly retreated and gave the battlefield to Lin Bei. There was no other reason. He had personally verified that Lin Bei was right. This man was really not afraid of swordsmanship. Although it was uncomfortable, he still had to fight now. Any emotions could only be discussed after the end. While rushing towards Kabeji, Zoro did not forget to shout. Remember to control the range. If it affects me again, I will cut you to death with one cut. Got it. After shouting, Lin Bei took a deep breath and rushed towards Buggy, who was healing. With his ability, if he wanted to avoid affecting that side, he could only get closer to Buggy. As for whether he was afraid of being killed Buggy, to be honest, Lin Bei's heart is beating very fast now. He is just an ordinary person who has only traveled here for 2 days. If he were a person from the beautiful country, it would not matter. Shooting happens every day. For people in China, in recent years, even seeing someone using a knife on the street is rare. Today's superpowers are not as powerful as the first day, where you only need to control people to fly up to the sky and then don't care about their life or death. Today's ability Lin Bei has to control the ability while killing the opponent himself. Lin Bei can only keep saying in his heart that fear is normal and mentality needs to be trained. He must adapt to this rhythm as soon as possible. The Straw Hat Pirates will definitely encounter many dangers, and each time it is a life-threatening crisis. If he can't adapt, the result may be death. When Lin Bei watched the anime, he would find it funny to see Usopp and Nami being so scared every time they encountered a battle, but he would get bored after watching it too much. Why do the protagonists have such a bad mentality? But when he stood in his shoes, Lin Bei understood that Usopp's performance was actually the performance of most ordinary people. At least, Usopp still has the courage in desperate situations, while many ordinary people will collapse directly in desperate situations. Like now, Lin Bei felt a little trembling when looking at the knife held by Buggy. It would be great if every time the ability was as strong as the first time, but unfortunately, there is no if in life. After this time, I have to become stronger as soon as possible. Become strong enough that no matter what superpowers I get randomly every day, I can face all challenges calmly. Lin Bei, who was running, looked at Zoro's position, and then looked at the distance between him and Buggy, and knew that it was almost done. So Lin Bei stopped not far from Buggy and pulled the sad muscles again. Lin Bei didn't notice at all that just before he acted, a hand wearing a white glove, holding a dagger, was quietly approaching his back. He was just a little bit away from being stabbed in the back. It can be said that he has no crisis warning ability at all. In simple terms, he has no combat experience. Fortunately, the superpower was activated quickly. Just when the separated hand was about to stab him in the back, Buggy fell to his knees with a plop and entered a sad state. His last thought before entering this state was, "It was just a little bit short." So when he knelt on the ground and cried, he was also shouting, "It was just a little bit short. I can't even do a sneak attack. What kind of pirate am I?" Lin Bei's eyes widened when he heard it. He only realized at this time that Buggy had an arm that was broken. Because Buggy was chopped by Zoro once before, his limbs were separated at that time, so Lin Bei didn't care whether his body parts were complete or not. Now he reacted and turned around to see, wow, a hand was behind him, and a dagger was tightly grasped in his hand. Lin Bei was scared for a while, and then a surge of violence came up. When a person has no ability, or there is a rule that he has to abide by to restrain him, he will only be afraid. But when a person has both ability and no rules to restrain him, he will become the ancestor. Lin Bei controlled the muscles of his upper body to continue to move, ensuring that Buggy's negative emotions continued to move. At the same time, his lower body stepped on the broken hand of the clown Buggy. Because the broken hand of the clown Buggy fell to the ground in a fist shape holding a dagger, so when Lin Bei stepped on it, he stepped on Buggy's knuckles. The foot in the boots was not only powerful, but also hard. After one step, Lin Bei heard the sound of bone cracking and wailing. Buggy, because of the pain of this kick and the continuous negative and sad emotions, became more and more sad, and tears flowed. And Lin Bei's mouth corners were slightly raised. The sound of Buggy's screams was dispelling the fear in his heart bit by bit. But this one scream was not enough. So, another kick. Lin Bei's feet kept falling on the broken hand, heavier and more cruel each time. The corners of his mouth were also moving upwards. This mentality of bullying others by relying on one's ability is not a good mentality, nor is it the right way to improve one's mentality. But if there is any way to quickly make people no longer afraid of knives, guns, and cannons, I am afraid that this mentality is the only one. At least, before there is someone who can completely crush you and break your mentality, you will not be afraid of danger. Because you know that the ability you have can trample the people in front of you. Guns and cannons can't hurt you. If they irritate you with guns and cannons, you can use your ability to trample them all under your feet. This is Lin Bei's current mentality, and this mentality is actually the original mentality of this group of pirates in this world. Like Doflamingo, when I have the ability, I will trample everyone who bullied me under my feet. And as the things I experienced gradually increased, this mentality slowly changed. Chapter 16 Buggy's Changing Face. Lin Bei violently trampled Buggy's palm into mud, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. If the timing wasn't wrong, Lin Bei would have punched the sky and shouted, "Great!" It must be said that bullying others with ability can really make people fearless the fastest. Lin Bei, who crushed Buggy's palm, had other ideas when facing Buggy. He thought, let's do something more interesting. So, he relaxed the muscles in his upper body used to emit ability. This made Buggy return to normal in a short time, which was faster than the first time Lin Bei used his ability. A lot. I think it was the pain that made him wake up quickly. Buggy's face was hideous, and his hand was completely useless. This was the most serious injury he had suffered since his debut. Damn kid, die for me. Split into pieces, cannon. This so-called split into pieces cannon is actually to split one of his fists again and fire it at Lin Bei like a cannon. I have to say that the speed is really fast. No matter what, Buggy is not an ordinary person after all. But emotions affect fear. Buggy's hand that was launched was retracted at a very fast speed. Buggy himself seemed to have seen something and jumped back in fear. Lin Bei tilted his head. This look was not fun. He continued to walk towards Buggy, and as he moved, the ability acting on Buggy dissipated. Buggy panicked for a moment, and then looked at Lin Bei who was walking towards him in front of him, and the fear in his eyes became even worse. At this time, if Buggy knew that Lin Bei's physical combat ability was very strong, he would run away without hesitation. The man in front of him was not someone he could beat. But just now he discovered that Lin Bei's body seemed very fragile, worse than most ordinary people in the pirate world. There is a chance. So, Buggy did not run away immediately, but continued to attack Lin Bei. And Lin Bei continued to experiment with other emotions that this ability could trigger. Emotional triggering and liking. Buggy, with a ferocious face, stopped his attack instantly, and his ferocious expression became amiable, scratching his head with his only remaining hand. Oh, I'm so happy to meet you today. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. This is interesting. I accidentally stepped on your hand just now, are you okay? Buggy was like a good old man. It's okay, it's just a hand, it's lost if it's lost. If I can gain your friendship, a hand is nothing. This ability is so useful, it directly makes people forget hatred and only think about making friends. If that's the case, maybe he can get some good stuff from Buggy. You know, Buggy is a crew member on Roger's ship. For things like martial arts and haki, the people on the ship will definitely teach them. Beiki, have you learned haki? Buggy is like a dog licker. No, although someone taught me, I don't want to spend so much effort to learn those things. I just want to be a pirate who searches for treasures all over the world. Anyway, there are no powerful people in the East China Sea. Here, the 4-split fruit is enough. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Lin Bei's smile gradually grew. That's great, I really need a way to practice haki, can you tell me? Buggy smiled without hesitation. Of course, Buggy, I like you the most. Lin Bei was alert when he heard this. This is too good. Lin Bei called Nami and asked Nami to take out a notebook, paper, and pen, and recorded the training method completely through Buggy's dictation. In fact, everyone knows that the most effective way to train for armament haki and observation haki is to get beaten. The former is to take the beating without covering his eyes and resist. The latter is to cover his eyes and dodge. After a long time, you can naturally practice it. But, this is the dumbest method. Buggy's method was taught by Roger and Rayleigh. Lin Bei took a look and found it to be much simpler. Seeing that it was effective, Lin Bei quickly asked Buggy a few more questions. Among them, the production method of Buggy bullets was included. However, when asked about some things about Roger, Buggy's expression became ferocious, and there were signs of breaking through the control of his ability. Lin Bei quickly shifted to other questions. After almost draining Buggy, Lin Bei stopped asking. Originally, he was thinking about beating Buggy up, and even had the urge to kill Buggy directly. After all, he was almost stabbed by this bastard just now. But, after all the questions were asked, Lin Bei's violent emotions dissipated a lot. Reason returned to the high ground of IQ. If Buggy is killed now, it will be regarded as a deadly enemy with Shanks. It is very unwise to provoke a Four Emperor before officially debuting. Moreover, Luffy has a good relationship with Shanks, but if Shanks asks him to hand him over, Lin Bei believes that Luffy will never hand him over. This makes Luffy, who was originally an ally of the Four Emperors, lose an ally and gain an uncertain factor. For the sake of the future, Buggy cannot be killed. And when I made this decision, Lin Bei suddenly thought, could this be the result of being affected by Buggy's lucky color domineering? Thinking about it, Lin Bei smiled, yes, that's it. He just made a decision that is in line with his future interests. Then, Lin Bei used his ability to let Buggy come up with a way to make himself unable to move. He split himself, and the upper half of his body up to the thigh part was split out, tied and thrown into a wooden barrel, and thrown into the sea to drift. Buggy's head, arms, calves, and feet were tied together in a misplaced manner. Such a Buggy no longer had the ability to resist. He sold himself, and after the job was done, he smiled and said to Lin Bei affectionately, "As long as it's for you, I can do anything, even die." Lin Bei shuddered all over, and at this moment, he actually felt a little bit of reluctance. So, he quickly retracted his ability, and the bound Buggy changed his face instantly. "I fuck you, you fuck, I fuck." The whole sentence was full of mother content, and the reluctance in Lin Bei's heart disappeared instantly. He knew that it would be useless to tie up Buggy with ordinary ropes. So Lin Bei chose to put a barrel on the remaining part of his body, and then stuffed his cannon into it, put less gunpowder, and fired it directly. Lin Bei waved towards Buggy, who was flying up and down the sky. He waved his hand to say goodbye, and at the same time, he sincerely thanked Mr. Buggy for his teaching. Although, this method of teaching is not very good looking. Chapter 17 gives superpowers to gang members. As Buggy was sent away, the remaining minions also completely announced that they had given up resistance. Among them, Kabeji, who was riding a unicycle and playing with a knife, was beaten badly by Zoro. It is said that it seems that because this person played too much and was not worthy of being a swordsman, Zoro was furious and opened the Wushuan. And the remaining small pirate minions were also easily solved by Luffy. This wave, it belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates' big victory. There is just one bad thing, because after seeing Lin Bei's method of dealing with Buggy, Nami is a little afraid of Lin Bei. Whenever Lin Bei approaches her, she will shout, "Don't use this ability on me, I won't like you." This once made Zoro suspect that Lin Bei did something terrible to Nami during the battle. In this regard, Lin Bei expressed helplessness, it was all slander. What bad intentions could an ordinary person have? "Lin Bei, don't arrange for me to clear the soldiers next time, I also want to fight the enemy captain. That person who can be torn into pieces is really interesting." Luffy shouted to Lin Bei, who was cleaning the battlefield. Lin Bei nodded and agreed immediately. After all, he was a management-type vice-captain. It can be said that I am not good at fighting. Next time, if he suddenly encounters a boring and incompetent superpower, even if he is asked to fight the opposing captain, he will definitely not be able to do it. Speaking of this, if he remembers correctly, it seems that every ability can be retained permanently, and you only need to complete a task that is also randomly issued. To be honest, Lin Bei likes this unsolvable ability that can affect people's emotions. Being able to control people's emotions at will is simply too elegant. Just like a puppeteer, you can control a person with just a mention. After packing all the treasures of the Buggy Pirates, Lin Bei sat on the packed box, ignoring Nami with a gleam in her eyes, and asked the system what tasks he needed to do to retain today's abilities. To his surprise, the system did not issue the task immediately, but gave him two options. Option 1, self-reservation. Option 2, assigned to your gang members. Gang members. Because I joined a gang, let the system take it over. Is it because I joined a team that I have this option? The system is obviously not very intelligent. If it had a brain, it would reply yes at this time. This system is like an artificial idiot answering the phone. It will only reply to the words that have been set long ago after detecting the set words. When the player chooses to join a gang, he can choose to give the superpowers that come on the same day to the player's accomplice by completing the accomplice task. Regardless of whether this system is artificial idiot or not, this system mechanism is not bad. All the guys in the Straw Hat group are protective of their calves. No one can touch my companions. In this case, the stronger they are, the safer Lin Bei will be. There's a way. However, I won't give them this superpower today. After all, he used this power to play a bit cruelly with Zoro and Nami before. If I give it to them, I'm afraid that he will use his power to make him super or kneel on the ground crying every day. I choose option 1. Players choose option 1, and now the task of retaining superpowers is released. Become best friends with Buggy. After completing the task, you can permanently retain the superpowers of the day. After reading the task, Lin Bei was silent. This task is not difficult, but, can't it appear earlier? Bastard! He cut Buggy into pieces and sent him to the sky. Who knows where the wooden barrel containing Buggy's body has floated to now? Lin Bei pressed his temple with a headache, and he had to check what the task was as soon as he got the superpowers every day. Don't wait for this to happen again. After he sent the mission target to the sky, he saw the mission and wanted to become the best friend of the mission target. Isn't this nonsense? However, it feels that it is not completely impossible. The distance that Buggy flew should not be very far, just in this nearby sea area. If we go out to sea now, maybe we can still fish out part of Buggy's body. Maybe we can fish out the part with his head. Luffy, Zoro, hurry up, keep on going. Luffy covered his stomach. Hey, where is the promised party? Hold it on the ship. Anyway, no one drives Buggy's pirate ship, and it is big enough. We can hold a party on it. When Luffy heard that he could hold a party, he didn't care about anything else. Whether it was held in the town or on the ship, he was very happy to be able to hold it. Banquet! 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 Lin Bei patted Zoro, indicating that the 3 boxes of Buggy's treasures would be handed over to him to carry on board. Although Zoro said he could carry it, he was very unhappy. Why are all of them mine? Lin Bei lifted the box with a sense of righteousness. The box didn't move. I'm a wimp, I can't move it. Zoro. I've never seen such a shameless person. At this time, Nami said very cunningly that she could carry it, as long as she gave it all, even if there were 2 more boxes, she could carry it. Lin Bei immediately said. That's great. I originally disliked the cannon and the Buggy bombs because they were too heavy and didn't want to take them away. Since you said you can carry them, I'll give them to you. By the way, there are some raw materials. I got Buggy to make Buggy. If you have the raw materials, you can make it yourself. These raw materials are also given to you. Nami. You can behave like a human being. I am a girl. Your idea is very dangerous, Nami. Men and women are equal. In our gang, strength may not be good, but politics must be correct. Besides, you are not really asked to resist the cannon, you can push it. After saying that, Lin Bei, like a sycophant, pulled Captain Luffy to clear the way in front. While walking, he told Luffy what to eat and drink at the banquet. Among them, he emphasized the food from another world, hot pot. This thing is the simplest food that Lin Bei can make. With the abundant catch here, he should be able to have a fish fillet hot pot. Captain Luffy said, "It has to be you, Deputy Captain." "You, Deputy Captain, I really did not make a wrong choice. Behind the two, Zoro and Nami gritted their teeth. If this were placed in a kingdom, Linbei would definitely be the biggest female minister. You know, Zoro was originally very wary of Nami, but at this moment, the two felt a sense of sympathy. We are both wanderers in the world, Nami said to Zoro. Let's not move and see what he can do. Zoro nodded with his sword slung over his shoulder. He had to let Linbei see his dignity as a swordsman. He is a swordsman, not a porter. The next second. Zoro, come quickly, there are a lot of good wines on the pirate ship. Zoro carried 3 boxes of treasure and trotted after them. His change was so fast that Nami was stunned. Now, she was the only one left, with a cannon and 6 large boxes of shells. Each of those boxes of shells was as tall as her. Asshole! Nami cursed in a low voice, but her eyes turned and she suddenly thought, isn't this the best chance to escape from this pirate group? Although she didn't get the money and the sea map, but... Pooh! No buts! The money wasn't stolen, how could she bear it? If she doesn't let these bastards steal all the money, Nami will not be a human being. But what should I do with this cannon and shells? Nami's eyes suddenly caught sight of Li Ji, the purple-haired big guy. Nami's eyes gradually became dangerous. When he found out that Linbei and others were leaving, Li Ji was so happy that he finally escaped. But at the moment of leaving, he suddenly saw the woman in the pirate group. Li Ji took 2 steps back. Mom, that woman's eyes are so scary. Chapter 18 Random Ability White Eyes. Ha ha ha, Hot Pot is really great. Luffy feasted on Buggy's pirate ship. Zoro's knife skills are very good, just right for the role of slicer. The slices of meat he cut are as thin as cicada wings and can be cooked with a light scalding. But he himself is not very satisfied with this role, and even said that his swordsmanship is not for cutting meat. Fortunately, Linbei is good at bluffing. No, he is good at comforting the crew. Tell him directly that this is also a kind of practice. His strength is indeed very powerful, but the level of detail is not enough. Repeatedly cutting thin slices of tender meat can exercise practice the accuracy of a swordsman. Think about it, when you can cut slices of meat as thin as a cicada's wing even with your eyes blindfolded, who do you want to cut and how big the slices are, isn't it up to you to decide? Zoro was persuaded, suddenly, and said, that he succeeded. He helped cut a lot of fish, lamb, and lion meat. Everyone was very happy to eat, but it was a pity that the pirate ship of Buggy that Linbei liked could not sail out to sea in the end. Linbei was just thinking too simply. Even if Luffy had Zoro's power comparable to that of a monster, Nami was like this. A genius navigator. However, a huge ship like Buggy's pirate ship cannot be operated by 2 or 3 people. So, there was no choice but to move all the things to Buggy's pirate ship and hold a small banquet on this ship first. After eating and drinking, it was almost dark. Linbei was drunk and slept with Luffy on the deck in the moonlight. As for Zoro and Nami, they did drink, but at 12 o'clock in the evening, they got off the ship very vigilantly and stayed away from Linbei for 10 minutes. After finding that there was no movement on the boat, he went back on board and started to sleep. There was no way, he was scared of being tricked by Linbei. This guy said that he would change his abilities every day, and he couldn't control his abilities when he was drunk and asleep. Then before 12 o'clock in the evening, this guy would be a time bomb. God knows what abilities he will randomly change. Fortunately, Linbei didn't seem to do anything today. Linbei woke up early the next morning. Zoro asked immediately. What ability do you have today? Linbei shook his hangover head and didn't hear what Zoro said clearly. I was just thinking in my heart that alcohol and sex made me so haggard, and I was drunk for 2 consecutive nights. This is not good, not good. So, from today on, quit drinking. Hey, haven't you woken up yet? Zoro simply shook Linbei's head. Ah, wake up, don't shake, Don't shake, I'm going to vomit. Ugh. After a burst of rainbow spray, Zoro, who was caught off guard, was covered with rainbows. Zoro was stunned for half a second, then turned into a shark-toothed face. Asshole, is this your ability today? I'm going to chop you off. Linbei was sober now and ran away. Luffy was watching Linbei being chased and laughed. For Luffy, a beautiful day started with Linbei being chased. This is the adventure he longed for. Linbei was eventually caught up by Zoro and beaten up, but this also made him sure that his ability today was not vomiting. Otherwise, he himself could not accept this result. His real superpower today is the Byakugan. That's right, it is the ancestral eye disease of the cataract family in Naruto next to One Piece. Linbei used it for the first time when Zoro beat him up, and his Byakugan burst out directly, and his temples on both sides became hideous. It scared Zoro directly. Such a fight was just a joke, but if someone was hurt, it would be a disaster. Zoro hurriedly asked Linbei at that time, "Is it okay?" Linbei naturally answered that it was okay, and there was nothing uncomfortable. Zoro certainly didn't believe it. The Byakugan was beaten out by the child, and he was too heavy. Linbei explained that this was his superpower, just like an X-ray, which could see the internal structure of Zoro's body. When Linbei talked about the hidden injuries on Zoro's body and used his hands to accurately click on the parts of his hidden injuries, Zoro felt pain and immediately understood that what Linbei said was true. "You are really strange. I told you that I am a man who cannot be defined. I change every day. I will tell you about these hidden injuries on your body. Please write them down yourself. When you find a reliable doctor, let him treat you. Don't underestimate these hidden injuries. You are young now. When you are older, these hidden injuries will become your life-threatening flaws." Hearing this, Zoro nodded repeatedly and recorded the locations of all the hidden injuries on his body. Seeing this, Luffy and Nami also came over. "Nami, so you have gained a doctor-like ability today. Help me too." Since he was a child, he has been stealing things and has definitely suffered a lot of injuries. Linbei just wanted to explain that his ability was not for medical treatment, but he saw too. Linbei immediately chose to shut up and stared at Nami with a serious expression. "Tisk, hiss, how could it be?" Nami saw that Linbei had been staring at him for almost half an hour, and his expression was so serious that she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Could it be that she was going to die soon? At this time, Zoro walked past her. Linbei said that his ability can see through the body. Nami was stunned for a moment, then she understood it in an instant, and the whole person was like a volcano erupting. She transformed into a shark face and gave Linbei, who was staring at her, an uppercut. Nami's SS-level talent, when she used force against teammates, her armed color domineering was full. How could Linbei have thought that Nami, who looked so delicate, could actually hit him out of a parabola? "Go to hell, bastard!" Linbei hit the ground with his head and fell headfirst into the deck. Linbei hurriedly pulled himself out. It was really worthy of the world in the comics. This scene could actually happen to him. It should be said that this would definitely cause injuries, at least there would be scratches from the splinters. But when Linbei pulled himself out, he found that he was not injured at all. It is really the law that there is no injury when the crew fights during non-combat situations. After shaking his hair, Linbei sat back on the deck, looking at Nami who had left him angrily. Suddenly he remembered the oath he made yesterday, that as long as he could use superpowers, he would first look at the mission. To be honest, the ability of the Byakugan is very useful. It is an excellent reconnaissance skill. After using it, you can get a 360 degrees perspective. Although the Byakugan, as a branch of the Hyuga clan, has a 1-degree visual blind spot from the spine to the back, Linbei's Byakugan obviously does not exist. In addition to the perspective without blind spots, the Byakugan also has the ability to see the enemy's meridians, acupuncture points, the flow of human chakra and see through things, the telescopic eye that can see far away, and the insight eye with strong observation. Using chakra to multiply the ability of the eyes can see things within a radius of 1 kilometer. Chapter 19 Master Lin, attack his lower body. Of course, Lin Bei can't have chakra, so Lin Bei's Byakugan can see things far away without chakra, and even farther than normal Byakugan. With continuous training and development, it should be no problem to see 4 or 5 kilometers. At the same time, if it is used by people who know how to play, since the meridian points can be seen clearly, precise strikes can be implemented against the meridian points. There are many acupoints that are fatal points. As long as the force of the strike is enough, it can directly kill people. This is also the foundation of the soft fist of the Hyaga clan. Lin Bei will definitely practice physical skills in the future. It is impossible not to use the domineering training method and physical training method obtained from Buggy. When combined with the ability of the White Eye, the power will definitely be even better. Lin Bei can imagine the scene during the battle. Master Lin, the weaknesses in the knee, attack his lower body. Although the upper limit of this thing is not high in Naruto, after all, there are too many things that rely purely on blood, and physical skills are suppressed miserably. But in One Piece, the ceiling of physical skills can beat all fancy things. Besides, if I get the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan randomly in the future, the Byakugan can be transformed into the Samsara Eye. So Lin Bei wants this ability. So the system, the price, what is the task? Press 1 to keep this ability for yourself forever. Press 2. 1. Lin Bei prayed in his heart, please don't do it. It's like giving Big Mom another pocket. Even if I give it, I can't complete it now. Release task, kill Guile CLO personally. After completing the task, you can keep the Byakugan ability for yourself forever. CLO. It's been too long and I can't remember it clearly. This seems to be Wu the boss on the island of Sop. Yes, it can be done. It is a bit troublesome to kill him, because to be honest, today's ability is even less aggressive than yesterday's. If there is no reliable physical skills, this ability is useless. But, if there is a gun, the situation will be different. At least in the East China Sea, guns can still kill people. What's more, there is Buggy's special weapon. In the Impel Down prison, Buggy once made a buggy bullet on the sole of his shoe, which is the size of a normal pistol, but the power is quite terrible. With this, it should not be difficult to kill CLO. What's more, he has a very reliable partner. Well, at this time, the superiority of the initial choice is revealed. If you choose to fight alone, it is simply a foolish dream to complete the task with your ordinary physique. But with Luffy and Zoro, the two thighs, the situation becomes completely different. In addition, there is also the problem of navigation. If it weren't for Nami, he, a useless person from the modern era, would know nothing about sailing and wouldn't even know how to row a boat. Now, Zoro has moved all his things to the small sailboat of the Buggy Pirates, and Nami is checking the sea chart. He doesn't even need to remind Nami where to go, and she will definitely reach the island where Usopp is if she follows the plot. It feels so good. Lin Bei, it's time to go. Okay, I'm coming. Lin Bei climbed onto the new small sailboat along the side ladder of the ship, which was in sharp contrast to the other 3 members of the Straw Hat Pirates. They, including Nami, jumped directly off the ship. Only Lin Bei was climbing the ladder. Zoro frowned. Your physique is too weak, start training with me, otherwise if you don't have the ability to protect yourself like today, you may die. Okay. Lin Bei agreed immediately. Even if he wanted to lie down, he at least had the ability to protect himself. He has already taken out a layer of insurance for himself, that is, a partner of the Straw Hat Pirates. Now, it's time to take the second insurance. But he was not in a hurry to practice physical skills today. He asked Nami how long it would take to reach the nearest island. Nami said that with her navigation skills, a few hours would be enough. That means that the island where Usopp is can be reached today. The mission is possible to complete, so we have to pay attention to the methods. Practice physical skills for half a day and then fight with CLO. The probability of success is about 0. Then we can only rely on external objects first. The boat is sailing out to sea. Zoro took out the heavy objects and started to exercise his physical fitness. Turning around, he saw Lin Bei, who had just agreed to practice with him, taking out a pile of guns. "Hey, aren't you going to train with me?" Lin Bei sat on the ground, calmly making a suitable gun, and said, "There is not enough time. There are only a few hours to get to the next island. Even if I train all the way, my strength will not improve at all. At present, I am not sure what dangers there are on the next island. My ability today is not very combative, but I can't hold you back when there is danger. So I will put the training aside first, and make something that can rely on my ability to protect myself and attack. After we get to the island and confirm that there is no danger, we can talk about training. It is necessary to distinguish the importance of the important and the urgent." After listening to Lin Bei's words, Zoro suddenly felt that Luffy's decision was right. Although this guy's behavior is a bit childish on weekdays, and sometimes even very annoying, at critical moments, he thinks more thoroughly than them. Therefore, Zoro said nothing more and began to train silently. He deserves to be called the king of the Straw Hat Pirates. He is training himself all the time. No wonder Luffy can't beat Zoro's strength later without cheating. Lin Bei concentrated on making firearms according to the method given by Bucky. Because Bucky had made many parts and special Bucky gunpowder before, Lin Bei only needed to simply combine them. 20 minutes later, Lin Bei made a shotgun similar to a short spray. I don't know if anyone plays SGO. What Lin Bei is holding at this time is like the bandit spray used by bandits. But there is no continuous spray function. It has to be poured with gunpowder and lead bullets like a flintlock. However, because the caliber is the same as that of a shotgun, and the gunpowder is also special Bucky gunpowder, it is extremely powerful. Normal shotguns and flintlocks like this can't shoot far, but this gun, after Lin Bei loaded gunpowder and bullets, can shoot hundreds of meters with one shot. You know, the range of a traditional flintlock is only 80 meters. Bucky's gunpowder is also a cross-Sierra invention. After Lin Bei made this, he confirmed that there was no problem and started shooting training. Continuous physical training for several hours may only make beginners exhausted, but will not substantially improve their strength. But continuous training with firearms for several hours, coupled with the assistance of the ability of the white eye, will greatly increase the shooting accuracy and gunpowder filling speed. Chapter 20 The Proud Swallow. Lin Bei first performed fixed target shooting to find the feel and adapt to the gun. Then he began to use the ability of the white eye to shoot at the seagulls in the sky. Each of those seagulls flew at an extremely fast speed and was unpredictable, which was very similar to CLO's trick, the spoon. After the experiment, Lin Bei could be sure that with the white eye, even if CLO played with the spoon, he would not be able to make him see clearly. So Lin Bei did a special customized exercise to shoot at objects moving at high speed. On the small sailboat, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami watched Lin Bei reloading and shooting non-stop, reloading and shooting. Nami asked Zoro, "What medicine did this guy take wrong?" Zoro continued his training and said without looking back, "He just doesn't want to be the vice captain and drag me down." After hearing this, Nami was also silent. She was thinking, "Is this bastard so noble?" She said, "I think he is just afraid of death. Without superpowers, he can only practice shooting skills at the last minute." "This is not a conflict," Zoro replied, and stopped talking. 3 hours later, Lin Bei was still practicing. At this time, he had found the correct way to use the Byakugan. According to normal people practicing shooting, even if they practiced for several hours in a row and shot immediately when they were lucky, it is impossible to hit 100%. Unless, it is the kind of super genius that is 1 in a million. But with the Byakugan, Lin Bei can do it. The Byakugan is like a lock in the game. As long as the Byakugan is aimed, the hand can follow up. Just shoot, 100% hit. After discovering this, he shot at several. Lin Bei stopped training only after the pitiful seagull confirmed that there was no problem. He kept firing for 3 hours, using the special gunpowder made by Bucky, and the recoil was huge. Lin Bei's arm had been hurting for a long time. After all, his physique was just that of an ordinary person. But in order to complete the task, he couldn't stop. He discovered that the difficulty of the daily tasks might be related to the superpowers that were randomly obtained. Like on the first day, Lin Bei used the gravity of the moon without limit. That ability, even with his ordinary body, could easily kill a large number of strong people. He didn't even need to show up, as long as he set off a tsunami. That's it. The ability is too strong, so the mission is difficult. So the first day's mission is to slap the ant in the face. The ability of the second day can also be said to be not very aggressive, so the mission is not difficult. If Lin Bei had seen the mission in advance, he would definitely become friends with Buggy. People who know the plot have this confidence. And today, the White Eye, an ability that is almost only a reconnaissance ability, even though Lin Bei found that the White Eye has different effects when combined with long-range weapons through practice. It is still not a powerful superpower, so the mission requirements are still simple. But the problem is that not every day's mission can be so simple. Not every day's ability can be so strong. So you can't get what you want. If you have a chance, you have to keep a superpower forever. This is why Lin Bei works so hard. If he hadn't discovered this hidden function of the White Eye, Lin Bei might have practiced until he landed on the island where Usopp is. Hey, why don't you continue? You can't hold on anymore. That's all you are. Nami had no respect for the vice captain and said jokingly. She had been at odds with Lin Bei since they met. Nothing else, the impression Lin Bei left on her that night was too deep. Afterwards, he seemed to be targeting her and bullied her. It would be strange if she could have a good tone with Lin Bei. But Lin Bei was not angry about this. There is a saying that goes, if you pay too much attention to a man, then the possibility of being together in the future will also increase. This does not mean that it will happen 100%, but it is possible. This rule applies to women and men. Nami herself did not realize that there were 3 people on the boat now, but since she got on the boat, she only stared at Lin Bei. Even the only one who said something to Zoro was about Lin Bei. It's not that I can't hold on, it's that I don't need to continue practicing. Lin Bei drank a sip of water, but his hands were shaking a little. Nami smiled when she saw this. Yes, if you continue practicing, both of your arms will be useless. Have a good rest. Luffy and Zoro are both very strong anyway. This is just short of saying that Lin Bei is a useless little trash. You seem to have some misunderstanding about me. When I said I don't need to continue practicing, I mean that my shooting skills have been mastered and I don't need to continue. You are bragging. Come and show me if you have the ability. Hey, there is a bird in the sky, shoot it down to give Luffy a snack. Lin Bei looked up at the sky. The bird was flying proudly. The key point was that it was quite far away from them, about 200 or 300 meters. If it was an ordinary gun, the range would not be enough. Even if Lin Bei used the special buggy gunpowder, the range was at the limit. In addition, the wind was strong at sea, and the difficulty of shooting soared. Zoro glanced at the bird that Nami pointed at and thought it was not good. He looked at the first few shots Lin Bei practiced. He was completely a novice. Even after a few hours of training, he was familiar with guns and other things. At this extreme distance, an old sniper might not be able to hit it. How could he do something that an old sniper could not do in such a short time? After all, Lin Bei was his deputy captain, and he had a lot of experience. He could see that Nami wanted to escape at any time. It can be said that, but only half of his own people. In this case, how can we let outsiders lose the face of the vice captain? The green algae head is also a cold face but warm heart. He wanted to say a few words to help Lin Bei, but he saw Lin Bei waving his hand at him. It is obvious that Lin Bei saw what Zoro meant. To be honest, it was the first time for him, a lonely man who came to this world, to feel someone speaking for him. It's quite warm. However, Zoro didn't need to ask for help. Otherwise, he would refute Zoro's kindness at that time, which would hurt his feelings. Isn't it just a show? Lin Bei didn't even bother to say more nonsense to Nami. He rolled his eyes and raised his hand to shoot. The excised lead bullet was fired, and it seemed that Lin Bei was holding not a pistol, but a small cannon. With the addition of Buggy's special gunpowder, the power was extremely great. The few people saw the proud petrel in the sky explode directly, like a bunch of flesh and blood fireworks in the sky. Nami was stunned and kept talking in her heart. How is it possible his hands are shaking? How can he be so accurate? Lin Bei put away his gun. His hands were still shaking, but a smile appeared on his face. Master, you are so handsome. Chapter 21 Nami, emotions are incoherent. Lin Bei patted Nami on the shoulder. You said, I did it. It's your turn next. Nami blinked. What, it's my turn just now? You said you would give Luffy a snack. I shot down the bird. Go pick it up. Nami stared at him in disbelief. Didn't you see it just now? It's all broken. It's broken like fireworks. I know, but I have completed my part of the things you proposed. How can you not complete your part? Do you think you can provoke me at will without any punishment? Nami gritted her teeth. For the treasure, in order to escape from these pirates alive. Just pick it up. As she said, she went to drive the boat, and then... Oh, it's just a few hundred meters. I, a newcomer who has just practiced for a short time, can hit it from such a distance. It shouldn't be difficult for you to swim and pick it up. Nami stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. This man is too narrow-minded. Are you saying that I am narrow-minded in your heart? Nami was shocked. You can read minds today. No, I guessed. But now I know. You are right, I am narrow-minded. You want to offend the deputy captain. Lin Bei suddenly thought of a famous scene. After that, someone else boarded the ship, and the crew told the people on board. You are miserable, the deputy captain is narrow-minded. Then he appeared behind the crew, with red eyes, holding up the folding stool high. Nami pouted. Just go. Anyway, she is good at swimming. It's just a few hundred meters. She can swim back and forth quickly. Nami took off her t-shirt and jumped off the boat. The three men on the boat leaned against the side of the boat, holding their chins with their hands. She swims pretty fast. The posture is very standard. Ah, I want to swim too, but it's a pity that I ate the devil fruit. Nami in the sea swam hard, but she was already thinking. Anyway, the nearest island is not far away, so why not just run away? What treasure, at worst, just give it up. Then... Bah! Nami, how can you give up the treasure? You have to be patient, you have to let these pirates continue to help you make money and collect treasure, and then steal all the treasure on a dark and windy night. Nami cheered herself up and swam to the position quickly. It was just because the bird was blown up, and the bloody and fleshy fragments fell into the sea, and she had nothing to fish out. And there is something even more terrifying. The bloody and fleshy fragments will not disappear out of thin air. So. Oh ah! A king of the coastal sea jumped out of the sea because of the attraction of blood and flesh. There are no particularly large sea kings in the East China Sea, only large fish like the one Luffy encountered, which are called the king of the coastal sea. When Nami saw this thing, her whole body turned pale. Using her hands and feet, she turned her head and swam desperately towards the boat. To be honest, fish in the sea, such as sharks, generally do not attack humans directly. Unless you are scared and run away desperately. You will become their target when you swim. This is also one of the fishing methods, the essence of lure fishing. Lures do not use bait, but use something to simulate the swimming of small fish to attract the interest of carnivorous fish. Nami, now is the bait of this lure rod. At this moment, Nami's mind was blank, and her soul could hardly keep up with her swimming speed. She even forgot to shout for help. And at this time, a deafening gunshot rang out. A large lead bullet brushed Nami's hair and hit behind Nami. With a pong sound, Nami felt something behind her splashing on her body, and then the waves behind her became less turbulent. However, she did not dare to stop for a moment and swam towards the boat at a fast speed. After desperately climbing onto the boat, she lay on the deck and gasped without moving. Nami's little face was pale. And at this moment, she actually heard Luffy's laughter. Nami bit. She clenched her teeth. It turned out that the pirates were a bunch of heartless guys. They were playing with her life and death. Nami swore that if she didn't empty these 3 pirates, she would not be a human being. Nami wanted to get up with resentment, but found that she had no strength at all. She had just exploded. At this time, a hand grabbed her and gently lifted her up. Nami looked up and found that it was Lin Bei. She wanted to hold back her anger and warned herself to be patient, but the moment she saw Lin Bei's face, she couldn't help it and cursed out loud. "You bastard, I almost died just now." Nami regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. With the nature of pirates, they would shoot her in the next moment. She was too impulsive. "I came to see you, Belle-Mère." Nami lowered her head, but heard sorry. Nami was stunned and raised her head in disbelief. Did she hear it wrong? "Sorry, well, I'm sorry. I put you in danger. As the vice-captain, it was my fault. This king of the sea was unexpected. There won't be a next time." Nami was dumbfounded. Looking at Lin Bei's serious face, she thought, this is the guy really apologizing to me. Regret for letting me enter the dangerous place. Ah, this is not the same as the pirates I imagined just now. Nami looked at Luffy and Zoro, and found that the two had already pulled the king of the sea onto the boat with a rope. Luffy patted the king of the sea. "Dare to attack my partner, eat it." Zoro began to draw his sword. Nami turned her eyes and finally stared at a terrible blood hole in the center of the king of the sea's head. "The size. Did you hit it?" Lin Bei nodded, and seeing that Nami had stood firm, he let go of her hand. "How can something that opens its mouth to you still survive?" To be honest, this sentence made Nami's head confused for a moment. But soon. "Of course, I also did an experiment, by the way, to prove the power of this gun. It is indeed very powerful." Nami woke up instantly and shouted. "Use me as an experiment, go to hell, bastard." She turned around and was about to leave, but as soon as she took a step, she felt weak all over and almost fell to the ground. Lin Bei helplessly supported her and sent her into the cabin. "The towel is on the left. Wipe yourself and change clothes as soon as possible. It's easy to catch a cold because of the strong wind on the sea. There is no doctor on the ship." After saying that, he walked out of the cabin, closed the door, and began to dismember the fish with Luffy and Zoro. It was obvious that they could have a sumptuous fish feast today. It was just that there were fewer ingredients, but they would arrive at the island where Usopp was soon, and they should be able to get what he wanted on the island. After coming here, most of the food they ate was barbecue and Western food. Although it was only 3 days, his typical Chinese stomach was already craving authentic Chinese food. He must have a fried fish meal. Chinese food and fried food, double the happiness. In the cabin, Nami wrapped herself in a towel, leaning her head against the wooden wall, and now she was a little confused. The emotions in her heart were very complicated, and she was a little confused. Pirates, should this be the case? What kind of pirates are these? Chapter 22 Usopp. No. Pirates are coming. Hey, Onion, what are you shouting? I have already played this trick just now, and everyone in the village will not believe it anymore. A kid with an onion-like head ran up to Usopp with tears in his eyes. This time it's real. I just saw a pirate ship over there. Judging from the style of the pirate flag, it should be the buggy pirates. As soon as Onion Head finished speaking, Usopp disappeared. Oh no! It's time for snacks now. Goodbye. Onion Head and the other two kids, Carrot Head and Green Pepper Head, yelled. You're lying. You just want to run away. When he said this, Usopp had already run far away, but he still stopped and replied. Actually, I don't want to run away. I have a disease that will kill me if I don't eat snacks. Liar. Captain, don't you want to be a real pirate? That's right. How can a pirate be afraid of pirates? Usopp was not persuaded at all, but turned around and prepared to escape as fast as possible. At this moment, Onion Head shouted. They only brought a small sailboat, and I saw only 2 or 3 people on it. Usopp had already turned around, but he turned again in the direction he turned and returned to the direction facing the 3 little ghosts, laughing. I am the captain of the Usopp Pirates, the one who protects the peace of the village. How could I run away? Usopp Pirates, move out. The 3 little ghosts were actually speechless about this cowardly captain. But as long as Usopp said they were going to go out, they would still be very excited to follow him. As children, although they knew that pirates were scary, they were still more playful. Even though they knew that pirates were scary, they might not know that what they did would lead to death. The 3 little ghosts followed Usopp to the cliff by the beach, where they could see that the small sailboat had already landed. There were 4 people on the boat, 3 men and 1 woman. Lin Bei rolled his eyes as soon as he got off the boat, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. He clearly saw 3 little ghosts and a long-nosed man in the bushes on the cliff by the shore. In Luffy, while stretching with Zoro, Lin Bei said, "There is someone above me." Zoro's hand quickly slung over the knife at his waist. He knew that Lin Bei's ability today could see through objects, so if he said there was someone, then there must be someone. Moreover, Zoro also keenly noticed that something was staring at them. Zoro didn't even need to ask Lin Bei, his eyes were directly locked on the jungle where Usopp was. JJ.BR. Luffy put his hands on the pergola and looked around curiously. Where is it? Lin Bei pointed out the direction to him, and the next second, an iron marble shot towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei was just an ordinary person, and he couldn't hide from the high-speed flying marbles, but he didn't have to be afraid of these with Luffy around. Lin Bei stretched out his hand and pulled Luffy in front of him, and countless marbles instantly hit Luffy's body, and then all bounced back in the direction they were shot from. Suddenly, a howl came from the forest. Ah! It hurts. Ha ha ha. Luffy didn't think there was anything wrong with being used as a shield, he just thought it was fun. The opponent attacked by surprise, but was hit by the rebounding marble. Lin Bei walked out from behind Luffy and shouted to the bushes on the cliff. Come out, a long-nosed man and 3 little ghosts. The bushes shook, as if there was a bit of last stubbornness, and many pirate flags popped up 3 by 3. Who is the long-nosed man? Call me Captain Usopp. Arms, face Usopp, who had bruises all over his body, stood up stubbornly. See, I have 80 million subordinates. I'm here to protect this village. If you're not afraid of death, take a step forward. Lin Bei, Luffy, and Zoro looked at each other and took a step forward in unison. Usopp. Usopp pulled the slingshot to the full and aimed at Luffy. Take another step forward if you dare. The slingshot in my hand is not made of mud. My slingshot technique can produce the same effect as a pistol. No matter how you did it just now, I'm going to be serious now. Usopp's hands were still shaking as he spoke. Luffy's mouth corners rose slightly when he saw this, but he quickly retracted it. Pressing down his straw hat to cover his face, Luffy said in a cold voice. Since you've drawn your gun, it means you're risking your life. Are you ready? As he spoke, Zoro and Lin Bei understood what Luffy meant, and they put their thumbs up against the knife, ready to fight at any time. The one standing in front of you is a real pirate. One pulled out a special pistol, rolled his eyes, and aimed at Usopp's forehead. I don't have time for a joke. Usopp was a coward, he didn't want to gamble his life. And when he saw the gun in Lin Bei's hand, he wanted to curse, who made a pistol as big as a cannon. Usopp felt his arm cramp, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. The momentum of the three people in front of him completely overwhelmed him. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore, the marbles in his hand fell to the ground, and the slingshot was loosened. Usopp sat on the ground, trembling with fear, tears in his eyes. Sure enough, the momentum of a real pirate is different. He was already thinking about how he would die. But in the next second, he heard a laugh. Luffy, Lin Bei, and Zoro on the beach laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. Ha ha ha, actually what I said just now was also learn it and applied immediately. Luffy said. It was said by a great pirate I respect very much, Shanks. Luffy's current look is just like when we were kids and watched TV series or movies, and then couldn't wait to learn the characters' movements and language in them. To be honest, it's a bit second year, but Lin Bei fits in very well. After all, his line was not his own, but the one from the lawless maniac. Usopp on the cliff widened his eyes after hearing Shanks' name. Are you talking about Red Hair Shanks, the great pirate? Yes. Your father is Jesus, right? Usopp, who had a father since childhood but was no different from an orphan, widened his eyes immediately and rolled down the cliff excitedly. He rolled in front of Luffy and asked without feeling any pain. Do you know my father? Of course, I met him when I was a child. He is a sniper of the Red Hair Pirates. He is a great marksman. Usopp's eyes gradually lit up. This was the first time he heard about his father in so many years. Please follow me. I will treat you to a meal. Be sure to tell more stories about my father. Chapter 23 Your captain was eaten. Town restaurant. The owner of the restaurant was laid off, and Lin Bei was responsible for cooking. He found the ingredients he needed on the island here. To be honest, Lin Bei is not a particularly good cook. But if he is alone, he sometimes enjoys the feeling of cooking. In the kitchen, he would occasionally use chopsticks as a baton, and he would be like a conductor, adding salt with one wave of chopsticks, and adding soy sauce with another wave of chopsticks. So his cooking skills were just normal home cooking. But the novel way of making it was enough for the members of the Straw Hat Pirates to feast on it. Luffy even planned to appoint Lin Bei as a chef, but Lin Bei knew that an excellent chef would come on board later, so he directly refused. What he made was just simple and ordinary, but when Sanji got on board, he would teach him the essence of Chinese food, and Sanji would definitely be able to do better. He could just lie down and enjoy it. Lin Bei wiped his hands and finished the last dish. The boss handed him a glass of water, holding a small notebook in his hand. Obviously, he became Lin Bei's first true disciple after he came to this world. Maybe in the future, the island where the Sniper King was said to have appeared will be hotly discussed by people, but in fact, it is still a food island. How was the meal? I didn't expect you to have this skill. It's so delicious. Nami praised generously. Luffy couldn't even speak. Zoro didn't eat much, he drank a lot. But he felt that every dish made by Lin Bei seemed to go well with wine. Lin Bei was comforted by such praise, and he didn't bring shame to his hometown. Afterwards, Lin Bei also joined the ranks of the people who ate, and talked with Usopp while eating, talking about the story of Usopp's father. After all, Lin Bei is a time traveler, and he knows a lot of things. The chat was quite pleasant, until almost finishing the meal, Usopp suddenly asked. Just remembered, what are you doing here? Luffy swallowed a piece of meat. Come to make supplies, and see if you can get a ship by the way, we are going to the Grand Line next. It was also at this time that Usopp suddenly remembered that these people were pirates. When they say get, isn't that robbing? And who else on this island has the money to build a ship? Only Kaya. Usopp said quickly. Well, this island is actually very poor, how can we get a ship here? It was also a coincidence that the place where they sat was right by the window, and they could see the scenery outside. Zoro looked up and saw a big villa on the top of the mountain not far away. Hey, it looks like there is a villa, that family should be rich. After Zoro finished speaking, Lin Bei saw Usopp's face turn pale. He couldn't beat this helping people, just the momentum alone scared him to the ground. There is no strong person on the island who can resist them. If they take action, Usopp dare not imagine. Although these people are so kind now, they are pirates after all. As long as they are pirates, how can they not rob things? Usopp knew that he could not resist, so he had to inform Kaya in advance to run away. Otherwise, Usopp seemed to have seen the scene of the weak and sick Kaya turning into other people's shapes. Leak. Usopp was sweating. Well, I'm full, and I'm happy to meet you. Well, you continue, I'll treat you, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Usopp didn't pay, ran out of the restaurant in a flash, and then ran towards the Dabi on the mountain. Lin Bei leaned his arm on the dining table, resting his chin on it, looking out the window at Usopp running towards the mountain. Do you think this guy is insulting our intelligence, or does he think we are blind? Zoro took a sip of wine and looked out the window. Really, can't this guy run to another place? Nami has always been treacherous, but now she has integrated into the group a little bit. She blinked and teased. Just now I wanted to help him wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He doesn't know how to control his expression at all. He acted so badly. Luffy. What are you talking about? Lin Bei touched the captain's hair. It's okay, keep eating. Oh. Turning around, Lin Bei said to Zoro. It seems that he has some relationship with the residents of that villa. If he reminds them, the people over there will run away. Zoro drank the wine. I'll take care of it. Lin Bei waved his hand. This is a decisive moment, so let the captain make the decision. Luffy. What? Lin Bei said solemnly. Whether to be a real pirate or an adventure group depends on your decision now, Luffy. Do you want to buy or rob the ship we are going to see? Luffy scratched his head. Well, the family on it is not some vicious guy, right? Lin Bei shrugged, pretending to be unclear. It is still unknown at present. Then let's see, if it is a bastard, then we will rob it. If not, our money should be enough to buy another ship. This is indeed the three views that Luffy gradually formed, and all the stories that happened later were basically caused by his three views. And such three views make Lin Bei and Zoro very comfortable, because it also conforms to their three views. The key is to let Nami subvert the perception of this young pirate group with only a few people again. She thinks that the definition of this group is, as Lin Bei said just now, not a real pirate, but an adventure group in the skin of a pirate. If it is such a pirate group, it is not annoying. Have you finished eating, Captain? Luffy quickly put his arm around the food and shoved all the food into his mouth. After a burp, he said, I'm done. Then let's go. Let's go up and see if that family is a jerk or a good person. According to the captain's judgment, we will take action. Lin Bei actually prefers to be passive. He is lazy. That's why he is not like other people on the same ship. He is the vice captain but seems to be the captain. Luffy's position is completely gone. Are the Straw Hat Pirates still the Straw Hat Pirates without Luffy's will? Elbow. Several people stood up. Lin Bei knew that Usopp didn't pay, so he took the initiative to pay. But he was rejected by the owner of the restaurant. He said that the value of teaching him new dining methods far exceeded this meal. Lin Bei didn't argue with the boss anymore. It was still pleasant to get something for free. After leaving the restaurant, it was quite interesting. The three little ghosts who had escaped before suddenly jumped out, holding small wooden swords in their hands and pointing them at them. "Where is Captain Usopp? Where did you take Captain Usopp?" It happened that Luffy's stomach had not been digested yet, and it was bulging like a ball. Zoro suddenly smiled coldly and pointed at Luffy's stomach. "It's right here." At this time, Zoro was still a child after all, and he liked to play pranks. The three children were scared to tears. What's more interesting is that it was Zoro who scared them to tears, but the three children shouted to Nami, who was closest to them. "Shimale Yasha! Nami! Why are you shouting at me?" Chapter 24 Elegant, Too Elegant. Nami's shark face in a furious state scared the three children to tears again. She was not a female Yasha just now, but now it can be confirmed that she is. "Stop playing around. The top priority right now is to get a ship that belongs to us." Leaving behind the three crying kids, Linbei and his group headed for the Dabi on the top of the mountain. At first glance, there was someone guarding the entrance to the Dabi, and he looked pretty strong. Luffy subconsciously started climbing the fence, and Linbei sighed when he saw it. He was so skilled. Among the key teammates, Zoro and Nami both thought it was quite normal. One put away his knife and prepared to climb, while the other tied up his hair. Linbei smacked his lips. "You guys have a very clear understanding of your own positioning. Friends, is it possible that we can enter from the main gate?" Luffy said. "Hey, why there are guards at the main gate?" Zoro, "We are pirates." Linbei, "Do you have a bounty?" Luffy and Zoro were silent. Although they had penetrated the naval base, the navy in the naval base and the people outside the base were overjoyed. No one would say that they did it. After the pirate group that killed Buggy the Clown, everyone in the town moved away and no one knew about it. In other words, not only are their behaviors not compatible with pirates, but they are also acting in the name of justice. Even in terms of their identities, no one recognizes that they are pirates. Is there a bounty? No. Then why can't they just walk out of the gate openly? Linbei took Zoro and Luffy off the fence with one hand each, and then led them to the main gate. Looking at the two stern-looking strong men guarding the door, Zoro and Luffy frowned. "I'm not used to it. Will they be beaten out later? Let's prepare for a fight." Linbei, "Hello, we want to visit the owner of this villa." To Luffy and Zoro's surprise, the two villa guards nodded. "Please wait, I'll go in and ask for instructions." After one of them went in, the other stern-looking strong man brought a few benches. They are a wealthy family, they must be elegant. It is definitely a mistake in their work to let guests stand while waiting. So not only benches, but also a big parasol for several people to hold. Zoro and Luffy were a little dazed, they had never felt such a thing before. This is elegant, too elegant. Only Linbei thought it was normal, and he took out a few Baileys as a tip for the guard. Then the cold-faced guard brought ice water to several people. In this hot summer, drinking ice water is simply a pleasure. Luffy, a really good people, must be good people. At this moment, Luffy opened the door to the new world. Soon, the guard who went in to report came out, followed by a fur tribe, Mary. That is, the butler of the Kaya family with a sheep's head. Seeing the appearance of Linbei and others, Mary was very satisfied. He was worthy of being the guard trained by him, just to give their parents face. Elegant, too elegant. Hello, I'm the housekeeper Mary. Sorry for the inconvenience. Please come this way. Mary was a gentle person like a sheep, so he didn't look down on the young people at all. He took them into the villa and entertained them warmly. At this time, Zoro had recovered a little and almost adapted to this treatment. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked Linbei in a low voice, "Didn't Usopp warn this family that we are pirates? Why didn't they run away?" Linbei also whispered back to him, "It should be that this family didn't believe Usopp. When I was in the town, I found that everyone's evaluation of him was a liar." Even his 3 younger brothers' evaluation of him was a liar, so would you believe what a liar said? Zoro nodded, reasonable. Mary poured tea for several people and sat down. May I ask why you came here? Lin Bei glanced at Luffy, who was eating happily. He didn't need to say anything to know that he thought this family was a good person. Well, those who gave him delicious food were all good people. In this way, Lin Bei was responsible for the negotiation. It's like this. We need to buy a medium-sized sailboat for our sea adventure. Seeing such a large villa on this island, I thought it might be a business, so I came to ask. Mary nodded. Our family is indeed in business, but we don't mainly make ships. But it's also a coincidence that I happen to have a ship that is about to be completed. It's my personal hobby and I want to build a perfect ship. Is that so? I'm sorry to say that although I know it may not succeed, I still want to ask, do you have any thoughts on selling it? If a perfect ship is just placed in the port for people to watch, it would be too regrettable. A ship is born to ride the wind and waves and see the world's style. Even if it may be damaged in the end, this is a truly perfect ship. It has to be said that Lin Bei's words are very inflammatory. The key is that he knows that a person likes a ship, it is not just because he likes the shape of the ship, but more because he likes the attributes of the ship that can be carried with him. Boats and cars both represent exploration and development, just like motorcycles. People who buy them must want to ride them to feel the wind and freedom and see the most beautiful scenery. No one would buy them just for the sake of looking good and posing, right? No way, there wouldn't really be such a person, right? Mary, as a butler, was tied to this villa, so he yearned for freedom, so he liked boats, and he must have dreamed of driving this Mary to explore the wind and waves. Lin Bei's words moved Mary greatly. You're right, the boat should not just stay in the port, it should not be just an ornamental object. So. Before Mary finished speaking, Lin Bei's mouth corners had already curled up, and there was no need to listen to the next words, he had already persuaded Mary. But what people didn't expect was that at this moment a bastard suddenly interrupted and said, going to sea with a boat? I think you want to be a dirty pirate. Mary, you can't sell it to them, otherwise I don't know how many people will suffer because of them. Chow. Where did this guy come from? Lin Bei looked over and saw a tall and straight man walking down from the upstairs, occasionally using his palm to support his glasses. This action is very unusual, because ordinary people use their fingers to move their glasses. With just this one action, Lin Bei recognized who this bastard was. Crow. His mission target this time. Chapter 25 Luffy, what are they laughing at? Crabadle, you are really too much. These are just a few aspiring young people who want to let their ideals fly. Whose youth is not restless? I believe they just want to go out to sea to explore and see the outside world. Mary refuted Crow. By the way, in the dive at Kaya's house the crocodile who was defeated was renamed Crabator. Lin Bei always heard it as crocodile, but how could a mere crocodile compare with the 7 warlords of the sea? Crabator, Lin Bei suddenly said. Sorry, Mr. Mary, I feel that Mr. Crabator seems to look a little familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere. Mary, hey, is that so? Crabator was a sailor before. 5 years ago, he was injured by pirates and drifted to this island. It was the deceased master who saved him. Could it be that you have seen him before? At this moment, Crocodile's heart was clenched because of Lin Bei's words. This guy, he must have seen his bounty before. Impossible, absolutely impossible, so many years have passed, Captain Croco has been shot dead, it is impossible for anyone to remember. Ah, I remember, there seems to be a pirate named CLO who looks very similar to this Crabator. Oh, I was really scared when I saw the wanted poster before. That trick CLO, he is best at using conspiracy and tricks, and it is said that he is the only one among the pirates with a brain. Mary was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He had never seen CLO's bounty, but when Lin Bei said this, he couldn't help but look at CLO. It should be just a coincidence, Crabator is just an ordinary person. Lin Bei didn't point it out, he liked the feeling of being able to scold him in front of others. Yes, it must be a coincidence. There are many people who look the same in this world. But speaking of CLO, that pirate is really hateful, Mr. Mary, you don't know, Lin Bei was like an ant at the entrance of the village, and began to popularize the deeds of CLO that he made up to Mary. CLO was standing behind Mary, and the more he listened, the more the veins on his forehead burst. When did he rape a sow? When did he not even spare the lizard? How dare this bastard brat to frame him like this? Zoro was keenly aware of this strong killing intent, and his hand slowly placed on the knife. CLO noticed this and quickly restrained his emotions. He had been lurking in Kaya's house for 3 years, and almost failed. Hey, brat, who wants to listen to these dirty deeds you said, leave quickly. CLO shouted loudly. Mary was uncomfortable. He was gentle, but this was the guest he invited in. Crabator. You are so rude. We are a wealthy family. You really bring disgrace to our family. Step back. Melly apologized to Lin Bei. Sorry, he was rude. So, please allow me to ask Miss Kaya, and then ask everyone to stay for dinner. We will talk about buying a boat during dinner. Lin Bei always behaved very elegantly and nodded. Then please, Mr. Melly. Melly was very satisfied with the young man's attitude, but after standing up, he turned a different face to CLO. Crabator, what's wrong with you? You are not so ignorant at ordinary times. CLO really wanted to kill this old sheep with one claw. You were pointed at your nose and told what you had done to pigs and lizards. You would not lose your composure. How good is your quality? But no matter how unhappy he was, CLO still wanted to continue to lurk. In order to completely clear his name and get the property of Kaya's family, he had to endure it. Sorry, I lost my temper. I was robbed by pirates before, so I'm a little sensitive. Mary sighed when he heard this. He was indeed gentle, and he softened his heart immediately after hearing what Chloe said. Is that so? It's my fault. I didn't notice your emotions. But you can't speak to the guests in any way. Go prepare dinner, I'll go upstairs and inform Miss Kaya. Chloe bowed his head and said yes, but his glasses reflected the fierce light in his eyes, which made people shudder. Chloe left, and Mary went upstairs to find Kaya. There were only a few people from the Straw Hat Pirates left in the hall, and Zoro could finally speak. He looked at Lin Bei. The man named Crabator is actually Kuro, right? Yeah, that's right. I saw it at first sight. How could a dead pirate be a butler here? Nami glanced at the expensive furniture around her. I guess he might be here for the money. But, if this is Kuro, who is the dead one? The Navy of the East China Sea is also used to arresting people to take the blame. Lin Bei raised a finger. Hot knowledge, 1. Kuro was killed after being captured by Monka. 2. Except for Kuro, none of his crew members were caught. 3. Zhang Jiao, a cotter on Kuro's ship, has the ability to hypnotize. After listening to Lin Bei, Zoro and Nami widened their eyes. I understand, too. Luffy, meow meow cat. What did you understand? Lin Bei looked at Luffy helplessly. Keep eating. Okay. Zoro pulled Luffy. I felt that Monka's mental state was not right before, a little too extreme. This was done by the hypnotist, JJ.Br. Nami, after being hypnotized, Monka thought he killed Kuro, but in fact he just killed a substitute, and Kuro just took advantage of the situation to fake his death and lurked here, and then, he was cleaned up. Lin Bei continued. Not only cleaned up, but also got a lot of money from the Kaya family, and turned into an innocent businessman. This. No wonder Kuro is the only one with a brain among the pirates. What should we do now? Should we expose him? Lin Bei rubbed his chin. It shouldn't be necessary. He will worry whether we really find out, and then he will take the initiative. Tao did it. So, we don't have to do anything. Nami nodded, and suddenly, she showed a sinister smile. He knows we know his identity, but he can't do it in front of Kaya and Melly, right? Yet. Then can we say bad things about CLO in front of him until he can't help but do it? Lin Bei laughed. You're really mean, Nami. But I like it. Zoro also gave Nami a thumbs up. He hated people like Kuro who played tactics. They were too dirty. From the moment they met, he had the urge to cut something. The method Nami said was exactly what he wanted. The three of them laughed. Luffy stuffed cakes into his mouth and tilted his head to look at the three of them in confusion. What are they talking about? Should I laugh with him? If I don't laugh, I won't fit in, right? Ha ha ha. Lin Bei. Zoro. Nami. Chapter 26 Kuro, if you point out my black material, you will die. Welcome to everyone. I'm sorry that I was not able to greet you in the first place because I have been weak and sick since I was a child. Miss Kaya, sitting at the head of the dining table, apologized in a weak voice. It must be said that the weak appearance can indeed arouse people's sympathy and pity, making people unable to help her. It's our presumptuous arrival. Don't blame Miss Kaya. After some polite exchanges, the meal began. As expected of a wealthy family, the food was served like flowing water. Luffy became an assembly line worker, eating one dish after another. Later, Luffy didn't even have to eat by himself, he just watched the waiters carry plates to his side, then opened his mouth and poured it in. This was impolite and not very elegant, but Kaya was very happy watching her. Luffy was also very happy eating. The host and the guests were all happy, so Mary let them go. He felt that as long as the foreign guests could bring something new to Miss Kaya and make Miss Kaya smile, it would be okay even if he gave them a ship. Anyway, their family was not short of money. Only Kuro clenched his teeth on the side, and he felt distressed when he saw Luffy eating. Oh! Oh! It's all my fault. Lin Bei glanced at Kuro's current state, smiled and said to Kaya. Speaking of today's visit, we also made a little joke. Kaya, hey, what happened? That's right. We have to be well prepared before we go out to sea for adventure. The most important thing is to recognize the pirates on the wanted poster. If we meet them, we can recognize them in advance and avoid them in advance, so that we can ensure our safety as much as possible. In that case, it is indeed necessary. Mr. Lin Bei is really a careful person. Thank you for the compliment, but it is also because of this that I made a joke. When I met your housekeeper, Crabadle, today, I was shocked. Because he has the same face as the one on the wanted poster in my memory. Kaya couldn't help but cover her mouth. What a coincidence. Yes, I was really shocked. If I remember correctly, the pirate on the wanted poster is dead. It is said that he was killed by a marine named Monka 3 years ago, and then Monka was promoted to colonel. As he spoke, Lin Bei looked at CLO. CLO said nothing and lowered his head slightly. Because of the reflection of his glasses, people could not see his eyes clearly. But Lin Bei could feel that he was already emitting murderous aura. Kaya was just a simple little girl after all. She had not experienced anything. She just thought what Lin Bei said was very interesting. It's such a coincidence. Where is the wanted order? Do you have it with you? Kaya asked. She had no bad intentions, but just wanted to see if he really looked like Crabadle. But CLO's murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger. Zoro had stopped eating and put his hand on the handle of his sword. His sitting posture changed from being lazy at the beginning to being ready to burst at any time. Lin Bei apologized to CLO, saying, "We didn't bring this, but Captain CLO 3 years ago was famous in the East China Sea. It shouldn't be difficult to find an old wanted order. Miss CLO, you can ask Mr. Melly to help you find it and see if it looks the same." Kaya was still very innocent, and smiled at Melly. Okay, Melly, help me find it. There are such magical things in the world. Melly was not as innocent as Kaya. The more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong with this matter. Lin Bei didn't seem to be joking, but more like pointing at them. The key point is that if he remembered correctly, Crabadel was rescued 3 years ago. And that CLO was also killed 3 years ago. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Looking the same, appearing at the same time before and after. Melly's forehead was already sweating, and he realized that something was wrong with this matter. Mr. Melly, what's wrong? Kaya saw that Melly's face was not right, and couldn't help asking. Melly rarely replied to the eldest lady's words, but stood in front of the eldest lady, separating her and CLO. Then he asked CLO, Crabadel, you, in which year were you rescued by the master? At this time, even if Kaya was naive, she understood what happened. Crabadel is a pirate. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Crabadel, tell me. Kaya asked Chloe impatiently. At this time, Chloe finally raised his head, and his eyes were no longer kind as a butler, but full of murderous intent. Why did you have to point it out? Kaya covered her, his face full of disbelief. Lin Bei tilted his head at Melly, signaling to run quickly. Melly understood the meaning instantly and ran out with Kaya. Chloe did not stop him, just watched silently, with murderous intent in his eyes. In his opinion, no one could survive tonight, and where could they run to? In the afternoon, he had already realized that he might be exposed, and then contacted his old crew members to be on standby at any time. This island has been blocked. Chloe pushed his glasses with his palm and looked at Lin Bei. A group of little ghosts just casually pointed out my 3 years of lurking and planning. Should I say you are brave, or you don't know how to live or die? In Chloe's opinion, what kind of combat power can a few little ghosts who look like they are not yet adults have? Do you really think that carrying a knife and a gun is a pirate? These little ghosts are at most a little bit smarter than the reckless pirates outside, but not much, just a little bit. Kuro walked to a place silently, took out a box covered with dust, and took out 2 fur gloves from it. This is his weapon, 10 blades cat claw. Now, Zoro and Nami understand why Kuro has such a strange habit of pushing his glasses with his palm. If he used his fingers, he would have been blinded countless times. Everyone was on guard, and at this serious moment, Lin Bei suddenly asked. In the beginning, did you accidentally poke your eyes with a knife? Kuro, who was filled with murderous intent, was suddenly stunned, and his emotions were a little incoherent. Because he really had it. He was nearsighted first, and then he practiced this strange weapon. JJ.BR. So he must have been used to pushing his glasses with his fingers at the beginning, and after he almost stabbed himself blind several times, he gradually developed the habit of pushing his glasses with his palm. This kind of thing was actually pointed out so openly, doesn't he want to save face? Just like Hawkeye, when he was seen rowing a boat with a knife, he also directly wiped out the entire fleet. Kuro's heart was also full of murderous intent at this time. Today, you will die miserably. Kuro was furious after his plan and his past embarrassment were exposed. At this time, Zoro stood up with a sword. He was very excited. He finally met someone who looked like a swordsman. Leave him to me. Lin Bei patted Zoro. Sorry, this is my prey. I have reasons to kill him. Next time, definitely next time. Zoro gritted his teeth. That's what you said last time. Luffy was also very upset. He also wanted to fight, but there was only one opponent, and 3 people had a dispute. Kuro over there was almost gritting his teeth and sneering. 3 years have passed. Am I so embarrassed? Then try it, kid, see if you can take it. Silent Step. Chapter 27 Observation Haki Training Ground. Kuro is indeed a gifted pirate. He researched one of the 6 styles of the Navy by himself. However, this is only a semi-finished product at present. The original author said that the speed of Kuro's ultimate move, spoon, is the same as that of shave. But after using it, the speed is too fast for Kuro to control. Only silent step, which is only 1/4 of the speed of shave, can Kuro barely control it. To be honest, as long as he doesn't give up, doesn't become a butler, and continues to research, he will definitely be able to make a complete version in 3 years. When he goes to the Grand Line, he will make an animal-type fruit or a superhuman fruit in terms of speed, learn some domineering, and he will be a template for a pirate with 800 million. Why bother to be here and waste 3 years of time? He can only use silent step as if he is relying on his old capital, and Zoro directly blocks it. Not only that, Zoro also counterattacked immediately after blocking it. This surprised Kuro. No wonder these little ghosts are so confident. It turns out that they are really good. But he is still too young. Do you really think he only has this one skill? To be honest, in a closed environment, that is, indoors, he is invincible. With the intention of killing the little devils in front of him, Kuro didn't play the villain and died because of talking too much. He just came up and used a spoon. The speed was directly increased to the level of shaving. In the current Straw Hat Pirates, no one except Lin Bei can see his actions clearly. The 3 people who were just arguing about who would kill Kuro now tacitly formed a triangle back-to-back, sandwiching Nami in the middle. With the sound of whooshing, a ball of blood suddenly burst out of Zoro's body. Next came Lin Bei. It was Luffy. Lin Bei had opened his eyes, and he could clearly see Kuro's route of action, but he couldn't keep up with his speed. Kuro, too fast. He could see Kuro rushing to him and then slashing him, but he couldn't dodge. If this was outside, they could still run and avoid the attack range. But indoors, they couldn't run away. If there was no accident, they would be killed by Kuro. Lin Bei couldn't aim at Klo at high speed. This guy was running around without any rules. He couldn't control himself, let alone Lin Bei. Unless... Zoro, can you stop him for a while? Just once. Zoro already had a lot of blood stains on his body, but there was no ripple on his face. I'll try. Don't worry, try it yourself, just listen to me. Lin Bei had the secret book of domineering training on the One Piece ship in his hand, but the time was too short and there was no time to practice. Now, he taught Zoro and Luffy the part about observation haki. Lin Bei chose to believe in this group of original cheaters. At the moment of life and death, they will definitely burst out. This is also an alternative way to use the Sons of Luck. Swish. Blood burst out. Swish. Blood burst out. Swish. Blood burst out. Bang. Zoro's knife blocked Klo's attack once. But unfortunately, Lin Bei failed to seize the opportunity. Yes, lock Kuro with his white eyes. Let Kuro enter the spoon scurrying state again at a very fast speed. At this moment, Lin Bei suddenly felt that this was an excellent training ground. In the face of life and death crisis, Luffy and Zoro can quickly train their observation haki. So, he was originally fully prepared, waiting for Zoro to block Kuro's attack again, and then he would directly aim at him and kill him, and put down his gun. This subtle change was felt by Zoro and Luffy, who were back to back. However, both of them laughed. It was exactly what they wanted. Although they didn't know what haki was at present, as long as they could practice the observation haki here, they wouldn't have to be afraid when they met similar opponents later. So next, Kuro completely became the observation haki training ground. Not only Luffy and Zoro were training, but Lin Bei was also training. He knew that he was just an ordinary person, but this was not an excuse for him to be bad, he also had to train. With the Byakugan, he has more advantages than Luffy and Zoro. He is not in a hurry to train his observation haki, but just tries to adapt to the ability of the Byakugan as much as possible. At least, to be able to see with the Byakugan, his body must be able to keep up. Even if he can't keep up, he must make predictions and defend in advance. In this way, in the next 10 minutes, the field was full of blood and blocking sounds. Lin Bei and Zoro both faced attacks and blocked with weapons. The blocking success rate rose sharply in 10 minutes. Luffy dodged. He didn't use weapons, his body was his weapon. Before he had armament haki, he could only dodge when facing weapons such as swords, otherwise he would be injured. And his dodge success rate was also rising rapidly. Another 5 minutes passed, and Lin Bei had to admire the two cheaters around him. Their success rate has reached 50%. As long as they can be given more training time, I believe the breakthrough will be in these few days. However, Chloe couldn't hold on. Shaving is very exhausting. CLO, who hasn't exercised for 3 years, can't hold on any longer and has to stop. His face is full of a look of seeing a ghost. You are using me for training. Zoro gritted his teeth, very unhappy. He felt like he was about to burst out, just one last shiver, you can't hold on. Keep going. Luffy also shouted. Don't stop. Lin Bei raised his gun, and CLO, who was not in the spoon state, was easily aimed by his white eyes. If you don't continue, I will blow your head off. CLO. I am a villain. Not your grindstone. But he also realized that he would definitely not be able to take down these little ghosts for a while. He had never seen such a perverted little ghost. After the gun-wielding little ghost said something, their blocking and dodging success rate increased to 50%. Even the 50% that was hit, they had to bear it at the lowest cost. If he continued to grind like this, he would be exhausted and couldn't kill these 3 little ghosts. Retreat. Chloe turned around and tried to run with a silent step, but the next second he heard Pong! A loud bang. Chloe screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and one of his arms was broken. Was that kid holding a pistol or a cannon? It was so powerful. Lin Bei skillfully changed the bullets calmly and continued to aim. To be honest, even if you run away with a spoon now, I have an 80% chance of killing you. Either you try it, or continue to be our sparring partner. Or, tell me your high-speed moving technique, and I will let you go. Chloe didn't believe in evil, he didn't believe that the kid really had an 80% chance of hitting him. Chloe was about to jump with a spoon. But he heard Pong! Another shot, this time, it was another arm. Chapter 28 Obtaining the Spoon Training Method. Lin Bei calmly continued to change the bullets. At first he said that there was an 80% chance of hitting, but in fact it was only 40%. But after firing 2 shots, now, there is really an 80% chance. The next shot is the head, life or death. Of course, Chloe can't die. Live. Live. Whatever you say is what it is. Good boy. Nami, record it. Tell me your movement skills. Nami hid behind Lin Bei very cleverly, without showing her head, but took out a pen and a notebook. Chloe was a little disappointed when he saw this. He had thought that if this woman came out, he would burst out desperately, go forward and take her down, and then take the hostage away. Even though he lost both hands, he could still kill an ordinary woman. The key is that his legs were not broken. It's not that easy to kill me, iron legs floating on water. Unfortunately, that girl is obviously also a smart person. Chloe can only tell how he practiced the spoon and silent steps. However, he spoke very slowly and carefully. Don't think he is kind, he is just waiting for his old subordinates to act. Didn't Kaya run away, she would definitely leave by boat. And this island has been surrounded by his subordinates, who can run away. I believe they are not so stupid, so they quickly kidnap someone so that he can still run. CLO had a hunch that the kid with a gun in front of him would not let him go as promised after he finished speaking, and would probably kill him. He guessed right. But unfortunately there was no reward, and his stupid subordinates did not bring Kaya to find him. So the moment he finished talking about the training techniques, Lin Bei raised his hand and shot him in the head. This kind of firework-like death the scene made Luffy and Nami, who had just set out to sea, feel uncomfortable. But no one said much, after all, they were pirates. Luffy said in person that when he picked up the gun, he was gambling his life. He would not treat what he said to Shanks as fart. Congratulations, today's mission is completed. Superpowers have been permanently retained. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had a trace of self-protection ability in this world that could be confirmed. Next, it is to improve physical fitness, learn domineering, and improve the ability to protect oneself without excellent superpowers. Lin Bei laughed, the future is promising. Hey, Lin Bei, it was agreed that I would fight this time, but in the end you still killed the opponent. Luffy said unhappily. Zoro glared. Did he promise you that too? Luffy nodded, of course. Zoro stared at Lin Bei with a bad look. Good guy, the vice-captain was fooling both sides. JJ.BR. Lin Bei's neck shrank when he was looked at, and he quickly took out the training method copied by Nami. What's the point of fighting and killing? It's better to do training. As long as you can become stronger, you can find any opponent. After hearing Lin Bei's words, the two nodded and let him go. But, just when they relaxed and prepared to bandage their wounds, suddenly there was a fire at the foot of the mountain, and shouts of killing continued. I mentioned before that Kaya's villa is on the top of the mountain, and Ziluabia village is like a big hill. Now at the foot of the mountain, where they went to the island, there was a lot of shouting. At the forefront of all the shouting, there was a long-nosed man shouting. Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming! Under normal circumstances, everyone would have quickly packed up and run away after hearing the shouting. But when they heard Usopp's shouting, everyone hesitated. This guy is so professional this time. Who dubbed the shouting? The villagers hesitated for a long time before they felt something was wrong. They came out and found that the pirates had really come. Only then did they start to run away. Usopp ran all the way to Kaya's villa and found Lin Bei and his group, and also saw the headless body lying on the ground. Then, he vomited. Anyone who sees such a bloody thing will have the first reaction of nausea. After he recovered, Usopp asked tremblingly. What is this? Crow, you can also call him Crabadle. He is a pirate. He has been lurking in Kaya's house for 3 years, trying to seize her family's property and then clean up and transform. Unfortunately, we found him. What's the situation down the mountain? Usopp was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly said. The pirates are here, I'm not lying, this time it's real. It's the Black Cat pirates. Where's Kaya? We have to run. Usopp was very excited, and his whole body was trembling with fear. In this situation, he didn't run away himself, but came to remind Kaya, which was quite courageous. However, this is not enough. I say, don't you have 80 million pirates protect your hometown? Lin Bei teased. Usopp shouted. Don't joke. They are pirates, real pirates who will kill people. So, if you are afraid of death, why be a pirate? What kind of warrior on the sea? You can't even protect your hometown and the people you love, what are you dreaming about? Usopp was trembling. What do you mean? Lin Bei shrugged. Although he didn't know where Kaya was taken by Mary, it didn't stop him from fooling people. Kaya was taken away by Mary just now, and now she is probably preparing to leave the island by boat. But, hey, there are so many pirates surrounding the mountain, how can they run away? Maybe, they have fallen into the hands of pirates now. Maybe, they have turned into the shape of the Black Cat pirates. What about you? Are you going to save them, warrior on the sea? As he said, Lin Bei laughed sarcastically. He knew that it was difficult to change one's personality, but Usopp was not lacking in courage. He just wanted to activate Usopp's courage in advance. Otherwise, if he joined later, it might be a headache for him, a management-oriented vice captain. The result was not bad. After Lin Bei's stimulation, Usopp gritted his teeth and turned to run down the mountain. Lin Bei called Usopp and threw the gun in his hand, along with the ammunition, to him. Don't play with that kid's slingshot. If you want to kill someone, you have to use a weapon that can kill. Usopp thanked him and continued to run down the mountain. Zoro and Luffy didn't bandage their wounds at this moment, staring at Lin Bei. It's our turn this time. You are not allowed to grab it. Lin Bei shrugged, indicating that I would never do it. Just kidding, if you can do nothing, ghosts are willing to fight. Besides, the weapons were given to Usopp, and he just took Nami to watch the show. Chapter 29 Comparing with Kaido to Death. With the Straw Hat Pirates joining in, the battle didn't take long to end. What kind of chickens and dogs are the Black Cat Pirates? Usopp, who changed to a hand cannon, took into account both lethality and accuracy. He is indeed a natural sniper. After firing 2 shots, his skills were directly improved to the level of Lin Bei firing for several hours. To be honest, he alone, with a hand cannon, can stop the entire Black Cat Pirates. Not to mention the help of Zoro and Luffy, the battle was over before 12 o'clock in the evening. It was Usopp's first time to participate in a formal battle and kill someone for the first time. After returning, he really became a different person. He lost some of his childishness and started to act like God Usopp. Luffy and Zoro were not happy. They found out that without Kuro, the remaining pirates were just a bunch of noobs. Zhang Jiao, who could hypnotize, was shot by Usopp. The remaining pirates were easily dealt with by them, and they came back to stare at Kuro's body with unsatisfied feelings. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to want Kuro to come back to life. Lin Bei also knew what they were thinking, so he said, "We have a training method for his technique. How about we practice together and learn from each other?" This sentence made Zoro and Luffy more interested. Later, although it was midnight, the grand banquet started again. This was the 4th day since Lin Bei came to this world, and it was still a day for the drunkard. Lin Bei really wanted to see what his new ability was at every 0 o'clock, and what tasks he could complete to get permanent retention. But unfortunately, from the beginning to now, he has been drinking almost every night. Who can bear this? Anyway, when Lin Bei regained consciousness, it was already the next morning. They were in the villa of Kayu's family. There was nothing elegant about it. They slept on top of each other. But what was interesting was that Lin Bei didn't feel any back pain when he slept on the floor. Maybe, after coming to this world, his body was also strengthened by the pirate world. There is a law in the pirate world, that is, the more you can eat, the more awesome you are. Looking back on the past few days, Lin Bei's appetite can be said to be increasing every day. Maybe, he can really become a master of individual skills. "Mr. Lin Bei, you are awake, please wash up." Lin Bei heard Meili's voice, propped himself up and found that Meili was standing beside him with a maid. The maid was holding a wash basin in her hand and a towel on her arm. Lin Bei was not hypocritical, or rather, he enjoyed this damn capital life. With the help of the maid, Lin Bei washed up like Wang Duyu. Meili saw that his clothes were torn to pieces and there was a lot of blood, so she changed him into a suit. I have to say, the material is very comfortable, it's good to have money. As for the others, Zoro and Luffy didn't ask for this treatment anyway, Usopp wanted it, but Kayu didn't let him. As for Nami, she wanted to convert her service into Bailey and then cash it out. Mary didn't refuse and smiled and gave Nami a small stack of Bailey, which stunned Nami. She didn't expect that she could actually get it. Now she understands why Kuro has been lurking here for 3 years, this family is too rich. If she works as a housekeeper here for a few years, maybe she can easily earn 100 million Bailey. After everyone packed up, sat in the living room, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast, Kaya also announced a decision to Lin Bei. In order to thank you for saving Ziluo village yesterday, I decided to give you the Golden Mary. Luffy's eyes lit up directly. Really? He likes this name. Butler Mary nodded. Of course it's true, but the Golden Mary has not been fully completed yet, so you need to wait here for a while. When he heard that there was a ship, Luffy waved his hand and said, you can wait as long as you want. In his heart, the ship is also a partner, enough for him to wait for a long time without reason. I have something else, Mr. Mary. Lin Bei suddenly said, please go ahead. If there is still time, I want to upgrade the configuration of the Golden Mary. Do you think it's okay? It was also because of the ship spirit that would appear on the Mary later that Lin Bei felt that the Mary should not end up like the original. Ship spirits are so rare. In addition, the subsequent incident of the ship also caused a rift in the Straw Hat Pirates. If it could be resolved in advance, there would be no need to watch Luffy and Usopp break up later. Although the ending will still return, how should I say that part of the plot, Lin Bei feels quite disgusted. Of course. But the construction period and cost will increase. So I have to ask Miss, can you? Before Mary finished speaking, Kaya said directly. Yes. For all the benefactors, no matter how much money it takes, I am willing to pay. Lin Bei waved his hand. That's not necessary. We still have money. We saved tens of millions of Baileys before. At that time, we thought of buying a ship. Since it is ready, we will upgrade it all. It is very important to have a reliable ship when adventuring outside. What do you think, Captain? Luffy doesn't feel much about money. If he can use money to buy a better ship, he would be more than happy. I agreed directly. But Nami gritted her teeth watching from the side. This should all be her money. But she couldn't stand up to object, so she could only watch Lin Bei give out 9/10 of the money. Because they have to wait for the ship to be built later, the Straw Hat Pirates will probably have to stay on the island for a while. It happened that during this time, Zoro and Luffy could use it to practice haki and shave, while Lin Bei could exercise his body. Hey, are you safe today? Lin Bei turned his head, as if he couldn't believe that these words came from Zoro's mouth. However, if nothing unexpected happens, he will be safe anyway, no one will die anyway. But, what does Zoro mean by this? Zoro. You seem to have misunderstood something. Lin Bei blinked. Oh, are you asking me about my ability? What else? I thought you were asking me about my ability today. I didn't have time to see it, wait. Lin Bei felt the superpowers that he got randomly today. It seemed it is Wolverine's self-healing ability at his peak. This ability is amazing. This ability can withstand nuclear bomb waves. But if it is such an amazing ability, I am afraid the difficulty of the task will be very high. Lin Bei took a look and chose to keep it for himself. The task that appeared was: publish today's task, try 100 ways to die with Kaido, and you can keep today's superpowers forever after the end. Lin Bei. How to say this? This task is indeed possible to complete, because when he has this self-healing ability, he can really keep dying. He can live even if his head is cut off. This shows that the tasks published will never be 100% impossible to complete. But the problem is, how to go? He is still competing with Kaido in dying, and he hasn't even left the East China Sea. Chapter 32 Safe. If this birthplace is in Wano country, Lin Bei will definitely go to Kaido directly without hesitation, and then experience all the dying projects with Kaido in one day. Anyway, he is immortal, and he can retain his superpowers after completing it. He can let Mr. Koado teach him haki and taijutsu. He is definitely the seedling of the fourth most important figure of the beasts. Unfortunately, he landed in the East China Sea at the beginning. He has already joined the Straw Hat Pirates and there is no way to regret it. It is impossible for him to reach Wano country by himself. Unless he has a teleportation ability. Fortunately, it was safe today, and a little too safe. Zoro tilted his head slightly, not understanding what this "a little too safe" meant. Then, he saw Lin Bei stabbed a fruit knife into his temple. The fruit knife of Kayu's family was a little long, so it went through the other side of the head. It's really too safe, and he didn't die like this. Lin Bei shook his head. It was also the first time he felt the feeling of his brain stabbing. What a headache! But when the knife was pulled out, Lin Bei's wound healed almost instantly, and the pain disappeared instantly. Throwing the fruit knife with brains on it on the coffee table, some people in the field seemed to be brought back to their senses by the sound of the knife hitting the coffee table. Usopp and Nami jumped up like monkeys. Poor Kaya, she recovered a little bit from her illness yesterday because of eliminating the hidden danger. Now her face has turned pale again. Lin Bei's action is too shocking for normal humans. Lin Bei, how should I put it, his brain was twitching. In the past, I always watched Uncle Wolf and Little Deadly, and somehow I was bold enough to replicate Little Deadly's classic operation. I didn't expect to scare several ordinary people present to the point of almost having a cardiac arrest. Only Luffy and Zoro had different expressions. Zoro was calmer, but the corners of his mouth were twitching. Luffy's eyes shone. Shuj. Is this magic? Lin Bei shook his head. No, I just won't die. Oh, then Shuj. Luffy laughed and shouted, worthy of being his vice-captain, so amazing. Okay, the excitement is over, it's time to start training, otherwise it will be a bit difficult for you and us to enter the Grand Line in our current state. Lin Bei said. Nami prepared herself mentally several times before she finally calmed down and dared to ask Lin Bei. Have you been to the Grand Line? Lin Bei didn't mind being a little mysterious, anyway, he said at the beginning that he was a man who could not be defined. Of course, your strength in the East China Sea is not bad, but if you go to the Grand Line, you will find that your strength is not enough. And the further you go, the more you will find your weakness. Haki is what I taught you when we fought CLO last night. If you encounter a fast enemy, you can't do anything, right? But if you know observation Haki, you can defend or dodge in advance. Zoro's eyes flashed. Observation Haki, Haki. As long as it can improve his strength, he has great enthusiasm. He is extremely enthusiastic about improving his strength. Of course, there is not only one type of observation Haki, there are 3 types of Haki, namely observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror Haki. You already know about devil fruits, but you don't know that the natural system in the devil fruit classification can achieve elementalization. In short, if you don't know armament Haki, you will never be able to beat the natural system fruit ability user who can elementalize. In other words, the opponent is unsolvable for us. Fortunately, the first 2 can be trained, but Conqueror Haki can only be said to be talented. If you don't have the talent, then you can't practice it. Among us, maybe the captain and Zoro can have such qualifications. Hey! Nami was a little surprised. Although they didn't have much contact time, she could feel that Lin Bei was a relatively proud person. He actually admitted that he didn't have the potential in this area. In fact, Lin Bei is still very capable. What lofty ideals can he have as an ordinary person who traveled through time? Be the Pirate King, be the world's #1 swordsman. Don't joke, his first goal is to save his life, and then to play around in this world. He is just a vulgar man, he wants money, power, and beauty, as long as his life can be guaranteed. In this state, he doesn't think he has any qualifications for the domineering color. Okay, the so-called domineering color will be discussed later, it is not something that can be produced at this stage. What we need to do is to improve our strength, learn the Haki of observation and armament, and if we have time, we should learn the best shaving skills. Zoro stood up and started training without saying anything. Luffy beside him would follow. As a man who regards One Piece as his goal, how could he be afraid of hard work? JJ.br Zoro wants to practice armament. Although it seems that observation is about to be practiced, Zoro is very worried about the natural ability users who can't hit. If his knife can't even cut the opponent, then he is useless, right? What he needs to do is to be able to kill anyone. Lin Bei agreed, and then explained the method of practice. It has to be said that the training method on the One Piece ship is indeed high-end. They pay attention to the so-called haki of armament, which is the same as the chi in Kung Fu. First, you have to be able to feel it, and then slowly guide and train. The training direction can be to continuously grow and increase chi, or to continuously refine and make haki more thicker, concentrated burst, more powerful. These are all recorded in great detail in Buggy's notebook. There are even some of Captain Roger's swordsmanship training experience. After that, let Zoro take a look at these things himself. He didn't quite understand. In short, in the initial training, either someone helps you feel the armament haki, or you have to find it yourself. Now of course, no one helps, so you can only find it yourself. This is actually quite simple and crude. Either do terrible physical training and feel it during training. Or get beaten. The human body will always spontaneously produce some defense mechanisms. Keep getting beaten, you can always feel the existence of armament haki, then seize the opportunity, guide, practice, and grow stronger. If you can't catch it, continue to get beaten until you feel it and can guide it. After listening to Lin Bei, Zoro nodded and took off his shirt directly. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. First physical training, then get beaten, see which one can feel the armament haki faster. As he said that, Zoro started lifting weights. He was a tough guy who was not afraid of getting tired. Luffy was also training with them. These two big guys were using several tons of training equipment to deadlift. The key is that they looked like they were lifting heavy objects with ease. Is this the superhuman in the pirate world? Lin Bei looked at the two barbells in front of him with some inferiority. Although the barbells he used for daily exercise in his previous life were a lot bigger, compared to the ones used by the two big guys, the ones he used were just a baby. Chapter 31 Glutton version Life Return. But, there is no way, it is too heavy for him to pull, so he can only start from the most basic. Even with this, he can't practice for more than 2 times. Because soon his muscles start to ache. But here comes the interesting part, every time his muscle soreness starts for less than half a second, the discomfort disappears instantly. After continuing to train, after a short period of time, the muscles continue to ache, and the discomfort continues to disappear. Lin Bei understands that this is the superpower he got today. Super speed self-healing. He doesn't know if the knowledge in his memory is correct. If he remembers correctly, muscle growth seems to be the continuous collapse of muscles during exercise, and when resting, after a period of rest, it can increase and become bigger. The strength will also increase accordingly. If this theory is correct, Lin Bei can work non-stop from morning to night. Continuous training, continuous healing, continuous strengthening. Thinking of this, Lin Bei excitedly practiced for an hour, and then tested his strength, and it really increased a lot. Although still a weak chicken, he is already a weak chicken with some muscles. But correspondingly, he is starving. The housekeeper Mary pushed over a cart of expensive high-end snacks, which can be said to be a pure calorie bomb, and Lin Bei showed off in an instant. Lin Bei doesn't have Luffy's stomach, his stomach is as good as the return of the Navy's life. Even Lin Bei suspected that life return had become Luffy's passive. After all, he was trained by Garp since he was a child. If he said that Garp didn't lay a foundation for him, no one would believe it. The fact that it can be digested instantly is enough to prove it. In fact, Lin Bei didn't understand it when he watched it. Even if it can be digested instantly, doesn't it have to be excreted? There are so many things, there are always some impurities that cannot be absorbed, and they must be excreted. It seems that Luffy has never been seen to excrete this part of impurities. But in theory, fast digestion and fast belly down means that the speed at which impurities leave the human body is also accelerated. But unless Luffy can also absorb these impurities, then Linbei has to say in one sentence, Luffy is awesome. Even if he eats these impurities, he can still survive. His digestive and absorption system is so powerful. Linbei is not that awesome, but he can continue to train with a full stomach. It is said that it is not suitable to exercise when you are full, and it will hurt your stomach. Linbei just wants to do a health regimen. I have a cheat. Sure enough, after starting training, although there was a sharp pain, the discomfort disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Linbei suddenly had a bold idea. In one day, I guess I can't get much stronger even if I die. But I can't waste this super self-healing ability. The human body is very powerful. As long as people can survive, the human body will adapt to the environment. Let's talk about Luffy. When did he practice the 6 styles of the Navy? How can he have a passive skill comparable to life return if he hasn't practiced it? Obviously, it was because he was thrown into the mountains by Garp since he was a child, and then his body adapted to the environment, and he inexplicably practiced life return and transformed it into a passive skill of the body. As long as you eat, you can quickly restore your energy and vitality. Falling asleep from time to time is also a fragmented time to replenish physical strength. This is not easy to do and it hurts the body. If Linbei does this, he might have stomach problems and the future's lifespan will also be greatly reduced. But with this super self-healing, Linbei feels that maybe he can give his body a passive skill of returning life within a day. Some people say that this thing is impossible to do within a day. Luffy and normal people who have this skill usually train for a very long time. Why? Because even if they are monsters, they have to have a rest period. At the beginning, it is normal to rest for 7 or 8 days after doing it. And what about Linbei? Recovery is in an instant. Luffy rests for 7 or 8 days after doing it, and can practice 45 times in a year. For Linbei, achieving 45 times of adaptation in a day is not a problem at all. Because recovery is in an instant. In this way, Linbei began a very confusing operation. He trained very crazily for a while, and asked Mary to send a lot of food and started eating. After overeating, continue training. Anyone who looks at his big belly is worried. This guy's belly will not burst with such crazy explosive training. They all saw the pain on Linbei's face, and Kaya was persuading Linbei that there was a long way to go. But the next second, Linbei's bulging belly disappeared instantly, and he became energetic again. Then he continued to train explosively, then overeat, then suffer again, and eliminate the pain. A whole set of processes, over and over again. Mary, Nami, and Usopp were all stunned on the side, and Luffy and Zoro also admired this guy a little. As long as he started to practice, this guy really practiced to death. There was no way, Linbei knew that the random superpowers every day were all empty, and if he couldn't complete the task, it wouldn't be his. But the physical strength of this exercise always belonged to him. While he had the ability to heal quickly, he didn't use it to death quickly. Wouldn't that be stupid? In this way, Linbei's weird training lasted until 9:30 in the evening. He almost vomited after eating so much that he forced himself to eat. Then he subconsciously started explosive training, but he didn't wait for the pain in his stomach and the pleasure of instantly eliminating the pain. Because, before the explosive training began, his stomach deflated due to overeating. The glutton version life return, passive skill, he really managed to practice it. Of course, he couldn't do it like the Navy strongman, who could return life and control all parts of the body. He was a product of cheating, which could only digest food quickly, eliminate fatigue quickly, gain energy quickly, and restore combat effectiveness quickly. But, for Linbei, it was enough. You know, this skill alone put Luffy in danger several times. After being beaten, as long as there is a big meal, after eating, he can quickly restore energy and combat effectiveness. What else do you want? Thanks to his body, Lin Bei swore that if he ate like this again in a short period of time, he would collapse, and maybe suffer from anorexia from then on. Seeing that the crazy Lin Bei finally stopped, Zoro and Luffy also stopped. They had been training with Lin Bei until 9:30 in the evening. Seeing that Lin Bei stopped, they finally stopped. Luffy and Zoro both began to eat a lot. They didn't dare to do what Lin Bei did. They ate a little and then trained explosively. That was too harmful to the body. Even monsters like them couldn't stand this kind of devilish training. But they were not worried about Lin Bei. After all, this guy would not die even if a knife pierced his brain. He had a super self-healing ability. He was too low, so he could only use this method to increase his speed of catching up. Chapter 32 New Ability Fat Tiger's Magic Sound. Nami walked to Lin Bei intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you working so hard? Lin Bei was lying on the ground, without any feeling of fatigue on his body. Uncle Wolf's self-healing ability at his peak was too awesome. But mentally, Lin Bei was indeed a little bit overwhelmed. So in response to Nami's question, Lin Bei just casually replied. This sea is too dangerous. I'm afraid I can't protect you next time. Nami's body froze, and her heart beat very fast because of this sentence. Who wants you to protect me? This is a tsundere declaration. As Lin Bei is used to seeing tsundere heroines in movies, TV series, and animations, he can be said to be very familiar with it. This scene actually represents a new relationship between the two. But unfortunately, Lin Bei's spirit is really overconsumed, and he has no intention of continuing to talk about Nami's tsundere. You really take it seriously when I flirt with you casually. If you take it seriously, you lose. Just kidding. The main reason for fighting so hard is to make it convenient for me to at least run away if I can't beat you later. Nami. You are so touched. Nami kicked Lin Bei's leg, but Lin Bei ignored it. He was too tired and soon fell into a deep sleep. Although he didn't drink today, he still couldn't wait until 12 o'clock, the moment when his ability changed randomly. The next morning, 8 o'clock. Lin Bei woke up. His body was not sore at all due to overtraining, but his head was a little buzzing. Mr. Lin Bei, do you need to wash up? Mary appeared beside Lin Bei as he did yesterday, and then Lin Bei smiled and enjoyed the combination of feudalism and capital again. So cool. When he went to the hall, there was no one there. Zoro, Luffy, and even Usopp got up much earlier than him. They had finished breakfast and started training. That's right, even Usopp joined the training today, and it was obvious that he began to have ambitions. In the world of pirates, ambition is not a derogatory word. Lin Bei hid haha, I met Kaya who also came down to eat breakfast at the same time. I have to say that the eldest lady looks very good today, much better than the sickly temperament when I met her on the first day. Good morning, Mr. Lin Bei, you scared us yesterday. We couldn't wake you up no matter how we called you. We thought you were in a coma. We called a doctor to confirm that you were okay. By the way, why did Mr. Zoro wake us up at 12 o'clock in the evening and let us stay away from you? Lin Bei smiled awkwardly. This is a historical problem. Okay, do you want to perform a plug today too? Kaya smiled like a little angel, but her words made people shudder. A drop of cold sweat slid down Lin Bei's head. He could be so wild yesterday, but not today. His wolf uncle's self-healing only lasts for one day, who knows what it is today. Hey, what is today's superpower? Lin Bei ate breakfast and felt today's ability, and then his face suddenly turned black. What the hell is this? Superpower? Singing. But after Lin Bei understood his specific role, he preferred to call it Fat Tiger's Magic Sound. Today's superpower is a rare sound-based ability, and it is a combat-capable superpower. As long as you sing loudly, you can cause damage. The more you sing, the greater the damage. However, there is a side effect. No matter how heavenly your original voice is, as long as you use superpowers to sing today, your voice will become extremely terrible. This is why he named this superpower Fat Tiger's Magic Sound. After weighing it, Lin Bei began to fool himself. I don't have superpowers today, I don't have superpowers today, I don't have superpowers today. Lin Bei, wake up, what is your ability today? Chow. Lin Bei looked at Zoro, he just hypnotized himself. I'm an ordinary person today, yes, a pure ordinary person. Zoro frowned, he really thought Lin Bei had no ability today. Is that so? So you will have no ability occasionally one day. Then you have to speed up your training, otherwise as the intensity of the adventure increases, the degree of danger you encounter will increase, and your risk will be very high. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief and just fooled it away. Of course, I'll start training now. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he began to eat his breakfast like a whirlwind. Soon, he ate his belly bloated. And thanks to the glutton version of life return from yesterday's training, Lin Bei's belly deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the end, he was full of energy, his whole body was in an excited state, and he could start physical training at any time. And seeing that he started physical training, everyone ignored him and started their own training. Until Zoro suddenly proposed. The effect of physical training is not very obvious. I can't feel the existence of the domineering you mentioned. Or, try to get beaten. Lin Bei certainly doesn't mind beating others, especially the target is Zoro. If I can travel back and tell people that I beat Zoro, and I beat him 3 times a day, how many people will envy me and how many people will beat me? Lin Bei laughed and picked up the wooden stick that Mary provided. He beat Zoro, and Luffy over there also wanted to train, so Usopp beat him. It's just that Luffy has a little problem. He is not afraid of any blunt weapon. How can it hurt when a wooden stick hits a rubber body? Not to mention the body's own defense mechanism. Usopp hit Luffy with a few sticks, but Luffy didn't feel anything. Instead, Usopp, who has an ordinary physique, was exhausted. Lin Bei, who was swinging Zoro with a stick, wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted to Usopp, "This won't work. Your strength is too weak. You can't break Luffy's defense at all. Why don't you just train each other, Usopp? You shoot Luffy with a gun. While you practice with the gun, Luffy practices haki. Maybe you can awaken the two-color haki at the same time." Lin Bei was not talking nonsense. When dodging bullets, awaken the observation haki. If you can't dodge bullets, awaken the armed haki. If you can't awaken them, you can only make a high-quality coffin for Luffy. It's a bit dangerous to say, but Luffy excitedly asked Usopp to start training quickly. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out in the field. Zoro frowned when he saw this. The other side rolled up, and he couldn't stop here. The stick may be too simple and cannot trigger my body's defense mechanism. Is there anything more ruthless? How about you use a gun? Lin Bei stroked his chin and thought for a while. For Zoro, it would be enough to use a gun. But Lin Bei left for a while, and when he came back, he was holding a mace in his hand. "Teacher Kyojo, I want to learn from you and start teaching." Chapter 33 The Auxiliary Role of the White Eyes. Lin Bei began to hit Zoro's body with a mace. The mace here is not the kind that is full of spikes, but is covered with semi-spherical protrusions. Compared to a normal stick, the power has been greatly improved. The mace hammered Zoro. Zoro gritted his teeth, worthy of being a tough guy, without making any sound. Lin Bei felt a little bit reluctant to watch, but the strength in his hand was a little lighter, and Zoro would still ask if he hadn't eaten. Such a person deserves to be powerful later. Luffy became stronger later because his fruit ability mutated, which was the author's help. But Zoro's was purely improved through training. He is a hard-working person. Looking at the whole comic, who can persist in every day on the Straw Hat Pirates' high-intensity training in Tiandu? Only Zoro. It's a pity that he can't give him more help. The body's self-defense mechanism, gathering armed color domineering to resist attacks, can only be discovered and guided by oneself, outsiders. It seems that they can also help. White eyes, open. Lin Bei activated his only permanent superpower and looked through Zoro's body. When he first got the white eyes, because of the short time, he only used this skill to complete the task. Now he has time to use it to do some auxiliary work. With another hammer down, Lin Bei obviously found that something was coming out of Zoro's body. It was just very weak, so weak that Zoro himself could not detect it. Even in Lin Bei's white eyes, these things coming out of Zoro's body were just thin lines. It is really difficult for people to discover and guide these thin lines. However, there is no problem with him. Lin Bei hammered down again. After discovering that many thin lines were activated, he quickly touched one of them with his hand. Lin Bei didn't use much strength, but with just one poke, the thin line was broken. Zoro, who had been hit by the mace for a long time without making a sound, screamed out after Lin Bei's poke. Zoro stared at Lin Bei with wide eyes. New ability. Increase the pain when you poke someone. No, Lin Bei frowned. How painful would it be to make Zoro scream in pain? Well, let's do another experiment. Wait a minute, I'll hit him again. As he said, without waiting for Zoro to object, Lin Bei took the mace and hit him again. As expected, many thin lines appeared again. Lin Bei quickly poked another finger and broke a thin line. When Zoro screamed out again, Lin Bei keenly discovered that the thin line this time seemed to be a little tougher than before. Although it was very subtle, it was indeed felt. Could it be? I'll do it again. Bang! Poke! Ayo! Lin Bei got excited. Sure enough. The thin line is the armament haki that the body automatically generates to resist external forces. It is very weak, so Zoro can't feel it. But no matter how weak it is still armament haki. And Lin Bei broke it several times, which is equivalent to breaking a person's armament haki. Think about it, after a person condenses armament haki, he is forcibly broken by external force. How painful is it? It's like practicing Qigong, and then being forcibly interrupted. It's good if he doesn't go crazy, and at least he will spit out blood. In other words, Zoro's haki is too weak to affect too much, and breaking it will only hurt him a little. After several experiments, Lin Bei found that this thing is a bit like muscle. After being broken by Lin Bei several times, it became more and more resilient, breaking and then standing, and constantly getting stronger. It just hurts a little. Zoro doesn't know why he hurts, he just knows that when Lin Bei pokes him, he will feel the kind of pain that he can't help. It's like being kicked 100 times. After Lin Bei poked him several times, he showed a particularly weird smile. He looked so perverted. Zoro took a few steps back and looked at Lin Bei vigilantly. He felt that the vice-captain might not be a human being again and started to be a dog. He was playing with him. What do you want to do? I want to. Come here, I'll try it again. JJ.br. Seeing Lin Bei's white eyes shining, Zoro was scared and anxious. Don't come over. Lin Bei walked towards Zoro with a mace and a laugh like a perverted doctor. Just once again. Zoro saw that he had no way to retreat. Fuck, where's my sword? Lin Bei became obedient. Calm down. I can help you find the armament haki. Do you know why it hurt so much just now? I crushed your armament haki. Zoro. It's not in vain. After breaking it a few times, it will grow stronger, just like your muscles. If you don't believe me, I'll do it again, and you can feel it carefully. Zoro was skeptical, but in order to become stronger, he chose to believe it once. If he was really just playing with him and testing his new superpowers, Zoro swore that he would kill this street-beating vice-captain with one knife. After resisting the mace again, Lin Bei quickly reached out and pressed on Zoro's belly. There was a thin line at that position, but because Lin Bei broke it several times, it has become a little thicker now. When Lin Bei pressed it without force, Zoro immediately felt that there was something in that place that was fighting against Lin Bei's fingers. He focused his mind to guide it, and then, it succeeded in one go. Lin Bei smacked his lips. It's really a monster-level talent. As he said, Lin Bei suddenly wanted to hit himself with a stick to see if he would gather domineering energy in his body. He knew that the possibility was not high, because this thing is linked to physical fitness. The stronger the physical fitness, the easier it is to practice armament haki. He is an ordinary person who has only trained for 2 days. How could he condense armament haki? But Lin Bei understood the reason. He just wanted to be a jerk. When Zoro was happily guiding the trace of haki in his body, Lin Bei suddenly hit himself with a stick. Zoro was stunned. What are you doing? Lin Bei gritted his teeth in pain. Look, can't find it. My physical fitness is too weak, I can't even find a trace of armament haki, damn it. It hurts. Zoro. You 2 arms. You just started training for 2 days, what physical fitness do you have? Zoro looked at Lin Bei with a headache. Obviously, this was a normal vice-captain with IQ 2 days ago. How come he suddenly became abnormal after just a few days with Luffy? Luffy flying stupidly, infecting people. Zoro was helpless. Is it still okay? Lin Bei took a breath, exhaled, and raised a thumb. Not bad. Then continue. Continue what? The strengthening of the armament haki, didn't you just say that he would be stronger after breaking it? Lin Bei looked at Zoro as if he was looking at a pervert. Doesn't it hurt? He couldn't understand how much pain Zoro was in, but a man who didn't cry out in pain when being swung by a mace, howling after he broke the armament haki in his body, the degree of pain can be seen. And he just gave himself a stick, and he almost couldn't straighten his back in pain. It hurts, but if this is the fastest way, then come on. Zoro's eyes were burning. But Lin Bei still shook his head and rejected Zoro. As long as he kept practicing according to what was recorded in Buggy's notebook, he could become stronger. Why take such a shortcut? The key is, it hurts the body too much. Pain is the body's warning. Since it hurts, it means that this thing is harmful to the body. Even if you want to become stronger, you don't have to be so anxious. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Practice slowly according to what is written in Buggy's notebook, and you can still become stronger. Chapter 34 Almost Killing Luffy. What Lin Bei said makes sense, but Zoro's obsession with becoming stronger is very strong. How is it possible that Lin Bei said, he did it? Anyway, he can feel the armed color domineering in his body now. If he doesn't help to press it, then he will do it himself. This is a ruthless person. Lin Bei saw his look and knew what he wanted to do, and quickly reached out to stop Zoro. Practicing like this hurts the body, and it hurts the foundation. Everything that takes shortcuts must be paid for. You don't want to become stronger quickly, but because of injuries, you can't continue to become stronger. Sure enough, using becoming stronger to control Zoro is accurate. Zoro decisively gave up the method of drinking poison to quench thirst. After all, he did not have the wolf uncle talent that Lin Bei had yesterday, which could quickly heal all the wounds on his body. He could only continue his hard work. After dealing with Zoro, Lin Bei also took action against Luffy. For him, the stronger these two people are, the better it is for him. Not to mention that Luffy's talent is not inferior to Zoro, and he also has a special buff of the Son of Luck. Soon, under the guidance of Lin Bei, he discovered the armed color domineering in his body. In fact, it is not only armed color, but also Lin Bei found another kind of domineering at the head of Luffy at the same time. It is also very weak, but it is not linear, but mesh-shaped, a bit like a lightning network. It flashed and disappeared, but Lin Bei confirmed that he existed. Lin Bei guessed that this might be the domineering color domineering, but he did not dare to do it to Luffy's brain. He is stupid by nature. What if he touches his brain and damages it? Before it is damaged, he can at least be wise and foolish. After it is damaged, he can only rush around. Just like in the original plot, Luffy has a sense of being wise but foolish in the first half of the comic. He looks stupid, but he is not stupid at all. Hey, just wait until he awakens the Conqueror Haki, and then he starts killing people randomly. He is not so wise but foolish anymore, and he pushes forward all the way. Lin Bei seriously suspects that it is the Conqueror Haki that has damaged his brain. But this is just speculation, there is no way to say. After helping Luffy to lead out the armament Haki, Lin Bei did not have much work. Every day, with the help of Zoro, he trained his body and continued to develop his Byakugan. Zoro is an experienced person after all, just like a professional fitness coach, helping Lin Bei to train his body, which can help Lin Bei avoid many detours. Of course, for a week in a row, Lin Bei will randomly get a new ability every day. There are one or two that are quite interesting, but most of them are very stupid, so stupid that even if the task is easy to complete, Lin Bei is too lazy to do it. Let's talk about the most outrageous one, that superpower is to increase the speed of excretion to the extreme. Lin Bei tried it that day, and it was so refreshing. But, what does he need this ability for? Afraid that someone will snatch it if he pulls slowly. I am speechless. As for what the biggest gain in these 7 days is, it has to be physical fitness and Byakugan. He is still too weak, so he can't practice armament Haki, and even observation Haki hasn't been developed. JJ.BR. But I don't know if it is because of the special environment of the world or the special food, Lin Bei feels that his current physique has jumped from an ordinary otaku to a top athlete. It has basically reached the peak of normal human physique on Earth. You know, this has only been practiced for 7 days. For the ability of Byakugan, Lin Bei has put a lot of effort in its auxiliary properties. After opening the Byakugan, it can not only assist in aiming a pistol, like opening a padlock. It can also see through a person's body. Just like helping Zoro and Luffy discover the armament Haki in their bodies before, Lin Bei accidentally discovered the role of some acupuncture points in the human body after a week of research with Luffy and Zoro. I don't know if it's because of the world's environment. Lin Bei has never heard of anyone on Earth who can really make people laugh by pressing their laugh points, or immobilize them by pressing their acupoints. But, it really works here. After experimenting with Luffy for a few days, Lin Bei really discovered the acupoints that can immobilize people. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he accidentally pressed Luffy's fatal point during an experiment and almost killed him, Lin Bei should know more about the functions of acupoints now. But he had only developed less than 1/10 of it, and the Straw Hat Pirates directly banned him from experimenting on his own people. Lin Bei angrily accused them of not having the spirit of showing up for scientific research. As a result, they asked him to experiment on himself. Well, he is double standard, and he gave up. There are always enemies behind, so just experiment on the enemies. But, it's certain that they are unwilling. This also led to the Straw Hat Pirates' continued existence in the West Rob village. On the last day, Lin Bei kept scanning Luffy, Zoro, and Nami around him. They were scared enough. He tapped Luffy and almost killed him. What kind of magic is this? Audeva is eating a big melon. It can be inspected, Mr. Lin Bei. The upgraded version of the Golden Mary. In order to repay your kindness, Miss Kaya took the lead and added some funds for you. This allows me to order the legendary wood, the treasure tree atom. Unfortunately, the funds are still too little. I can only use the treasure tree atom to make the keel of the Golden Mary. For other parts, I can only use better and stronger wood as much as possible. After Mary finished speaking, Lin Bei was very surprised. Can the East China Sea also get the treasure tree atom? No, this is not the point. The point is how much money Kaya added. If nothing unexpected happens, the money she added is 10 times what he gave. Lin Bei remembers how expensive the treasure tree atom in the original book is. But in this way, there is no need to worry about the Mary being damaged. A ship can be saved as long as its keel is intact. Thank you, Kei, this gift is really too much. Lin Bei thanked him solemnly and sincerely. Nami didn't know the value of the treasure tree atom, and was curious why this guy was so solemn. After asking quietly, Nami's breathing became rapid instantly after learning that the treasure tree atom alone would cost at least 100 million. 100 million. If she had this 100 million, she could directly buy the village from A Long. Nami's eyes flickered, she must steal this ship. If she only mortgaged this ship to A Long, she and the people in her hometown would be free. The promise is fulfilled, right in front of us. But, why would she hesitate? They are a bunch of damn pirates. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. Because of your arrival, not only the village is protected, but my body feels much better. But can I have a request? I know it might be a bit too much. Usopp looks unreliable, but his dream is to become a warrior on the sea. Kaya said seriously. Lin Bei was not surprised at all that Kaya said this, but today they were going to set sail, but they didn't see Usopp. Just thinking about it, suddenly everyone heard a sound and looked at the hillside not far away. A ball rolled down, accompanied by Usopp's screams. Kaya turned around and smiled awkwardly. Don't look at him like this. In fact, he is still very reliable when he should be reliable. Kaya was a little worried whether they would accept Usopp, because at present, the situation was not very ideal. But what she didn't expect was that Luffy held down his straw hat and showed his signature sunny boy smile. Of course I know he's reliable, because he's my partner. Hey, Usopp, you're too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp rolled to a stop in front of Luffy, saying dizzily. I think I'm pretty fast, ugh. Chapter 35 The Straw Hat Pirates are established. Maybe because they stayed for a week longer than the original, so although Luffy hasn't formally asked Usopp to join, both sides have a tacit understanding. Otherwise, Usopp wouldn't have stuffed all his belongings into his bag, looking like a ball. After Luffy made this official statement, Lin Bei smiled and handed Usopp a bottle of water and pulled him up. Welcome to join. Give you some time to say goodbye to your girlfriend, we'll go up first. After saying that, Lin Bei didn't give Usopp time to react, and turned around and boarded their new ship with everyone. Then Luffy's monkey-like cry was heard. On the shore, Kaya's face was flushed, and Usopp also looked at a loss. However, Usopp did not say anything arrogant like Kaya is not my girlfriend, so the atmosphere between the two of them was quite good. It was just that the old butler Mary looked unkind. This was the first time that this good old man, the gentle old sheep, wanted to cut something in the past week. Noticing Mary, Usopp was a little scared and didn't know what to say. He used to be the most boastful, lying without thinking and blushing, but he couldn't say a word. After a long while, Kaya blushed and said, I hope you can fulfill your dream and become a warrior on the sea. Usopp then reacted. I hope you will be healthy and do what you wanted to do but didn't dare to do before. The two looked at each other for a while, and Usopp still got on the boat with his bag bulging like a ball on his back. When the ship sailed out, Kaya summoned up her courage and shouted loudly. Remember me, Usopp. I will. I like. The words did not reach Kaya's ears completely, but dissipated in the sea breeze halfway. But in Kaya's little head, she could not finish the second half of the sentence, and she couldn't help but smile. And Mary, who was standing next to her, felt itchy in her hands, and thought carefully about whether she had placed bombs on the ship before. Released. No, but now she wants to catch up and place more. This is the sea. See, here I come. 10 minutes after going out to sea, Usopp was very excited. But Lin Bei, Luffy, Zoro, and other old crew members were very calm. Because they have passed the time when they would be excited when going out to sea, they have had the experience of floating on the sea. So they will only get excited when they encounter the next land and adventure. But Usopp is still a newcomer, everyone looked at him, and did not stop him. Only after he calmed down, Lin Bei suspended today's training and called everyone together. 2 things, first we have to give our pirate group a name, and then make our iconic pirate flag. Secondly, we have to find a cook as soon as possible. Although I don't hate cooking, there are too many gluttons, and it takes too long to cook a meal. JJ.Br Lin Bei was not kidding. Now it's not just Luffy and Zoro who can eat, he is also a big eater. It will probably take several hours just to prepare the meal. He can't wait to see Sanji. However, at present, the crew is still more concerned about the first point. Oh, right, we have established a pirate group, but we don't even have a name. What's better, Zoro, Swordsman Pirate Group? Nami, Gold Coin Pirate Group? Usopp's 13th most awesome pirate group? Lin Bei was speechless. If he had known not to teach Usopp the national quintessence, this damn top chicken secret would have been leaked. Luffy, what do you think? Luffy looked at his straw hat. Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone shrugged, saying that since it was the captain who said it, then this is fine. Apart from Usopp, they didn't have any obsession with naming the pirate group. If you don't have any objections, then the Straw Hat Pirates will be unanimously approved. Next is the pirate flag. I think it should be the characteristics of our group. As he said, he simply dipped his hands in water and drew an image of a skull wearing a straw hat on the deck. It was passed unanimously without any surprise. Afterwards, Luffy wanted to draw it himself. Everyone had no objection at first. After he finished drawing, they decisively proposed the captain to the painting group. In the end, it was the versatile Usopp who drew the picture. Don't say it, his painting is really good. Okay, let's move on to the next item, find a cook. How can it be so fast you still cook today, Lin Bei? Don't think about escaping. Lin Bei. I should have known that I shouldn't have exposed my skills. Fortunately, Nami came to the rescue in time. I know a restaurant on the sea. It is said that the food is very good, but the chef is a little bit powerful. He seems to be a re-employed person who retired from the pirates. Lin Bei gave a thumbs up. Professional counterparts. They are the ones. Nami nodded. She remembered the sea chart in her mind, so she had a new goal and set sail. Because it would take about 7 or 8 hours, Lin Bei was inevitably forced to continue to be a chef and be responsible for feeding this group of extremely capable people. Fortunately, he also had a plan. The dishes in this world are mostly Western dishes. One portion is made at a time. If 3 gluttons are fully fed, it will take a lot of effort. Fortunately, Lin Bei has mastered the method of making Chinese big pot dishes. Although he may not be able to control the heat and saltiness because of the large amount, but the large amount is enough to fill you up. Luffy, Zoro, and him looked like pigs digging for food when they were eating, as if they would be snatched away if they didn't eat quickly. It seems that this is true. But fortunately, this kind of trouble is no longer his business, but Sanji's. Thinking of this, Lin Bei's mood suddenly became very beautiful. After eating, he took a short break and started training. At this time, Usopp found him and handed him a wooden box. What is this? A gift for you. Thank you for giving me that gun before, which made me realize that if I want to fulfill my dream, I can't use such trivial weapons anymore. Lin Bei took the wooden box and couldn't help thinking, did he change Usopp's life trajectory? If he was addicted to using guns from now on, would he be thrown to that island again? Will he develop a fighting method using plants? Tisk, forget it. Anyway, his arrival will definitely lead to changes in the plot. He doesn't care whether the plot is the same or not, as long as the general direction is not biased. Lin Bei opened the wooden box and exclaimed. Chow! Chapter 36 Joseph and Johnny brothers arrived in the bloody bad luck. It's no wonder that Lin Bei exclaimed, it's really that the gift given by Usopp was too surprising. This guy actually rubbed 2 revolvers with his hands. Did you make this? Usopp scratched his head and smiled. I know my strength is not very strong, but I still have some research in modification and production. This whole week, in addition to practicing shooting, I have been studying the structure of firearms. After your previous reminder, I made these 2 guns. The bullets are specially made by me, using the you gave me, which is very powerful. I also made one for myself, but it's a long gun. By the way, this is the gun you gave me before. I made a little change for close-range combat. As he said, Usopp took out the fake spray gun that Lin Bei gave him. That was made by Lin Bei using Buggy's materials. It was a very crude flintlock rifle. It could only be used like the mainstream firearms now, with gunpowder and bullets added after each shot. But the one Usopp took out now felt a bit like the gun that Graves had in his skin, called the Godfather. It was also a revolver, but because of the caliber, the revolver was terribly large. I made some modifications, and now this can fire continuously. JJ.BR. Lin Bei gave a thumbs up and rubbed the new gun. This guy was a big shot with great Hansen ability. If Frankie didn't show up later, Usopp would still be the one with the best Hansen ability. This guy's position was not actually a fighter, but a talent for research and invention. It has a future, young man, let me try out my new gun. Lin Bei took out 2 staggered revolvers from the wooden box. The barrels of these 2 guns were surprisingly long. It was a bit like the giant python in a shooting game, but I don't know if this gun has that power. It just so happened that when the boat came here, Lin Bei found a protruding reef. It was very abrupt, but it was a good target. Lin Bei opened his white eyes. After training, he could shorten the aiming and locking time to 0.5 seconds. You know, as long as the enemy is locked by the white eyes, Lin Bei will hit the target when he shoots, just like opening a lock. So, 0.5 seconds is already a very scary data. Every 0.5 seconds, Lin Bei can accurately blow up a head. If he is allowed to practice more, the aiming time will continue to be shortened. The distance between the gun and the target is shortened, that is, as long as there are enough bullets, Lin Bei can fight an army by himself. Bang! The huge sound wave is like a small artillery, and the terrible recoil almost broke Lin Bei's wrist. If he had not trained before and now he was holding the gun with both hands, Lin Bei's wrist would have been broken by the recoil. After not shooting a pistol for a few days, Lin Bei almost forgot the danger of Buggy's special gunpowder. The terrifying power made the bullet directly break a corner of the reef in the distance. Don't think this seems weak. Let's not talk about the long distance. Just say that this is just a pistol. It can actually break the reef. This power is already incredible. I say, this power is too great. Is there any adjustment? Usopp was very excited that Lin Bei noticed it. Yes, a small discovery of mine. If a rotating groove is engraved in the barrel, the bullet can be rotated to increase the power. Oh my god, Lin Bei didn't mention this to Usopp, and I didn't think too much about it at the time, but I didn't expect that Usopp, a country bumpkin who had never left the village, could make the rifling. Sure enough, the brain of the great god Usopp is the most important. Awesome! I'm looking forward to the gun you make for yourself now. Usopp chuckled and turned to get the gun he had prepared. Sure enough, it was a new type of rifle with a rotating bolt, which did not require gunpowder to be added from the front. Moreover, there was a relatively simple mirror on it, which was obviously made by Usopp himself under very limited conditions. Lin Bei was already a little numb. If this guy went to study, he might even be able to make rockets. Usopp adjusted the sniper scope and then knelt on one knee to set up the gun. To be honest, this was quite difficult, and he did not have the luck of Lin Bei. Also, the ship was on the sea, and no matter how Usopp fixed it, there would always be bumps, which increased the difficulty of shooting. However, after a louder gunshot, the reef in the distance exploded again. A top on it had disappeared. Lin Bei cheered and high-fived this guy. He was a little excited. Maybe guns themselves could arouse men's adrenaline. Next, the two even stopped the boat on purpose, aimed at the hill-like reef, and kept shooting. Excited Luffy also fired a few shots. Although he was on the wrong side of the fence, he was still jumping around like a monkey. The atmosphere of the whole ship was immediately boosted. Nami also fired a few shots while Lin Bei helped hold her wrist to prevent the huge recoil. It can be said that Zoro was the only one on the ship who firmly believed that the era of adults had not changed and he would never touch firearms. He said that this was an insult to the sword in his hand. Everyone ignored him. After a while of excitement, Lin Bei pulled out the several people worked together to fire a cannon, and after completely flattening the devastated reef, they happily continued on their way. It was too boring on the sea. The monotonous scenery would make people feel irritable, and they had to find some fun. In this way, everyone had the motivation to move forward again. However, after moving forward for a while, someone suddenly jumped up at the stern. Zoro was the first to discover it, but he rarely drew his sword. Instead, he tilted his head in a cute way, as if to confirm and asked, "Johnny?" The visitor was originally aggressive, with an expression as if his wife was screwed by someone on the boat, but after seeing Zoro, he was stunned. "Zoro, brother Zoro." Luffy came over curiously. "Zoro, is this your brother?" "No, it's someone I met when I was a pirate hunter before." "Johnny, where is Joseph?" When Zoro said the three words Joseph, Johnny's dull expression suddenly changed greatly, and he cried loudly, "Brother, Joseph, he's dying." Zoro is a man who values affection, and he hurried to check. "I saw a rope hooked on the hull at the stern, connecting a small boat. There was a pale brother on the boat, and his abdomen seemed to be seriously injured." Lin Bei also went over to take a look, and he had a feeling. This brother's leg hair is quite lush. Then he followed Zoro to pull the brother up. On the deck, Joseph lay pale. Johnny knelt beside him and cried loudly. You can see that the two brothers are a little ragged, as if they were blown up by a cannon. Zoro asked them. "What happened? Did you encounter any difficult pirates?" "No, brother, a few days ago Joseph suddenly began to feel unwell all over, lost teeth, bleeding, and the wound on his abdomen could not heal and continued to bleed. I wanted to take him to see a doctor, but he couldn't hold on after the turbulence on the sea, so we stopped the boat on a rocky reef to rest. Who knew that as soon as we arrived, we felt someone shooting at us. 1 or 2 shots would be fine, it's normal for the pirates to retaliate against us, they just found us and wanted to force us out, so we came out. But, just as we were about to come out, the gunfire became more intense. It was as if 3 or 4 people were shooting at us at the same time. The most what was too much was that they were not satisfied with playing with guns at the end, and they actually fired cannons. I don't know what kind of cannon that was, but it was so powerful that it plowed a whole reef mountain flat. If I hadn't felt that it was not good and brought Joseph on board in advance, we would have died long ago. Later, I started to look for which grandson fired the gun and the cannon, and found that there was only this ship in this sea area. Brother Zoro, how come you are here?" Chapter 37 The Superpower of Social Death. At this moment, Zoro was very fortunate that he did not shoot. Otherwise, his reputation would become a grandson thief in Johnny's mouth. Beside him, Luffy and Usopp were shaking like a sieve. They can attack pirates and enemies, but they still have a bottom line. They attack innocent people, or Zoro's friends, which makes them panic. Especially when they see Joseph looking like he is going to die. The two of them panicked even more. Lin Bei didn't feel anything. Johnny and Joseph's embarrassment was caused by their firing, but the near-death state had nothing to do with them. Moreover, it was just sepsis, which could be cured. In fact, the superpower he got randomly today was in the field of treatment. However, today's superpower was very unorthodox. So Lin Bei hesitated a little, thinking that in the original plot, Nami stood up and gave Joseph some orange juice, and he recovered quickly. In this case, he wouldn't do it. This ability was really not good enough, too shameful. Sure enough, Nami spoke up soon. Don't worry, he won't die, this is scurvy. People living on the sea rarely eat fruit because they can't preserve fresh fruit, so they often suffer from scurvy. Just give him some fruit. Luffy, Usopp, go and move the basket of oranges in the warehouse and squeeze orange juice for him to drink. He will be fine in a few days. Johnny wiped his tears and asked in surprise. Really? Nami hugged her shoulders. Of course. Although she is young, she knows a lot about sailing. Soon, Luffy and Usopp began to take turns squeezing orange juice for Joseph. This scene, in Lin Bei's view, is very much like a country that loves to drink river water. Experienced vendors in the old Ganges can feel the quality of the fruit with their palms, squeeze the fruit by hand to make juice, and add trace elements in their hands to provide a rich taste. It is said that in the old Ganges, each vendor sells juice with a different flavor. And the secret formula is something that outsiders cannot imitate. The taste in the hands of the vendors. What Joseph drank this time can be said to be even more out of print and rare. You know, this is the flavor of the future Pirate King and Sniper King, it is absolutely extraordinary. If I remember correctly, he will be able to stand up soon. Sure enough, the next second Joseph moved. However, he might be moved by the extra rich taste of the juice, too excited, and too excited. As a result, blood began to spurt somewhere on his body. Johnny widened his eyes, and his heart, which had been relaxed, was instantly lifted up, staring at Nami. Why is this happening? Nami frowned. My method is fine, it should be that he was injured himself. Zoro quickly swung the knife and cut open Joseph's clothes, and sure enough, he found a cut on his abdomen. Nami said. Orange juice can't cure his scurvy instantly. This wound is a bit big, and the amount of bleeding is terrible. If the bleeding can't be stopped quickly, he may really die. Johnny was in despair when he heard this. This is a vicious circle. Scurvy can't stop bleeding, and if you don't stop bleeding, you can only wait for death. What to do now? Lin Bei has been watching from the sidelines, but at this time, he had to sigh. Damn it, he knew that changing the plot would not do any good. He knew where the problem was, it was with that cannon. That was not an ordinary cannonball, but Bucky's special cannonball. One shot flattened the reef mountain, the power was too great, even if Johnny took Joseph away in advance, he might be hit by the stone if he was too close. Coincidentally, if the position is not good, there will be heavy bleeding. Now the person is going to die. Save him or not. There is no choice, Lin Bei can't really watch him die. However, after the rescue, Joseph will be fine, but he may die. Lin Bei walked into the cabin silently, began to take off his clothes, and got the paint he used to paint the pirate flag. When he appeared, everyone was stunned. They saw the chief of an indigenous tribe. Lin Bei was painted with various oil paints, with the hair stuck on his head, and the whole person looked wild and shy. Johnny came to his senses and yelled. What are you doing celebrating the death of my brother? Even if you are my brother's friend, I will not allow you to insult Joseph like this. Shouting, Johnny picked up the knife, and was stopped by Zoro. He shouldn't mean that, he never does anything useless. Maybe he is like this now to save Joseph. Johnny couldn't believe it, looking at Lin Bei who looked like a chief. Him save people? Do you need to turn into this to save people? Lin Bei gritted his teeth. Yes. From now on, you all shut up, no matter what I do. In addition, you, when this person is alive, you have to kneel down and kowtow to thank me. After saying that, Lin Bei ignored these people and started to dance a weird and socially dead dance next to the dying Joseph. This is today's superpower, the mysterious power of the tribe. Actually, this is a good. The superpower has both offensive and auxiliary abilities. The triggering condition is too stupid. Lin Bei actually needs to dress up as a tribal chief and then dance a specific dance to trigger it. Like now, the dance that Lin Bei dances can cure all negative symptoms. In addition, after dancing, he can enhance the strength of himself and those around him. It can be said that this ability is actually good and comprehensive, but it is too socially dead. Think about it, if this ability is retained permanently, during the war at the top, Akainu would punch Ace in the heart and declare the pirates' actions failed. But suddenly he saw the chief of an indigenous tribe start dancing around him, behaving weirdly. Damn the effect! Being handsome is the first priority. In short, he didn't want to see a boatload of people staring at him dancing around Joseph silently, with an expression that wanted to laugh but felt it was impolite and forced to hold it back. The people in the Straw Hat Pirates actually knew that this should be the condition for Lin Bei to activate his superpowers. But Johnny didn't know, and Johnny was shocked. What shocked him even more was that after Lin Bei's dance, a green light suddenly rose from Joseph's body. Then, whether it was the symptoms of heavy bleeding or scurvy, they all disappeared. Joseph opened his eyes and sat up, and when he saw Lin Bei standing close to him, he was scared and lay back again. Who is it? Seeing that he was fine, Lin Bei quickly covered his face and ran into the cabin. He would not come out of this cabin today. Chapter 38 Usopp's First Battle. Although he said he would not come out, Lin Bei finally walked out of the cabin, otherwise according to Zoro's words, Johnny and Joseph would have died kneeling outside the cabin. Although these two brothers are weak, they are indeed very loyal. After Johnny found out that Joseph was really saved by Lin Bei, he knelt down in front of Lin Bei outside the cabin on the spot. After Joseph understood the whole story, he knelt down with him. They did not stand up until Lin Bei came out. He recognized Lin Bei as his elder brother on the spot and served Lin Bei like a servant. Lin Bei had no other thoughts about the two. He had already calmed down after kneeling down to apologize as promised. So he just told them. What happened today must not be spread, otherwise you two will lose your heads. Johnny and Joseph looked at several members of the Straw Hat Pirates. What if they spread it? You will lose your heads as well. Johnny and Joseph. Brother really knows right from wrong. We admire him. As Johnny and Joseph finished their business here, Nami, who was at the helm, also announced that the Barity, a restaurant on the sea, was about to arrive, and the shadow of Barity could be seen now. But at the same time, she also announced bad news. We found a warship approaching us. Zoro and Luffy immediately became alert and rushed out of the cabin to look outside. Lin Bei followed closely behind, vaguely remembering that the warship seemed to be from some rubbish navy. That rubbish navy came to the East China Sea to chase the crippled Creek pirates, but was kicked away by Sanji because he was showing off for the accompanying beauty in the restaurant. This incident taught us a lesson. Don't steal people's nicknames for no reason. You said that the Navy hero Garp is called Iron Fist, and you also gave yourself the name of Iron Fist. If you don't get unlucky, who will? According to the tradition of ancient China, it's because you can't bear this name. Why did ancient China pay attention to some things that can't be messed with, such as sons can't bear the kneeling of their fathers, and don't get random tattoos on your back if you don't have a strong character? Sometimes you really get unlucky. When the Straw Hat Pirates found Hobadai, the Marines on duty on the Navy warship also found the pirate ship here and immediately reported it to Hobadai. This person is the rubbish navy in Lin Bei's memory. At this time, Hobadai was holding a bottle of red wine and chatting with the accompanying beauty. Just as they were about to move on to the next step, a pirate group suddenly appeared. This is so infuriating. To Hobadai, the Straw Hat Pirates, a pirate group that didn't even have a bounty, was a rubbish pirate group. He didn't know that he had drawn an SSR. He only knew that the appearance of such a rubbish pirate group actually affected his ability to show off in front of a beautiful woman. Sink it. Yes, Captain Hobadiah. The Marines hurriedly moved and began to set up the guns. Although Hobadiah was rubbish, the Marines under him were all from the headquarters and had extremely high quality. Less than a minute after the order was issued, the guns were ready. With a Li Yun long-style cannon, a huge cannonball hit the Mary. The two pirate hunters on the Mary were extremely panicked. Although they knew that their eldest brother was powerful, he couldn't beat the Navy no matter how powerful he was. After all, there were only 7 people on the ship, including them. How to fight a ship of well-trained Marines? Their ships were strong and their guns were powerful. But the next second, they understood why their eldest brother joined this pirate group. Because the entire pirate ship is full of monsters. The captain of the pirate group stretched himself to become a human slingshot, and then accurately captured the opponent's cannonball. It was a pity that he didn't hold the pole in the end, causing the angle of the rebound to deviate slightly, and the cannonball exploded on the sea restaurant Barity. If Lin Bei remembered correctly, that location was the room of the good guy Redfoot Zeph. Luffy was still scratching his head and wanted to apologize, but Lin Bei slapped him on the back of his head. Is it time to apologize now? Since the other party raised guns, then you must be prepared to risk your life. This is what you said, you must follow through to the end. Let them feel our awareness. In the original work, the Straw Hat Pirates let the pirates go, but Lin Bei didn't intend to let them go. He was not used to letting the enemy go. Even if he shot the enemy once, he would habitually make up 2 shots. Only dead enemies are good enemies. Usopp, the other side has declared war, fire. Usopp's body trembled a little. Hitting the reef and the Navy were 2 completely different feelings. But he still resolutely completed the vice-captain's order. He told himself again and again in his heart that he was a pirate now. The key is that this is a long-range artillery battle, not a close combat. As long as he can't see the enemy's knife, he is not afraid. So what about the Navy artillery battle? I, a full-time sniper and gunner, am not afraid. With the help of Lin Bei, Usopp picked up Buggy's artillery and fired a shot at the opposite side. Of course, the Navy expected that the despicable pirates would counterattack, and the ship took evasive action in advance. This was still commanded by Hobadiah. Although Hobadiah is rubbish, he is a captain of the headquarters who can lead a ship out alone to chase pirates. He has seen bloody battles with pirates. I am not afraid of the counterattack of a mere pirate. What kind of artillery can a rubbish unknown pirate have? They are the standard large-caliber artillery of the Navy. Not to mention that they can hit the target with a cannon. It was great that the cannon of the nameless little pirate could fire. But the next second, Hobadiah only felt that he saw Kizaru kicking them, and then he lost consciousness. Usopp's cannon broke the entire small warship in the middle. Needless to say, the hit rate, Usopp's accuracy can be trusted. The key is the power. On the intact warship, a huge gap appeared, as if it was bitten by a sea king. It was also a coincidence that Hobadiah was standing in the killing range, and he would not die if he was 1 meter more. Like his female companion, she was just stunned by the air wave and fell into the sea. Then I saw a tall young man who jumped into the sea and rescued her to the sea restaurant. Such a result shocked the diners dining in the sea restaurant, and also shocked Johnny and Joseph who were on board. The 2 of them trembled. We survived such a bombardment before. So lucky. When the 2 were dumbfounded, Lin Bei high-fived Usopp. Well done. This was Usopp's first shot since his debut, and the results were impressive. He sank a warship with 1 shot. His legs were shaking with excitement, but he still laughed out loud. What's that? I'm Usopp, and I'm going to be the #1 warrior on the sea in the future. Lin Bei smiled maliciously. Really, #1 warrior? Congratulations on becoming the first person on our ship to receive a bounty. Usopp. Chapter 39 Usopp, if I believe you again, I'm a dog. It's also quite interesting. The personnel in the Navy who are responsible for taking pictures of pirates should be the most mysterious department in the entire pirate world. Compared to... well, maybe. Ah. Usopp squatted directly on the deck and hugged his head. Now he just wanted to go back to the moment and tell his previous self not to listen to Lin Bei's nonsense, not to listen to a word. Seeing him like this, Lin Bei, Zoro and Luffy all laughed. Unlike Usopp's extreme regret, Zoro and Luffy were envious. They envied Usopp for becoming famous this time. They were not Usopp, who was afraid that they would be targeted after being exposed. For them, the amount of the bounty represented their fame. Real sea thieves should be the most rewarded handsome guys. Johnny and Joseph wiped their sweat on the side. No wonder there were two big brothers on the ship. The wind on the ship was too strong. In a corner where no one noticed, Nami looked at the sunken Navy warship and the gradually red sea water. The expression on her face gradually turned into determination. She was really happy these days on the ship. From childhood to adulthood, she had never felt the so-called friendship because she kept going out to steal things and make money. Lurking in various pirate groups, she felt the covetousness from those stinky men. Besides, she felt their cruelty and bloodiness. Because she had seen it, she knew that pirates were not good people. She thought the Straw Hat Pirates would be different, and she did hesitate. But, looking at the gradually reddened sea water, she understood that pirates were pirates. Friendship was not something she deserved, and her only destiny was to bring enough money back to redeem the village. Then she would be a carefree navigator, or grow oranges in the village, or a combination of the two. In short, Nami made up her mind that she would steal everything from this pirate group and drive away their ship worth 100 million Baileys as usual. Anyway, at the beginning, she thought so, and Lin Bei, that bastard, was so angry that he died. Thinking so in her heart, Nami was still pretending to be polite on the surface. Hey, aren't you looking for a chef? We've arrived at the sea restaurant. Nami's idea was to let these people go to the restaurant to eat and drink. She had discovered long ago that as long as they ate and drank and had a party, they would get drunk. Then it would be her chance. Oh, yes, we were almost delayed by this rubbish navy. Hurry up, find a cook. The ship continued to move forward and soon stopped near the sea restaurant, then lowered a small boat, and everyone on the ship boarded the boat and rowed to Barity. This is not landing on the island, the boat is at the door. No, there is no need to worry about someone stealing the ship. But when the Straw Hat Pirates boarded Barity, there was a tall and straight man named Circle Eyebrow, smoking and standing at the door blocking the Straw Hat Pirates. This Circle Eyebrow looked gloomy and looked at Usopp. Are you the one who attacked this beautiful lady? Following the direction pointed by Circle Eyebrow, a beautiful woman in a red dress was sitting on the ground wrapped in a blanket and shivering, looking at Usopp in fear. This is obviously the mistress that Hobadai brought with him, and now he regards Sanji as his only supporter. The beauty pulled Sanji's clothes weakly. They are pirates, forget it. Sanji held the beautiful woman's hand very gentlemanly and kissed her gently. Don't worry, miss, leave everything to me. They. Hey, Circle Eyebrow, what are you barking about? The speaker was Zoro, and it was obvious that some of his words were also deeply influenced by Lin Bei. In fact, Zoro would not be so rude at ordinary times, but facing this Circle Eyebrow, he didn't know why, he just couldn't stand it. I always want to shave this guy's eyebrows. Tell me, who is the Circle Eyebrow? You. Green algae head. Circle Eyebrow. Usopp was still a little alert and sensitive because of Lin Bei's reminder, so he always had a spray gun in his hand. Just now, when he saw Sanji pointed at him, he subconsciously wanted to use the gun. Now he is too sensitive because of fear. But I don't know why, these two people obviously don't know each other and have no intersection before, but they started arguing for no reason. During this argument, Sanji didn't even look at Usopp. Chapter 40 Sanji's Madonna Complex. Usopp asked in a low voice. Did these two people know each other before? The voice was low, but the answer was loud. Zoro and Sanji shouted in unison. Who would know this green algae head/circle eyebrow? After shouting, they glared at each other again. Seeing this, Lin Bei patted Usopp on the shoulder. Let them continue to love and hate each other. Let's go in for dinner and see what the level here is. Okay. Just after bypassing Sanji, Lin Bei took Luffy into the restaurant, but was stopped again. Several chefs glared at Luffy. It was you who blew up my chef with a cannonball. Luffy shrank his neck immediately. He was not a coward. He never cowardly when facing foreign enemies. Just now, when Lin Bei ordered to fire and sink the Navy's warships, he didn't feel anything at all. But facing innocent people, ordinary civilians, Luffy's identity also became like a civilian child, and he would be afraid of getting into trouble. JJ.BR. I'm very sorry. If apologies are useful, what's the use of the Navy? Lin Bei smiled and said. So we destroyed the Navy. A bunch of pirate chefs were choked to death by this sentence. If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who caused the problem, right? Anyway, you kid blew up our chef, and our chef wants to see you. Lin Bei did not stop him this time, because Luffy has his own code of conduct. When facing innocent people, you have to apologize to them if you get into trouble, otherwise what is the difference between you and a scoundrel? Luffy followed a group of chefs upstairs, and Lin Bei arranged for Nami and others to sit down, ignoring the horrified eyes of the surrounding diners, picked up the menu and started ordering dishes. If nothing unexpected happens, Luffy will be left here to do odd jobs. The Straw Hat Pirates don't have much money at present, and even if they have money, the chef here, Zeph, will not allow compensation with money. Because what is lacking here is waiters. Old Zeph has no choice, the chefs under him are too tough, and each one is more pirate than a pirate. And the most frequent visitors on this sea are pirates, so you can see the battle between chefs and pirates in this sea restaurant almost every day. Some diners even come to this restaurant specifically to watch the chefs and pirates fight. This may be the theme restaurant of the pirate version. When Lin Bei ordered the meal, the door of the restaurant was suddenly kicked open, and a wet figure walked in with many scars on his body. After entering, he passed by Sanji and Zoro who were still arguing without saying a word, and sat down at a table closest to the door. Hey, serve me food, no matter what it is, as long as it is edible, bring it up to me. The cold aura exuded by this person made the atmosphere of the restaurant suffocate. All diners dared not breathe, for fear of provoking this fierce man with injuries all over his body. Lin Bei looked over and recognized this person. This is Ajin, who is known as the Ajin of all things in the later period of pirates. In the later comics, as long as a person has only a name but has not really appeared, everyone will guess that this is Ajin. Among them, the most speculated is the late General Green Bull. Even if Green Bull really appeared in the end, everyone expressed doubts that this must be a fake Green Bull. The real Green Bull must be Ajin. Hey, isn't this a restaurant? Is there anyone who can breathe? Serve the food. Seeing that no one responded after he shouted, Ajin slammed his feet on the table and shouted with all his strength. This time, someone finally came forward. A bald strong man who seemed to like eating spinach came forward. He had a hideous face, but his smile was particularly flattering. Welcome, uncle. Excuse me, sir, do you have money? Ajin was stunned and raised a pistol to the strong man's forehead. Do you need more money? All the diners in the audience were worried. This chef was going to die. But the next second, the strong chef clasped his fists and slammed them hard on the table in front of Ajin, smashing the table directly. Ajin, with his feet on the table, fell to the ground without any struggle, directly exposing his true weakness. Why didn't the gun in the ship fire? Of course, it was because the gunpowder was soaked in water after being soaked in the sea. He was previously imprisoned on the bottom floor of Captain Hobadiah's warship and had been starving for several days. Today, by chance, a cannonball directly destroyed several cabins in the middle, causing the cage above Ajin, who was imprisoned on the bottom floor, to disappear. After the ship sank, he luckily escaped and picked up a pistol. It was a pity that the pistol was soaked in water and could only be used as a decoration. Otherwise, he would have fired the gun to establish his authority and forced the chef here to serve him food. Seeing that Ajin was so weak, all the diners relaxed and began to cheer enthusiastically for the strong chef. For more novels, 6528, join, https://discord.gg/xcastch. Seeing this, the strong chef became more and more interested and began to beat Ajin under his feet. Why are you pretending to be a big shot if you don't have money? I told you to eat free rice. Eat free rice. Eat free rice. After saying this, the sturdy chef kicked Ajin until he fainted. The whole audience burst into cheers, and the sturdy chef picked up Ajin and threw him out of the restaurant. At this time, Lin Bei noticed a detail. Sanji, who had been arguing with Zoro, disappeared, and the sound of cutting vegetables and frying rice came from the kitchen. He rolled his eyes and saw that it was Sanji who was frying vegetables. He should be cooking for Ajin. This behavior can be said to be aiding the enemy. To put it more seriously, it is a saint, and the word bitch should be added. Because of his aiding the enemy, all the chefs on the ship behind were injured, and if it weren't for the appearance of Hawkeye, they were almost wiped out by the Creek pirates. In fact, Lin Bei can understand Sanji's practice of his own principles. He had an experience before, which made him unable to see anyone starving. He felt that he was only a chef, and was only responsible for filling people's stomachs. As for whether the story of the farmer and the snake would happen after filling their stomachs, and whether he would end up causing the death of everyone, he didn't care. He was only responsible for filling people's stomachs. But, you only practice your own principles and don't care about others. This restaurant is just you, so of course you can do whatever you want. But this restaurant also has a large number of innocent diners, and chefs who get along with you day and night. You have no feelings for the diners, and the chefs have no feelings. Are you really a fool? Lin Bei understands Sanji's persistence, but understanding is understanding. You have your code of conduct, and Lin Bei also has his own code of conduct. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Before he grows up, Lin Bei will try his best to eliminate all dangers. This Ajin will go back to be a guide after eating, and he is loyal to Creek. He will not give Ajin the opportunity to go back and report the news, which will bring him danger. So. Bang. Chapter 41 Old GP's approval. The diners in the restaurant were startled by the sudden gunshot. Following the sound of the gunshot, they found that a handsome boy who was second only to the readers was holding a large revolver. The boy's eyes were white at first, and then turned into normal black. The diners were terrified. The sturdy chef who had just thrown away Jin seemed to have thought of something, and hurried out to check, and found Jin lying on the ground with his head missing. And looking along, they could find a hole in the wooden wall, which was in a straight line with the revolver in Lin Bei's hand. The sturdy chef's eyes widened. How did this guy accurately shoot the head through the wall? Open through. In the restaurant, Nami frowned even more tightly. During this trip, she and Lin Bei had the most contact. To be honest, she had feelings for this boy. But the more so, the more she didn't want him to become a real pirate who killed people like crazy. Lin Bei had good eyesight, and after seeing Nami's expression, he explained directly. He hated misunderstandings the most, so he would never make misunderstandings. The man just now was a fighter and cotter of the Creek pirates. If he was allowed to escape, the Creek pirates would find him soon. Johnny, wanted order. As a younger brother, Johnny quickly took out a thick book, which was made of wanted orders. After flipping through it a few times, he found Ajin. Ghost Ajin, the captain of the Creek Pirates, the reward is 12 million. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows, the guy was higher than he thought. Next, Johnny looked up the situation of the Creek Pirates. When he learned that the Creek Pirates was a large fleet of 5,000 people, Usopp and Nami's faces changed instantly. At this point, Lin Bei didn't need to continue explaining anything. He joined the Straw Hat Pirates to seek shelter, but as a vice-captain, he had to do things. It was one of his responsibilities to detect danger in advance and avoid it accurately. Zoro expressed his appreciation for this. It was reassuring to have such a vice-captain. He was much more reliable than that stupid captain. Just now, Zoro heard from the chefs here that Luffy had been forced to stay and do odd jobs, and it was not known how long it would take. Zoro joked. Why not just change the captain? God knows how long Luffy will have to work here. Or let him change his dream and become a man who does odd jobs. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy's roar suddenly came from upstairs. Don't even think about it. I'm the captain. Lin Bei looked towards the stairs. Yo, isn't this the man who wants to be the king of odd jobs? Asshole. I want to be the man of the Pirate King. Hey Luffy, can we rename our pirate group? Zoro killed people and broke their hearts. Hey, I've been annoyed with that pirate flag for a long time, can I redraw it? Usopp followed closely. The Straw Hat Pirates members have never missed teasing the captain. This made Luffy so angry that he flew down the stairs. When he saw the delicious dishes coming up on the table, Luffy roared even more. You are too much, you didn't even call me for dinner. Nami propped her chin with her hand. Luffy, you are a handyman now, how can a handyman eat the guests' meals? The management of this store is not good. Luffy was furious, but the next second he was punched on the head by Sanji, who was holding a plate of fried rice. What are you doing, a handyman? Hurry up and wash the dishes and clean up. Luffy was kicked away like this. On the way to the kitchen, he looked back every few steps, staring at Lin Bei with resentment on his face. Sanji, who drove Luffy away, apologized to Nami with a pair of loving eyes, and said that he would definitely give the best service to the beauty. After he delivered the fried rice, he waited beside the beauty and provided personal service. Usopp heard him and said to him, if you are delivering food to the pirate outside, you don't have to go. He is dead. Sanji's pupils shrank suddenly. Starved to death? No, he was killed by our vice-captain. Sanji followed the direction Usopp pointed and saw Lin Bei. He clenched his fists and asked, why do you do this? Lin Bei felt funny. Shouldn't pirates die? He did not deny that Ajin was a loyal and righteous man, but at the same time, working under Creek, how many lives would he not have? No, hundreds of lives are possible. For such a person, Lin Bei had no sympathy when he took action. But he hasn't eaten yet. I can't accept dying of hunger. Before he finished speaking, Lin Bei interrupted him directly. It's none of my business. You can't stand seeing people starving, and I can't stand seeing people threatening the lives of my crew. You went to cook, and I shot him to death, is there a problem? Sanji frowned, and obviously wanted to say something, but heard an old voice behind him say, no problem. Old man. Sanji turned his head and looked at the person coming down, that was Zeph. Sanji, you are just a chef. Since there are no more hungry people, go and continue to work for me, and don't talk back to the guests. Sanji was silent for a moment, but eventually walked towards the kitchen. Zep stayed and looked at Lin Bei and said, are you the vice-captain of this pirate group? Yes, Senior Zep. Lin Bei nodded. He still respected his old senior very much. Especially after he knew that the entire Straw Hat group might not be able to defeat this old guy, he respected him even more. Have you heard my story? No, but your face is full of stories. Zep scratched his unruly beard. This sounded like a good thing, but he felt something was wrong. What do you think of that kid just now? Zep pointed in the direction of the kitchen, obviously asking Sanji. Lin Bei answered honestly. Although there are some flaws in some aspects, he is a very good cook. It's just that he is not suitable to be a pirate. Oh, then what is he suitable for? Join us. Zep wondered. Aren't you pirates? I believe you have met our captain. The captain determines the overall temperament and direction of a pirate group. So we are destined not to become a pirate group like Creek, but an adventure group. Although the chef just now was a bit stubborn, it doesn't matter. I, the second captain, am best at turning him gay. Zep stroked his steel-straight beard and said something that sounded fine but was actually wrong. But he was indeed moved. He had just inspected Luffy and recognized him. But he also understood that it would not work if there was only Luffy, a fool, on the ship. There had to be a smart person. So he saw Lin Bei again. As a vice-captain, he was very competent. With these two people, the tone of the entire ship was determined and could be trusted. He treated Sanji like his son. Of course, he didn't want Sanji to stay in his small restaurant all his life. He wanted Sanji to step onto a bigger stage. So he had to choose a qualified pirate group for him. He would kick the kind that burned, killed, and looted to death. What he was waiting for was a pirate group like Luffy, or an adventure group, a group that went to sea for their own dreams. So, are you willing to let Sanji be your chef? Chapter 42 Captain, what captain? It's up to the captain to decide. So, where's the captain? Lin Bei looked around and suddenly heard a commotion in the kitchen. The sound of dishes breaking, Luffy's screams as he touched the hot iron pan, and the chef's angry curses. Lin Bei blinked. Hey, where's the captain? Why is he gone? Zoro, have you seen the captain? Zoro also looked blind and deaf. What are you talking about? Captain. What ship? Captain. What captain? It's okay, just eat. Lin Bei turned to Zeph and said. The captain is missing. Let's talk about it when we find him. Okay, let's talk about it when we find him. Old man Zeph was rarely smiling. This pirate group of kids was different from those stinky pirate groups. How interesting. At the age of 60, old man Zeph was like most old people, likes to watch young children playing in front of him. It's okay if the captain can't be found, let him and Sanji spend the last few days together. I have to say goodbye to Sanji. When the young eagle grows up, it will always go out to fly. It's good to stay for one more day. Old man Zeph walked towards the kitchen with the leg replaced by a stick, and then heard two bang bangs. Asshole, have nothing to do. There are guests waiting outside. Suddenly, the place was restored to peace. Lin Bei and others were finally able to have a hearty dinner. Moreover, watching the captain serve tea and water to people is not something you can see every day. That is to say, Lin Bei didn't have a camera, otherwise he would have left 2 photos. When Luffy becomes the man of the Pirate King in the future, let the Pirate King take a good look. For the next 3 or 4 days, Luffy worked in the sea restaurant. Lin Bei, Zoro, and others did not urge him, because they knew that this restaurant would soon be unable to accommodate Luffy. Not only do they serve dozens of plates every day, but even the dishes for customers are cut corners. It was a plate of meat when the dish was served, but it became a piece of meat after it was served. The first time customers didn't understand and thought that the dishes here were just like that. Anyway, they came here to watch the chef beat the pirates, so they didn't care. But the customers who came before were different. They directly told the chef that this was short wait. Do you want to continue working in the restaurant? The chefs are miserable because of this odd job. And since the head chef told them implicitly that he wanted Sanji and Luffy to leave and become pirates, they also felt that Sanji and this pirate were really a good match, and they could cause trouble. Others were just serving a plate, but Sanji was fine. A couple came to the restaurant to eat, and the person's partner was sitting at the table, not dead. He was able to chat with the girlfriend and make intimate movements. It's better to get rid of these two troubles quickly. They are almost at the limit of their patience. On this day, there was a thick fog on the sea. Lin Bei and Zoro were doing their daily physical training regardless of the weather. Luffy took out a big garbage bag from the restaurant and looked at Lin Bei with a face full of resentment. He wanted to continue his adventure, he didn't want to do odd jobs anymore. Well, even if he went to exercise his physical fitness, it would be better than doing odd jobs. But this was his own promise to do odd jobs to pay off his debts, and he couldn't go back on his word. This life is really boring. Suddenly, Zoro frowned during training. There's something. Zoro may be the first person among all people to comprehend the prototype of observation color. In fact, if you look at the East China Sea chapter, you can find that Zoro can find hidden people before everyone else. It can be said that this is the sharpness of the swordsman, who can find hidden murderous intent. But it can also be said that this is the prototype of observation color. After the professional training recorded in Buggy's notebook, Zoro's progress in observation color has also made great progress. And with his reminder, everyone looked into the distance. But because of the thick fog, no one could see clearly. Only Lin Bei sighed in his heart after opening his Byakugan. The will of the world is too evil. He was bewitched by a jinn, but he still met the Creek pirates. That's right, his Byakugan saw through the fog and saw the things in the fog clearly. A huge ship. The pirate flag of the ship is the symbol of the Creek pirates. Bad news, the Creek pirates are still here. Nami and Usopp trembled in fear. Nami had seen the bounty before. The Arlong she was most afraid of only had 20 million Baileys, while Ajin, the captain of the Creek pirates, had 12 million. Then the overall strength of this group can definitely reach the level of 50 million. It can be said that she takes Arlong as the standard. As long as the bounty exceeds Arlong or is equal to Arlong, she will feel fear from the bottom of her heart. But there is another good news. Do you remember Ajin's condition before? Everyone immediately thought of Ajin's appearance, a starving ghost without any strength in his body. A big pirate with 12 million was beaten by a chef and had no power to fight back. What do you mean? Yes, I can see the appearance of the Creek pirates' ship. It is badly damaged. It is not surprising to say that it will sink at any time. And I can see that most of the members on his ship are similar to Ajin, starving ghosts. Even if there are one or two who are not, their combat effectiveness will never be that strong. It should have just experienced a fierce battle. So, Usopp, get ready to fire. Usopp was stunned. Fire now. Don't forget what the chef of this restaurant is like. There are too many people on the opposite side this time. If I let them all enter the restaurant, I can't kill them all. If there is only one person left, that perverted chef will also send food to the enemy. Will they have the strength to fight us after they are full? Instead of letting him know that there are a lot of starving ghosts on the ship, it is better for us to send them to reincarnation first. This will save the perverted chef from worrying, right? Got it. Usopp immediately began to aim according to Lin Bei's white eyes and assisted instructions, and then fired. The maximum equivalent buggy special gunpowder is loaded, so as to defeat the opponent at the lowest cost. Lin Bei always practices his own life principles. Pong! Boom! This shot hits the target. Although others can't see clearly in the fog, Lin Bei can see clearly. With one shot, the big ship of the Creek pirates was penetrated from the middle. JJ.BR. Not a few. All the starving members of the Creek pirates fell into the sea, but that was not enough. Keep shooting. Lin Bei adjusted the shooting angle. The other party's ship was too big, so it was useless to shoot at it. It could not be sunk. So he aimed his shooting at the keel of the bottom of the ship, in order to sink this broken ship that should have sunk into the sea. Chapter 43. I suggest sliding away. What's that sound? Is it firing? Firing? Why do I feel that this sound is louder than the sound of firing, like a landslide? No, it seems to be both, with the sound of firing and the feeling of landslide. Fuck, really, I feel the ground is shaking. There is a real landslide. Landslide, you big, we are on the boat. This is a tsunami. In the restaurant, the diners who were eating delicious food shouted in panic. Even the chefs who were usually tough on weekdays changed their colors at this time. What happened? Chef Jeep appeared in time to stabilize the chef's emotions. Don't panic, pull up the anchor. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be that the pirates outside are fighting with another group of pirates. The ship of one of the pirates must be very large, so it caused huge waves after being sunk. Zepp was a person who had been to the Grand Line and returned safely, so his knowledge and experience were not bad. The chefs hurriedly obeyed and ran to operate, trying to get the boat away as much as possible. Zepp and Sanji walked out of the cabin with serious faces and looked into the distance. At this time, because of the huge ships sank into the sea, it seemed that even the fog was smashed. The two could clearly see the big ship of the Creek pirates in the distance slowly sinking into the sea, bringing up huge waves. After seeing the huge circular through-hole on the Creek pirates' ship, old Zepp's pupils shrank. This power! What a demon gunner! Regarding this demon gunner, I forgot to say that Lin Bei guessed correctly. Sure enough, someone secretly took a photo of Usopp and then transmitted it to the Navy headquarters using a video phone bug. After learning that Usopp had sunk a warship with one shot and all the Navy officers were killed, the Navy headquarters was furious and directly offered a bounty of 25 million. This was the first time he had taken action, and it was in the East China Sea. Usopp could really be considered a great pirate. The title of the Devil Gunner was given by the Navy based on the photo taken. Because Usopp in that photo was very cold, with a look of indifference to life on his face. In fact, he was just dazed and didn't know what happened. But this shocked the Navy to a certain extent. The Navy personnel all thought that this was a demon who was indifferent to life. So he was given the title of the Devil Gunner. The wanted order arrived on the third day. After receiving the wanted order, Usopp was scared for a while, and then showed off in front of everyone for a long time. After all, he was the only one with a bounty, a real pirate. And those around him who didn't even have their names listed in the Navy were all a bunch of little commie. Then the timid Usopp was pressed to the ground by Lin Bei, Zoro, and the jealous Luffy. After that, he stopped showing off. Lin Bei, it's done. Usopp pushed his long nose with his index finger. This was not the first time he did such a thing, so he had gradually become proficient. He gradually understood what Lin Bei said to him. The truth is only within the range of the cannon. As long as he has a weapon in his hand and the enemy is far away from him, then he, Usopp, is a warrior on the sea. The Devil Gunner. If the enemy approaches and he has no weapon in his hand, then he, Usopp, will just say goodbye. Who has ever seen a close combat with other warriors? Isn't that pure brain palsy? Usopp's achievements in the battle were remarkable, and Nami also patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. But Zoro and Luffy were full of resentment. They were eager to fight, and only by fighting continuously could they become stronger. It was you before, and now it's Usopp. How can people with long-range combat capabilities be so shameless? They didn't even leave us a single enemy. Lin Bei smiled and said nothing. Avoiding risks as much as possible is almost ingrained in his bones. Why do we have to fight at close range when we can solve it with cannons? JJ.BR. These passionate young people just don't understand. Doesn't it hurt when they are injured? Well, maybe this is why he can't find the Conqueror's haki in his body. He is too stable. But it is not impossible for Zoro and Luffy to fight. Since Creek has appeared, Hawkeye should also follow behind. Let's see if the will of the world continues to work. If it still works, then not only Zoro can fulfill his wish and challenge Hawkeye. He may also complete today's task and gain another permanent superpower. That's right, today's task is linked to Hawkeye. Just looking at this point, you can know that today's random superpowers are bug level. Today's superpower, I suggest sliding. Although the name of the superpower is this, the superpower has nothing to do with this name. Today's superpower is a skill of Lulu in League of Legends, the cuteness technique. How buggy is this ability? It's just like Sucrose in Don Quixote's family. As long as it touches people, they can be turned into toys. Lin Bei's superpower is the same. Although there are a few minor side effects, as long as it is used, even without touching, people within a certain range can be randomly turned into a small animal. It is worth noting that after turning into a small animal, it will definitely be very cute. Think about it, even if it is cute, how strong can it be after turning into a little rabbit? Maybe it can't even lift the mace. So this is really a bug level superpower. If possible, Lin Bei really wants to get it. Think about it. After fighting with the Admiral, he turned Aokiji into Squidward, Kizaru into SpongeBob, and Akainu into Patrick. What a scene! But today's mission is not very simple. Today's mission is to defeat Hawkeye. This mission is really hell-level difficult. But Lin Bei thought that if he could use this superpower to turn Hawkeye into a cute little animal and lose his combat effectiveness, then there is still a certain possibility of completing the mission. So, Mr. Hawkeye, come on! Lin Bei stared at the sea in the distance without saying a word, waiting for a coffin boat with green candles burning to slowly approach. But before the arrival of this boat, he saw several bubbles suddenly appearing on the sea near the sea restaurant Barity, and more than a dozen people floated out of the sea. One of them was wearing a golden helmet and golden armor, and his whole body was made of metal, but he didn't sink to the bottom of the sea. The other one was even more amazing. He had two huge discus as thick as fists hanging on his body in front and behind, but he didn't sink to the bottom of the sea. What is buoyancy in this world? What's even more stupid is that the leader, the man in the golden helmet and armor, that is, Creek, begged him and his men to starve to death. As long as they can save their lives, they will definitely be grateful and repay. When Sanji heard that they were starving to death, he rescued them to the restaurant without saying a word, and even placed them in the kitchen to prevent them from being killed by Lin Bei. Even though all the diners and chefs on the ship expressed their opposition and even pointed their swords at Sanji, Sanji remained unmoved. He said that as long as people are hungry, they, the chefs, are responsible for filling their stomachs. Lin Bei was also convinced. This guy is too persistent in this regard. Chapter 44 Clamp Sound. But it doesn't matter. It's a good thing to let Sanji suffer a loss and understand the consequences of what he did. At least he won't be so saintly later. After all, it is impossible to change everyone's personality. For example, Lin Bei wanted to change Luffy, asking him to consider the overall situation and not be so reckless. As a result, Luffy made him the vice captain. The matter of considering the overall situation was handed over to him. In this way, he can continue to be reckless. Do you want to go in and kill the people of Creek? Usopp asked. This guy was terribly scared of the Creek pirates before, but after discovering that these people were noobs, he immediately became brave. Lin Bei waved his hand. Forget it, I can stop them once, but can I stop them forever? It's good to let him know who should be saved and who should not be saved. People always have to grow up. As he said, Lin Bei began to continue to exercise his physical fitness. If you want to really survive in this world, you still have to make yourself stronger. Zoro on the side saw that the vice captain did not intend to take action, and he was not interested in taking action against a few starving ghosts, so he continued to train with Lin Bei. Luffy also stole half a day off. It must be very chaotic inside now. He finally had time to fish on the boat. A moment later, there was a sudden noise, shouting and cursing, and even gunfire in the restaurant at sea. The Straw Hat Pirates set their sights on Lin Bei. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Sure enough, Creek started beating the cook after dinner. Their ship had sunk, so they were eager to get a new ship and Zepp's sailing diary on the Grand Line. "Hey Lin Bei, how is it did that perverted cook beg for mercy on the ground after being beaten?" Zoro asked with a smile. "Want to know? Go in and see for yourself." Lin Bei jumped from the Mary to the Barity, which was a huge breakthrough. You know, Lin Bei could only climb up and down the side ladder of the ship before, but now he can finally jump down like these people. Luffy and Zoro jumped down one after another. Usopp hesitated for a moment, took all his guns and cannons, and then followed with trembling legs. Only Nami and the two brothers Johnny and Joseph stayed on the ship because their fighting power was really not high. Pushing the door and entering the restaurant, the first thing Lin Bei saw was the dead bodies everywhere. Some were chefs, and some were diners. In the comics, it is not easy to show the scene of death, so even after being shot by the machine gun on Creek, no one died. But that is a comic, not reality. The reality is that after a round of shooting, most of the diners died, and several chefs also died. Sanji's face was very ugly at this time. Reality gave him a blow to his life principle. He did not let the hungry people go hungry, but the price was the death of the chefs and innocent diners who lived with him day and night. Sanji was conflicted. "Admiral, there are more people," said a pirate. Creek was indeed called the Pirate Admiral because of the large number of his subordinates. But he was just a fake Pirate Admiral. The real Pirate Admiral was the Flying Pirate decades ago. That was the real strong man who shocked the world. So when Lin Bei heard this name, he couldn't help laughing out loud. It was like seeing a few little brats playing house and giving themselves the title of a great general. This ridicule, coupled with the fact that Creek already knew that his ship was sunk by the little ghosts in front of him. This made him go into a rage mode directly. Looking for death. Creek planned to start shooting at Lin Bei and kill the little ghosts in front of him directly. But at this moment, Lin Bei shamelessly took out a small stick, turned into a deadly clamp and shouted at him. "Become cute." Creek. A purple ray hit Creek's body, and this guy's figure was quickly shrunk, and finally turned into a very cute Zyogu. It looks like it's still a schnauzer. Woof. What happened? At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp beside Lin Bei also looked stunned. It's just that I don't know whether I should be shocked that Lin Bei, a grown man, actually spoke in a clip sound, or that Lin Bei turned a living person into a puppy. New ability. After a while, Zoro reacted and asked. Well, Lin Bei regretted trying it in front of so many people. Why did the voice automatically become so clipped? It's really a social death. But if I don't experiment at this time, if Hawkeye comes over later and there is a deviation, he may die miserably again. Please, don't make that sound again, otherwise I can't help but chop you to death with a knife. Zoro said faintly. I don't know why, this kind of sound makes him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. Just like someone can't stand scratching a blackboard with nails, Zoro also has a physiological reaction to the clip sound. Lin Bei raised his hands quickly to say. Okay, you guys go ahead, I won't talk anymore. You think Lin Bei is willing to talk? He even felt disgusted by the sound of the clip. It's all for the sake of getting this Bug-level superpower. A little side effect, in this place full of perverts, Lin Bei thought it shouldn't be particularly conspicuous. Think about those transvestites, people with pacifiers in their mouths and wearing bibs, what's a clip like him? The battle in the restaurant ended quickly. Zoro and Luffy went together, and Luffy solved the only remaining cotter of the Creek pirates, the Discus Man. Zoro was frying fish and killing people in the low-end game. During this process, Lin Bei was just watching the battle, but he keenly discovered that a little schnauzer was trying to escape when he saw the situation was not good. And because of his cute and easy-to-hide appearance, no one paid attention to him in this battle. Lin Bei knew that his ability was limited in time, and the maximum he could do was to change people for 24 hours. Just now, I gave it casually, without specifying how long it would take, and it automatically had a time limit of 1 hour. That means that this little schnauzer will turn back into the sinister and cunning Crick in 1 hour. How could Lin Bei let him go when the dog is so cute? Of course, he followed him immediately, and then reached out to grab Crick, who had turned into a schnauzer. Such a cute dog, but it's a pity that it's not tied up, so he planned to shoot the dog in the head. Anyway, there are no people from animal protection organizations in this world to protest against him. Of course, if there are, it would be even better. It's a good time to practice shooting. Bang! Don't get me wrong, it's not Lin Bei who shot, but his hand that was stretched out to Crick was opened. What a great power! Lin Bei was a little surprised. Crick wouldn't retain his original power after turning into a dog. You know, he has only trained for a few days, and Crick has been rampant in the East China Sea for many years. No matter what, his physique is stronger than his. He can even fight back and forth with Luffy at this time. If he just turns into a dog and his power remains the same, it will be a bit difficult. Chapter 45 Damn, my brother is almost soaked. If Crick can retain his power, then when Hawkeye is turned into a small animal, wouldn't Hawkeye also retain his power? Even if Hawkeye can't use a knife, his world-class power can kill him directly. This is really terrible, the difficulty of this task has increased again. Well, if I can control what animal I turn into, I can turn Hawkeye into an earthworm and cut it vertically. Woo woof. The little schnauzer in front of Lin Bei seemed to find that the man who turned him into a puppy was so weak. I think he was just an ordinary person who ate a devil fruit. Oh, in this case, he is not easy to control. Even if he is not very used to the current puppy form, he still has strong power and speed, and can kill this ordinary person directly. The little schnauzer barked at Lin Bei, relying on the speed of 4 legs. It was a bit like the silent step of CLO. This guy suddenly felt like he had eaten an animal. Die, little devil! What are you barking about? Lin Bei calmly took a step back. Roll your eyes. When Crick made his last pounce and opened his sharp teeth to bite Lin Bei's neck, Lin Bei accurately stuffed the revolver into his throat and fired. With a bang, the poor little schnauzer's head exploded and flew backwards. Fancy, I said it was Hawkeye who was difficult, not you. It seems that after becoming a cute creature, it can still greatly limit the opponent's strength. At least the fact that you can't use weapons can greatly weaken the ability of a swordsman. In addition, the strength is definitely not 100% reserved, at most about 40% is left. Otherwise, he should not be able to block Crick's attack just now. But even if he only had 40% of his strength, Hawkeye could probably kill him easily. Well, let's take it one step at a time. He has the ability and the possibility, and he really can't bear not to try. After dealing with Crick, Lin Bei prepared to return to the restaurant to see what was going on. But he found that there was a flickering green fire in the thin fog on the sea. Lin Bei stopped immediately and took the 2 revolvers hanging on his waist in his hands. Through his white eyes, he had already discovered what it was. Hawkeye! Here ally coming! And when he saw the other person with his Byakugan, Hawkeye also looked up at him. Their eyes met. Hawkeye's eyes were as sharp as a knife, piercing his eyes. Lin Bei's eyes hurt, and he couldn't continue to stare at Hawkeye. You really can't underestimate the strong in this world, just one look at him almost blinded his eyes. At this time, Zoro and Luffy walked out of the restaurant, and both of them felt that sharpness. Their observation haki is not 100 training. What is it? Zoro asked Lin Bei, who was still covering his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Hawkeye, my hawk. He is too strong. I almost blinded myself when I looked at him. Zoro heard the name and began to tremble, not fear, but excitement and excitement. But after hearing what Lin Bei said, he frowned again. Is it so exaggerated? He should be more exaggerated and stronger than what I said. Zoro gritted his teeth. This is my goal of going to see, the world's greatest swordsman. Hearing this, Luffy and Lin Bei knew that he wanted to challenge, or to say, to die. But neither of them persuaded him, because from the beginning of their meeting, Zoro said his own principles. I can join you, but if anyone stops me from becoming the world's greatest swordsman, then I will cut him first. Just like Sanji has a principle, everyone in the pirate group, including Lin Bei, an outsider, has a principle of life. This principle cannot be changed by anyone. Lin Bei rubbed his eyes. Go, know how big the gap is with the goal, then you can catch up. Zoro is very arrogant. Who said I will lose? I will win. Lin Bei shrugged and said nothing. At this time, because the inside was cleaned up, Zeph, Sanji and Usopp also came out. Everyone looked at the boat slowly drifting in the distance, and cold sweat broke out on Zeph's forehead. In fact, no joke, the current old man Zeph can defeat the entire Straw Hat Pirates. In the original work, the reason why Creek did not kill all the chefs immediately was because he was worried about this old man. But even such a hidden boss, the moment he saw Hawkeye, he also shed cold sweat. Hawkeye, my hawk? Sanji asked puzzledly. Old man, is he strong? He is known as the world's #1 swordsman, and after getting this title, swordsmen all over the world have been constantly challenging him, trying to take away this title. After several years, no one has done it. How strong do you think he is? Sanji widened his eyes, that is to say, this is a world-class strongman. But, why would such a person come to the East China Sea? Also, what is that green algae head going to do? Why is he riding a small boat towards Hawkeye? He doesn't want to challenge the world's greatest swordsman, does he? He's looking for death. Luffy rarely stared blankly or made a joke, but looked at Zoro's back seriously and said. For this moment, he has already thrown his life behind him. Sanji frowned, psycho. To be honest, Lin Bei also thought so. No matter what, life is the most important thing, isn't it? If you don't have a life, what does it matter if you become the strongest? This is the difference in thinking. Maybe, this is why Zoro is the only one of the two people in the Straw Hat Pirates who has the Conqueror's Haki. Only by betting your life for your ambition can you be qualified to obtain the Conqueror's Haki. Only by betting your life for your ambition can you be qualified to become the world's top powerhouse. Lin Bei saw Zoro and Hawkeye confront each other, and saw Hawkeye humiliating Zoro with a knife, but in the end he respectfully drew out his black knife and chopped Zoro down in the way he faced a real opponent. Seeing Zoro's 3 swords being chopped down to only 2, and seeing Zoro being chopped off and falling into the water but still facing the enemy Hiden, Luffy's eyes were bloodshot. For the first time, Lin Bei felt that this world was not a fairy tale but real. Sanji shouted at Zoro that he would not have to die if he gave up his ambitions, idiot. Usopp stood on his legs, but this scene was deeply imprinted in his mind. Perhaps, this is the real warrior on the sea. Johnny and Joseph did not have so many feelings. They were very puzzled. What were these people feeling about? If I don't jump into the sea to save brother Zoro, he will be soaked in the sea water for nothing. Chapter 46 Woohoo, become stupid for me. The two jumped into the sea with a splash and rescued Zoro and his only remaining sword and the Duikimanji onto the boat. Seeing Zoro fall into a coma and not knowing whether he would live or die, Luffy finally couldn't help it. He didn't attack before because he respected Zoro's battle and his ambition. He attacked now because he would not allow anyone to hurt his partner. But before Luffy attacked, Lin Bei stopped him. As the vice captain, he certainly couldn't just watch the crew members being chopped and do nothing. Luffy, we are a gang, remember? Don't count us out for revenge. Luffy was stunned, then nodded fiercely. Usopp, go back to the ship and set up the guns. Usopp heard Luffy's order and knew that he was going to attack the world's top strongman. His legs were shaking, but he still took a step. Lin Bei pulled out a small wooden stick and put one hand on Luffy, and flew towards Hawkeye with Luffy. Hawkeye looked at the two young men who bounced over, and had no intention of attacking them, and even admired them. He was very optimistic about Zoro. Sauron's accomplices did not disturb their fight, but after knowing how powerful he is, what better accomplice could attack him than this? It seems that Zoro has some good companions. Shut up and become stupid for me. Hawkeye was stunned. What kind of clamp is this? The key is that this is a man's voice. The next second, a purple light shot at him. Hawkeye suddenly felt bad, he was getting smaller. He was a superhuman devil fruit ability user, and the kind of unsolvable level, he couldn't even use his strength to compete. He could only let the purple light turn himself into a cute thing, and his original hat was just right on his head. It can be seen that the thing he turned into has a big head. Then, before he could see what he had turned into, he saw two people flying in front of him, and his sandbag-sized fists kept getting bigger in his eyes. If it was before, he could easily dodge it, or even turn around and hit the attacker's butt. But now, he just felt that it was difficult for him to turn around. Because he was now on all fours, the forms of humans and animals were different, and he couldn't adapt to it in a short time. Bang! In the sky, a red panda wearing a hat flew out, drawing a very beautiful arc. Fortunately, there were the wreckage of the Creek pirates' ship that failed to sink completely to the bottom of the sea. Hawkeye, who was a top warrior, adapted to his body in the shortest time. At the same time, thanks to the red panda's ability to stand on 2 feet, he landed steadily on the wreckage of the ship. It's just that the red panda standing on 2 feet with its paws raised high is so cute. It directly turned Lin Bei's heart over, making Lin Bei suspect that this superpower must have some side effects, which is to give the transformed person a special charm ability. Otherwise, how could Lin Bei not bear to attack this red panda wearing a hat? For a while, all the spectators exclaimed, "So cute!" The red panda Mihawk was angry. "Cute you big-headed ghosts!" These are the words he wanted to say in his heart, but the sound he made was not human language, but a very cute cry, cute and fierce. The people watching the battle said, "Oh!" Mihawk was so angry that he wanted to take back his admiration for the two young men. This was too shameful. It was even more shameful than letting the Creek pirates see him rowing with a black knife. He wanted to kill Lin Bei and Luffy right now, but he found that because he was knocked away and his body was so small, he couldn't take his black knife with him. Now his black knife and his clothes were left on his coffin boat. The only things left on him were the hat on his head and the cross necklace hanging around his neck. Thinking of this, Mihawk had to take off his cross necklace, which was a small knife that he had used to tease Zoro before. Now it has become his only weapon. And this scene looked even more adorable in the eyes of the spectators. "Oh, that little panda has a cute little knife in his hand." Mihawk's observation haki was so strong that of course after hearing these words, the first knife he chopped didn't go to Lin Bei and Luffy, but to the bad-mouthed chef watching the battle. No one could have imagined that such a cute-looking little thing could use a thumb-long knife to create a slash of more than 10 meters. Not only was Lin Bei stunned, but the chefs were also confused. He is still so strong even after becoming a little cutie. Boom! Smoke and dust rose. According to the law of smoke without injury, the chefs were fine. JJ.BR. GP blocked Mihawk's knife. The wooden leg of old GP was stained black, but there were still traces of cutting. Old GP was sweating profusely. He had not used force for many years, and this was his limit. Luffy said in surprise. "What, this uncle can also be domineering?" It is said that he came back from the Grand Line, so it is normal to be domineering. And the trouble now is not Uncle GP. Lin Bei's face was gloomy. "I thought that after Hawkeye became stupid, he could not use a knife and his combat effectiveness would be reduced to the lowest level. Who would have thought that the necklace on his neck didn't fall to the ground, and the hat, the quality is too good. It's from the same factory as Luffy's straw hat, right? What can be done now? Mihawk, who has transformed into a cute little panda, can still make such a terrible slash, which shows that his strength has not weakened much. He and Luffy are definitely no match, and now the only hope is on Usopp, hoping that Buggy's special gunpowder can defeat Hawkeye. Linbei raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, which means that Usopp is running towards the target. These are some gestures that were agreed upon before, and Linbei forced all the crew members on the ship to learn them. He doesn't need Usopp to take risks with him. Usopp's biggest role is to turn the tables and provide firepower coverage. As long as he finds that there are crew members in need of firepower support in the battle, he can provide the greatest help by manning the gun on the ship. But, Usopp actually blew the whistle. This is also a small code developed by Linbei. At present, the code of the whistle is relatively simple. Blowing it for a long time means that I can't provide any help. And this is what Usopp blew at this time. Linbei was stunned. He turned his head and looked over. With the help of the white eyes, he easily saw that Usopp's face was also confused. He seemed to say, "I'll help. Where's my ship?" Linbei was smart. He only thought about completing the task of defeating Hawkeye. The difficulty of this task was too high and occupied all his brain capacity. He forgot that at this time, Nami would steal their ship and run away. Damn this little bitch! Isn't this a pitfall? When I catch up with her, I will spank her until she calls me daddy. No way. Chapter 47, What goes around, comes around. Without Usopp's firepower support, only Linbei and Luffy were left to fight against the Red Panda Mihawk. After adapting to the body of this Red Panda, Mihawk held the cute little knife and pressed Linbei and Luffy to the ground and beat them to death. It was only for Zoro's sake that he didn't kill the two of them directly. In the end, Mihawk put the knife on Linbei's neck and made a fierce voice, meaning, "Remove my ability." Although Linbei didn't understand, he still understood the meaning. In order not to be beaten again, he decisively took back his ability. He is now the famous expression pack of life and death, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. In the last second, he was a monkey holding a club and hitting a lion. In the next second, there was only a head held in the mouth of the lion, and he was still sighing that the monkey was dead and the meat was really dry. Mihawk, who had turned back into a human, breathed a sigh of relief, put on his clothes, picked up the black knife, and put it on Linbei's neck again. No one can know what happened today. If there is even a little bit of news outside, I will make you lose your head. Please rest assured, I will definitely not tell anyone. But there are so many people at the scene, if they tell anyone, you will lose your head anyway. Linbei. What a retribution, what he did to Johnny and Joseph before, now it's retribution on him. Mr. Mihawk knows right from wrong. Hawkeye snorted and jumped onto his ship. The coffin ship slowly drifted away. Linbei breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he would die if he tried. He was still too radical. He had to be more stable in the future. Hawkeye didn't kill them this time for Zoro's sake, but it might not be the case the next time he meets someone. If he is not absolutely sure next time, he will never take action again. Although completing the task can get rich rewards, compared with life, life is more important. Anyway, he has been training and it is not that he cannot become stronger, it is just a little slower. In addition, Linbei smiled sinisterly. Nami, this little bitch, actually drove my ship away at the critical moment. You loser, don't let me catch up with you. If I catch up with you, I will let you have 3 children in 2 years and lose your figure and become fat to death. Luffy stood up with a big bump on his head. Linbei, what are you mumbling? This guy is so powerful. He can hurt me like my grandfather. Linbei said unhappily. Nami stole our ship. What? So quickly integrate resources and take down Sanji, and we will go after Nami. After catching up, After Linbei finished speaking, Luffy didn't care about the big bump on his head, and hurriedly said goodbye to Zeph, and couldn't continue to work. He was going to chase his ship and crew, and take Sanji with him. Although Sanji knew a few days ago that old man Zeph was going to throw him out, he didn't want to go out at all. You know, there are two people in this pirate group that he hates, one is the green algae head, who is annoying to see. The other is Lin Bei, who shot and killed Ajin, although the cruel reality later proved that Lin Bei was right. But he still disliked him. Therefore, he didn't want to leave. As a result, he was kicked away by old man Zeph. I am the chef of this restaurant, you are fired. Zeph, you will regret it. When Lin Bei watched this section, he had a strong sense of déjà vu. The full name of this old man Zeph is not Sarutobi Zeph, right? In short, Sanji was reluctant and was forced to board Luffy's pirate ship. It was just because Nami kidnapped the Golden Mary, so several people could only squeeze on a small boat to move forward. Johnny and Joseph originally wanted to follow their two big brothers, Zoro and Lin Bei, to become pirates. However, after experiencing the scene where the red panda used a fruit knife to knock down the whole audience, they deeply realized that the pirate business was not something they could get involved in. They even decided not to continue to be pirate hunters, because there was nothing else to do for the time being, so they simply stayed in the sea restaurant as waiters. It just so happened that this restaurant was also short of waiters, and although Johnny and Joseph were afraid of big pirates, they were not afraid of small scenes like the sea restaurant fighting with pirates every day. It was also a good place to go. The small sailboat of the Straw Hat group set sail. The few people on this small boat could only stand, and they couldn't even stretch their legs when sitting down. Because it was too crowded, friction was inevitable. Especially Sanji and Zoro, these two people were like two flints, as long as they rubbed, they would catch fire directly. Lin Bei also admired Zoro, who was obviously dying after being chopped by Hawkeye. After waking up from a nap, he could quarrel with Sanji, and he looked very energetic. The noise on the ship made Lin Bei's head hurt. But Luffy, the captain, didn't care about it at all, and laughed loudly on the side. Usopp didn't dare to intervene in the matter between the two gods. Helplessly, in order to prevent his head from continuing to hurt, Lin Bei turned one person at a time to make me stupid. Zoro turned into a flat-headed brother with green hair, and Sanji turned into a Saduk with circle eyebrows. Not to mention, after such a transformation, the boat suddenly became spacious. It was also much quieter around my ears. Lin Bei could use his white eyes to continuously lock onto the Golden Mary in the distance, and then sail to follow. There was no other way, because none of the people on his ship knew how to sail, so he could only follow with cheats. If these idiots followed aimlessly, I'm afraid that they would not be able to take a small boat directly to Rogue Town, and they would not be able to find Nami's trace. In Nami's sail led by Haishu, they will arrive at Kokozia village in about a few hours, just before dark. When Lin Bei announced this, the circle-browed duck and the green algae-headed flathead both shouted excitedly. Lin Bei understood what they meant and removed the magic on them. Sanji, who turned back into a human, was still surprised. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? Lin Bei answered ambiguously. Anyway, I won't be drowned by the sea water, and this ability is different every day. Sanji smacked his lips, all the people on this boat were monsters. Perhaps the old man was right, if he wanted to go out and realize his ambitions, this was the best gang. As he was thinking, Lin Bei suddenly said. By the way, I recently discovered something, and my ability may be given to you, but it requires a certain price. After hesitating again and again, Lin Bei decided to tell the gang members about this. After all, the stronger the people around him, the safer he will be. And the setting of this gang is destined that they will definitely not betray him, so Lin Bei decided to announce this matter in advance. Just after he finished speaking, Lin Bei felt that the noise around him disappeared all of a sudden. He turned his head to look, and found that except for Luffy, several people were still dumbfounded, and they all opened their mouths in surprise. Chapter 48 Sanji's Ultimate Dream. Are you kidding? Sanji had just joined, so he naturally didn't dare to believe it. But Zoro and Usopp both believed in Lin Bei very much, especially Usopp, who was now a little like Lin Bei's full-time follower. Lin Bei would not joke about such things, it should be true. But don't be happy too early, he also said that there is a price. Zoro saw it clearly. Lin Bei nodded. There is indeed a price, but this price is the same as my ability, which changes every day. In other words, it is equivalent to us having to complete a goal, and as long as we complete this goal, we can give superpowers. After speaking, everyone nodded. Sanji suddenly thought of something, pulled Lin Bei to the corner of the stern, and asked in a low voice. Does your superpower really change every day? Yet. Have you ever gained the ability of invisibility? I'm not curious, but I'm asking for my friend. Lin Bei looked at Sanji with a smile, making friends out of nothing, right? It hasn't been randomly obtained yet, but it is indeed possible to have similar abilities. Sanji's breathing suddenly became rapid. Please notify me when you have the ability of invisibility. Even if it's a sea of fire and swords, no, my friend will get this ability. Tisk, what friend? I think this friend is you. The one who spoke was Zoro. There was only a small space on the ship, and even a fart could be heard, not to mention that Zoro had practiced the observation haki. Sanji blushed and actually admitted it. Yes. That's what I want, green algae head. This is my dream since I was a child, isn't it okay? Zoro looked Sanji up and down in surprise. So, you have been a pervert since you were a child. Everyone knows what the invisibility ability can do. It's not perverted. Isn't it human nature to pursue beauty? So Vice Captain Lin Bei, please. For the superpower of invisibility, Sanji also broke through the bottom line. Even if he didn't join sincerely before, now for this ability, he joined sincerely. Compared to searching for the invisibility fruit aimlessly on the sea, it is better to wait and wait by Lin Bei's side. Sooner or later, he will get the invisibility superpower randomly. Lin Bei felt the sincerity of this guy, and Lin Bei was a little bit amused. This guy paid his sincerity for this superpower. It's a pity that Luffy invited him to join several times before, but he always refused. If I had known, I would have said this earlier. Don't worry, I'll tell you as soon as I find the invisibility superpower. Thank you. Sanji knelt down on the narrow boat. After this bow, the waves suddenly surged. And it was abnormal surge, as if it caused a tsunami. However, Lin Bei could see clearly that they were very close to the Kokozia village. How could there be such a sudden ocean wave when they were close to the island? Unless there was something underneath. Sanji. Your lust must have angered the sea god. This is Usopp shouting. This guy held the edge of the boat tightly with both hands, and he was so scared that tears were about to come out. Compared with the enemy, he is more afraid of natural disasters now. He can still shoot the enemy, but what about natural disasters? Sanji himself was not sure. Is there really a sea god? Zoro could not help but sneer at this. Idiot, there is something in the sea. Even with the prototype of observation haki, Zoro can easily sense the creatures in the ocean. Sanji, who has never practiced observation haki, is now like a muggle. He can only be incompetent and furious at Zoro. Lin Bei raised his hand to signal. Stop arguing, there is a small sea beast below, deal with it as soon as possible, we still have to find the ship and Nami back. Zoro heard this, supported his bandaged body and stood up, holding the only remaining Wado Ikimonji in his hand. Lin Bei looked at it with some emotion. If the ship was there just now, it would still be possible to defeat the Red Panda Mihawks. In that case, would the black sword belong to Zoro? Sanji lit a cigarette and stood in front of Zoro. You are so badly injured, don't be stubborn, I just joined, let me solve it this time. It's just a small sea beast. Luffy shouted that he would eat the sea beast soon. Sanji laughed when he heard it. What a coincidence, it happened to be his specialty. The sea beast finally surfaced, looking ferocious and ready to eat people. But what puzzled the sea beast Mu was why the human didn't have fear on his face this time. And why did the human with a straw hat lick his lips? Was he not scary enough? Mu roared quickly, and the next second he saw a kick on his chin. The sea beast Mu flew directly from the sea to the sky. Sanji's kicking skills are still very good in the East China Sea. After a few kicks, the ferocious sea beast Mu turned into a wronged little calf with a bump on his head, tears in his eyes, and the style of Tee Meow changed. Hey, don't think I won't eat you if you act cute. I have been killing fish in RT Mart for 10 years. Both the knife in my hand and my heart have long been cold. Lin Bei said viciously. Mu the manatee cried out in grievance, which made it even cuter. This guy was trying to get away with it by being cute, but it was a pity that it was not only Lin Bei who had killed fish for 10 years. Sanji really killed fish for 10 years. He acted quickly and directly killed the poor cute creature of Mu Mu. After that, he explained to Lin Bei that the delicious thing about this sea beast is that its upper half is beef and its lower half is fish. So you can eat both delicious top-grade beef and top-grade fish, which can be said to be a two-way deal. Speaking of this, Lin Bei started to discuss with Sanji how to eat Mu Mu. He was teaching Sanji some Chinese cooking methods, and when they got ashore, he could let Sanji try to cook and satisfy his Chinese stomach. And for the superpower of invisibility, Sanji was also very willing to serve Lin Bei. Soon, the boat dragging Mu Mu arrived at Kokozia village. Sanji dragged Mu Mu in one hand, with a cigarette in his mouth. This guy just needs to get his hair permed, and then he can start singing and dancing. Can you still see where Nami went? Luffy asked anxiously. He didn't want his excellent navigator partner to run away like this. Lin Bei rolled his eyes, but did not find Nami. The place where they were was a chain island, which means that many islands formed a chain. Kokozia village was just one of the islands. After Nami stopped the Mary here, no one knew where she went. It was very likely that she went to the island where Arlong was, so she couldn't be seen by the white eyes. I didn't find it. Let's find a place to process the fish first. It will get smelly after a long time. I want to eat something fresh. Chapter 49 The male owner whose worldview was shattered. Although Luffy was anxious, he also knew that he couldn't just look for this thing blindly. If Lin Bei couldn't see it with his Byakugan, then Nami might not be on the island anymore. And after a whole day of fighting, Zoro was seriously injured and everyone was very tired. It is necessary to take a break for a meal, and there is no problem with Lin Bei's decision. Luffy knew that he was not good at this, so he gave it to Lin Bei in this regard. The group walked towards the village that Lin Bei found with his Byakugan, and soon found the Kokozia village. It was already dark, and there were not many people on the street. The key point was that there seemed to be no restaurants or hotels here. The popularity was bleak. Helplessly, Lin Bei could only transform into a monk with a hairy face and a thunder god's mouth, and go to knock on the door to beg for alms. We are monks from the Tang dynasty in the east. Father-in-law, can we come to your house to ask for saliva to drink? The family that Lin Bei knocked on only opened the door carefully. After finding out that Lin Bei was not a fishman, they opened the door. Where is the Tang dynasty in the east? Forget it, it doesn't matter. You are outsiders. You can drink water, but you have to buy it. Besides, you don't have a place to live. You can live in our house, but you have to pay for it. This made the Straw Hat Pirates feel a little uncomfortable. It felt like this family was very greedy for money. Even drinking water would cost money. Of course, there was no problem. The water and food belonged to others. It was natural for them to pay for them. It was already dark, and they hadn't found a place to live yet, so they just had to spend some money. How much do you think it would cost for several of us to stay? In addition, we also want to borrow your kitchen and ingredients. You can settle the bill together. The family nodded repeatedly, with a trace of shame on their faces. In fact, they didn't want to act as if they had never seen money in their 8 lifetimes. It was really because they had no surplus food. They also had to pay protection fees to A Long. If they didn't collect the money, the fishmen would kill them. For the lives of their families, it doesn't matter if they are a little shameless and greedy. It's better than dying. Lin Bei paid the money, about 200,000 baileys. This money can be used to enjoy some special services outside, let alone food and accommodation. But Lin Bei still gave it to them. Others don't know, but he knows that this money is just the money for the family to work hard next time. There is no need to care about this with this family. Anyway, the money lost today can be taken back from A Long tomorrow. After paying the money, the family was a little ashamed and extremely enthusiastic. Where are your ingredients? I'll help you move them in. Speaking of which, my wife's cooking skills are also unique. I see that you are all men and you probably can't cook. Why don't you let my wife do it? Just as the male owner finished speaking, he heard Sanji say, "No, you can't handle this food, I can do it myself." Then he saw Sanji holding a sea beast bigger than his house in one hand. The male owner was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, not because of anything else, but because he knew the sea beast. Isn't this the sea beast Mu under the command of the fishmen? Because of this sea beast, even if they wanted to escape by boat, this island can't do it. Mu will always attack every ship that goes out to sea. The terrible sea beast can even go ashore and plow the village like a plow. You guys. Sanji calmly lit a cigarette with one hand. I said you can't handle it. The ingredients can't be delivered to the house, so I'll handle it outside. If there is extra meat, you can take some and freeze it. But I don't think there will be much left. Sanji thought about Lin Bei, Luffy, and Zoro, the 3 gluttons. This fish looks big, but in fact, it may not be enough for them to eat. Under the astonished expression of the male owner of the house, Sanji started to deal with Mu. He never thought that he would see someone finish a whole sea beast bigger than a house in 10 minutes in his lifetime. He didn't expect that he would see 3 gluttons eat this sea beast bigger than a house in half an hour in his lifetime. Today, the worldview of the male owner of the house was shattered. In the middle of the night, the whole village suddenly knew that the manatee Mu had been killed, and 3 gluttons had eaten him up in half an hour. When this news reached Nami's sister Nakiko, Nakiko couldn't help but exclaimed. Mu was eaten. It would be great if these people could take care of the dragon pirates. How is it possible the fishmen are so powerful, and no one has been able to deal with them for so many years? The navy doesn't care. The people in Kokozia village became restless, but the news was limited to this island and did not spread out. Nami, who was on another island, had no idea that Lin Bei and his men had chased after them. She was introducing the Straw Hat Pirates' treasure ship, the Golden Mary, to Aaron. Brother along, that ship is really worth 100 million baileys, or even more. It is said that it is made of some treasure tree atom. I will use that ship to pay for my 100 million, okay. Along was quite surprised that Nami actually got back 100 million in one day. JJ.BR. Indeed, he had heard of the treasure tree atom when he was on the Grand Line. It is said that the ship of Pirate King Roger was made of the treasure tree atom. It is indeed worth 100 million. After it is made into a ship, it can even be sold for more than 100 million. But, how could he keep his promise and let Nami go? We can't tell whether it is a ship made of the treasure tree atom. But tomorrow I will let Clobia go with you to see it. I am a trustworthy person. If it is really a ship made of the treasure tree atom, then the 100 million can be paid with the ship. You can redeem the Kokozia village. After saying that, Nami was overjoyed. Finally, her wish for many years was finally fulfilled. Congratulations, Nami, you are going to fulfill your wish, come and have a drink. Aaron handed Nami a glass of wine. Nami cried with joy, took it and drank it. After several rounds of drinking with Aaron, Nami passed out. Aaron, who was smiling just now, immediately changed his face to a sinister one. Throw her back to her room, call Mouse, and ask him to set off overnight. I want to see the Navy seize a pirate ship tomorrow. That's right, Aaron was not so kind as to let Nami, such an excellent navigator, go. The reason why he didn't go to see it that night was that he wanted to do something. No matter whether Nami got back a ship or collected 100 million Baileys, there was only one end in the end. The stolen goods were seized by the Navy on the spot, and then continued to work for Aaron. Chapter 50 Today's superpower: everything can be happy water. The next day, the cartilaginous fishman Krobi followed Nami to the village of Caucosia. At this time, Nami didn't know that the Straw Hat Pirates were following her. After all, in her opinion, no one in the Straw Hat Pirates knew how to sail. Without her, they would disappear at sea. But she forgot that Lin Bei had a cheat. So when she came to the port to see the ship early in the morning with Krobi, the fishman who played fishman karate, and several fishman minions, Lin Bei and others were waiting here early. Never underestimate the power of the people. Before going to bed last night, Lin Bei paid the villagers to keep watch from a distance. As long as they saw the traces of the fishman and Nami, they would come back to wake them up. Although the villagers were afraid of the fishman to the bone, Lin Bei gave too much. There must be brave men under a heavy reward, not to mention that they themselves hated the fishman. I wish Lin Bei and his group of people who can moo every 30 minutes can get rid of those damn fishmen. On the boat, Lin Bei sat on the recliner that Usopp had built for him and yawned. Nami, you're too slow. You guys. Nami's eyes widened. How did you catch up? Lin Bei rolled his eyes. I just watched you catch up. Nami was extremely anxious. She didn't want to see the only friend she had made in the first half of her miserable life being killed by the fishman. But she couldn't show it for the sake of face. She had to sneer at Lin Bei and said, I stole your boat. Are you here to catch me? Then you're wrong. The people around me are fishmen. They are more than 10 times stronger than normal humans. As long as we fight, you won't be able to fight back at all. Nami used a sarcastic tone to warn Lin Bei and others about the power of the fishman. But Lin Bei, who was very smart in the past, seemed to have lost his mind at this moment and didn't understand what she meant at all. You don't think these few bastards can stop me from catching you and hanging you up to spank you, do you? Nami was ashamed and angry. What time is it, and this guy is still joking? Nami, she was still thinking about saying a few more words, but she saw Krobi pulling her aside with a dark face. Who did you say just now is a salted fish? Krobi stood in front of the ship, and several fishmen behind him also stood behind him, with cruel faces. Lin Bei did not respond because Luffy stood up. Luffy had heard the villagers tell the story of Nami last night, and his face was particularly gloomy at this time. Nami, they forced you, right? Krobi, asshole, I'm talking to you. As long as you beat them, you can take you away, right? Krobi, can you treat me like a human being? Bang! With a sound, a ball of blood suddenly burst out of Krobi's chest, but he did not fall down. The physique of fishmen is indeed strong, which is why the strong men on the Grand Line are basically not killed by guns. If they are not entangled with armed color, their powerful bodies cannot be destroyed at all. Krobi stared at Lin Bei with his bloodshot eyes. Lin Bei raised his gun and said, don't think that you can really treat yourself as a human just because you look like a human. Didn't my captain hear what he was saying? Lin Bei is definitely not a racist. He admits that the mermaid is a human, but is a fishman considered a human? That's right, Lin Bei is not a racist, he is a beauty-conscious person. A bunch of weird-looking fishmen who look like Benbow or Baba Balban in real life actually treat themselves as human. Krobi was completely furious and rushed towards Lin Bei with a big jump. His bloodshot eyes meant that this matter today could not be resolved peacefully. Nami widened her eyes and covered her mouth, making the same movements as many horror movie heroines. But the difference is that Krobi, this damn fishman, jumped into the air and was shot by Lin Bei 11 times. When he stood still on the boat, he fell to his knees with blood all over his body. Lin Bei really didn't understand. Why did you jump? You didn't even have a chance to dodge in the air. The fishman Krobi spat out a mouthful of blood. Despicable human. Don't think you can win now. We fishmen have advantages that you can never match. As he said that, Krobi, who was full of bullet holes, flipped back and fell into the sea. The group of younger brothers who followed him also jumped into the sea like dumplings. Nami stopped acting and shouted loudly to Lin Bei. Be careful. They will drill through the bottom of the boat and drag you into the sea, dragging you to a battlefield that is favorable to them. No one can beat the fishmen in the sea. After Nami shouted, she saw that the people on the boat were still so calm. Not only were they calm, but everyone even took a cup of Coke and drank it. She felt bad. What time are you still drinking Coke? Don't show off, you're going to mess it up. Nami felt that these people were too arrogant. They were obviously not like this before. When Lin Bei shot Krobi and seriously injured him with a few shots, Nami had to say that she did have hope that these people could kill the dragon. But now, what happened? Did these people have cola in their heads? If the ship sank, they would definitely not be able to beat the fishmen in the sea. Nami was extremely anxious on the shore, but Lin Bei on the ship was very comfortable. He even clinked glasses with Zoro and Usopp, and then asked Sanji to bring the French fries and fried chicken that had been fried long ago. This is the best thing to go with happy water. Well, then the question is, first of all, the people on this broken island even have problems eating, where can they get cola? Secondly, why are Lin Bei and the Straw Hat Pirates so calm? This is all thanks to Lin Bei's superpower today. Let's be happy together. The ability of the superpower is that Lin Bei can turn all non-living things he sees into liquid cola. If this ability is given to Frankie, Frankie will take off directly. But unfortunately, I can't touch it now, so I can't give it the ability. However, you can still try the task of retaining this ability. Because the ability is not a special bug, the difficulty of the task is relatively low. The task is, buy Aaron a Coke and make him die of it. Ah, isn't this easy? After seeing the task this morning, Lin Bei was excited. Finally, he got a slightly more serious ability. Apart from anything else, with this ability, at least there is no shortage of happy water to drink, and this ability still has a certain combat capability. It is definitely a superhuman fruit ability user. So now Lin Bei really wants to ask a question. The fishman can breathe freely in the sea water, so can he breathe freely in the Coke Sea? The next second, Nami on the shore saw the sea water under the hull of the Mary begin to boil and bubble continuously. Nami thought that the fishman was going to dive, but frowned after a closer look. The sea water, why did it turn black?